Well, hello everyone and welcome back to RaceSpotTV. Just under 6 hours complete in the 2022 iRacing Daytona 24. We're racing through the night, and my name is Arjuna Kenkipati. Delighted to be joined by Justin Prince, who has been keeping abreast of all of the action and keeping you up to date on our RaceSpot social media. And for the first time, DJ Clark joins us in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth. Today's camera is provided to us by Dougie Beer. Today's car camera is provided to us by our very own Tyler Maxon. And you can follow along with live timing and scoring powered by our partners over at ATVO by heading to RaceSpot.tv/timing. Justin, Daytona. It's a historic venue, no longer the first endurance event of the year in the real world, but it is definitely the one that everyone's got their eyes on. And the same thing happens here in iRacing. It's a celebration of speed. First the 24-hour race, and then the Great American Race, the Daytona 500 in a couple of weeks' time.
Yes, indeed. There's a reason that this racetrack in this event is one of those circled by all the biggest teams on the iRacing platform. It's one of the pristine and best opportunities to showcase that you are the best of the best, that you can get the strategy down, that you can work together as a team to be able to try and battle for a checkered flag. And while things have changed with speed weeks in the real world, especially this year with some of the separation there, things are looking very bright for tonight. Even though we're under the lights now, the action has been electric, to say the least, all night with several different leaders.
One thing to note as well for those new to Daytona and the endurance racing here, the light capacity is dimmed to about 20% of the maximum output that you'll see in the Daytona 500. So you're still a little bit reliant on the headlights, not as much as you will be for some of the other endurance events here on iRacing. For example, the Sebring 12-hour or even the Nürburgring 24-hour race where we race through the night through the 15 miles, 22 odd kilometers of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. DJ, this is a race full of strategy, but like I said to Will just before we handed over to the second part of the broadcast, surviving the night is going to be crucial before we even know how the strategy will play out.
Indeed, Arjuna, this is the hardest time to be running right now. You talked about those headlights. You talked about how tricky it is with not all the light out on track. You've got to be careful, hit your marks, and not make a mistake.
And we'll quickly give you an update if you're just joining us here on RaceSpot as to how the top 5 in each of these categories is looking right now. Apex Racing Team and Mr. LMP2, Maxime Briant, leads the way in the number 99 car. They are, give or take, about 11 seconds clear of VRS Coanda. The defending champions Joshua Rogers trying to make it 4 victories in this race. His teammate Mitchell de Jong looking to make it 7 victories in this race. Coanda have won all but one race, and they've got a second car in the provisional podium positions. New Porsche Junior driver in the real world, Lauren Heinrich, now part of the Coanda team, is in 3rd position, while Obsidian Racing, they're in 4th. Williams Esports, Ben Q are in 5th. And let's give a shout out to Kova, Valtteri Alander, the 2021 ISO WC champion behind the wheel right now. They are up 19 positions from where they started, being a monster effort for the Finnish outfit. Then in the GT3 class, well, things are about to change because 32 laps into their run, Mikkel Gard will bring down the Fira Simsport number 9 car into pit lane, will give the race lead back to RHG Esports and Julian Sonnen. Plenty of strategy games still being played here, so it's hard to know exactly how it's going to shake out, but PGZ Motorsport, Govan Keeney still in the car after taking the green flag. He's a net 2nd position. Ryan Barneveld for BMW Team BS Competition in 4th. The Mercedes-AMG Urano combination, they're in provisional 4th, but they do owe us a pit stop, so Sebastian Schmallenbach, the team manager, will bring that car down onto lane, drop behind the likes of BMW Team Redline as well as the McLaren of Logitech G Altus Esports. One thing when it comes to this new combination that we've got here, Justin, no longer is GTE, GTLM part of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. We see that reflected here in iRacing as well. GT3 steps forward as the predominant sports car class across of the world, and iRacing has done a pretty good job of balancing all of these different manufacturers. We've got representation from every car in this field. Yes, we don't have any Ferraris still running. The Audis have also been retired from this race. The fact that in races like this, where often the teams will go for the car that's fastest, the fact that we see these multiple cars being entered speaks to the fact that each car has got its different strengths and weaknesses, and drivers have elected to go for the one that suits them best.
And one of the main things that was actually discussed in the broadcast, because Guess who I worked with in one of the broadcasts recently? The person in charge of that, with Christian Challenger, who focuses straight up on this type of car, and he felt it was the most balanced that they felt they've had for a balance of performance for a special event, essentially, to paraphrase. There was a lot of work put in, to say the very least. He mentioned how difficult it was to try and figure that out for the BMW itself. Keep in mind, a car designed to try and avoid BOP. But in turn, for the racing so far, we've got a Lamborghini up in front. BMW started off dominating early on. You had a BMW with Redline getting some assistance from one of the Porsches at one point as well. And then you also had some good speed shown by some of the McLarens throughout the race as well, before they got to a little bit of trouble. You've got that great balance between manufacturers for this race today. Yes, it's been a tough break for the Mercedes cars in particular, because one of them missed their pit stall and had to tow in the middle of the pit lane at one point, and the other was involved in the early carnage in the first hour. But it's been very competitive on the racetrack between the manufacturers in this car class.
We're on board with the Zebra. Ryan Barneveld behind the wheel of the number 89 car. You can see the top three cars split by just over 1.4 seconds. Plenty of fuel-saving games going on here. The thing that makes these races so special, DJ, is it's where competition meets community. We were talking about the numbers, or the previous team was talking about the numbers. 15,000 drivers signed up for this race. It's incredible, and even if you're not in this top split, you get to compete with drivers of similar levels of skill. You get to race around them, experience the joy of a 24-hour endurance race, something that for many people is just not a reality with monetary concerns and the cost of endurance racing.
Indeed, it really helps you bring this community together. As you said, it's one of the marquee events for iRacing. Everybody's able to come in and compete like this, and when you enter in, it gives you this sense of, I'm doing something, I'm here, I am part of this community, and that is something that iRacing does so well.
It's something that there used to be a 24-hour race in France that you can no longer participate here in iRacing. There's a place for the big marquee events that we saw a week ago with great production values and big teams behind the scenes. But for a community, this is what we love, and I can call myself a Bathurst 12-hour winner, even though it was only a 7-split race a couple of years ago, but I can very much have the checkbox next to my virtual motorsports resume. And of course, with the influx of VCO and their support for these iRacing special events, we had the VCO Grand Slams last year, the 12 Hours of Sebring, the Nürburgring 24-hour race, Petit Le Mans, and the 10 Hours of Zuka. All physical hardware was on the line for them. The winners got class trophies. We also had coverage in partnership with the team at Radio Show Limited. As far as I understand, they'll return once more, both VCO Grand Slams and the team at Radio Show Limited. So keep an eye out on that heading into the future months. Sebring coming up in March. Will that see the start once more of your VCO Grand Slams? A couple of battles going on, not just in the GTD class at the front, but the McLaren of Altus Esports, Rafael Rizag, new recruit to Altus for 2022, is behind Mikel Gard after coming out of the pit lane. Gard is now 5th on track, and one thing that I've noticed here, Justin, is compared to 12 months ago or even 2 years ago, where GT3 cars were basically getting to the top of the hour without major drama. We saw this in the BMW Sim GT Cup a couple of weeks ago. It is very hard to get to an hour, so the amount of fuel saving that someone like God has been able to do, where they're about 7 laps shorter into their run compared to R8G, that's going to pay dividends at the end of this race. Even if it's not going to cut out a pit stop, it will just eliminate the amount of time they spend in pit lane.
And you make the great point there, because a lot of the drivers we've seen discuss and has been talked about, you're seeing, for example, with this Logic G Altus Esports machine on screen, if you're able to run in the midst of a large train of cars, like some of the leaders have been doing for parts of today, especially in the cases where they closed it up from just a 2-car pack leading the grouping, you're able to save a decent amount of fuel to be able to stretch that on forward about a half a gallon to a full gallon, in fact, more than you would be in the tank by the time you get towards that window than you would be, say, going full on hard charge. But in turn, that's one of the main things when it comes to the special event side of things. You need to be able to plan out when you're going to have to come into pit, make sure you get the preparation done to be able to know you can make this said window. And if someone does make the mistake of having to go in a lap earlier, go 2 laps earlier even in some cases, as we're starting to see with the strategies overlaying, you need to be prepared to try to adjust and counter-react in that situation.
Looks as though we've got pit stops underway for the prototypes. Valtteri Lander brings in the 707 for Kova from 4th down onto pit road. Team RSO, we had a chat with Manuel Sudau about 3-4 hours ago. The German outfit bring the number 97 onto pit lane, running 14th before this trip down to the box. Getting close, Ryan Bonneveld, bit by bit, just closing on the back of the Lamborghini. 2 Lamborghinis lead the way, and you've got the first of the BMWs, the BMW affiliated BS competition car. 4th is the other of the BMW affiliated cars. Redline is down in 4th, Porsche 5th, McLaren 6th. So great to see 3 manufacturers represented in the top 7 positions. The new Mercedes Urano partnership, Mercedes really stepping into esports for 2022. They got a partnership with Williams that's running down in 18th position, not the best for them so far. Urano's got their car in 14th, and this is what we love to see, DJ, is the fact that the pandemic has meant that so many, not just sponsors, but manufacturers as well, that weren't necessarily involved in sim racing so much before, have stepped forward. And for example, it's not just, you know, these esports outfits that are being formed as a result of partnerships that are being formed, but even we saw the Corvette C8R being released on iRacing last year, a car that for years, I think fans just did not expect to come to the service because of the reluctance of the brand to work with iRacing in years previous. So it's something that the pandemic, it's not been great in a lot of ways, but for esports and sim racing fans, there's been a lot of benefits as well.
Yeah, there certainly have been, and being able to see those new manufacturers coming in and the plethora of cars that now exist in this GTD category, really mimicking exactly just how many makes and manufacturers are out there in real life. It's truly incredible.
Big shout out as well. We were talking about Tyler Maxton a couple of moments ago, doing our car cameras for today. He's also getting ready to kick off a brand new season of real world competition. He competed in the 24 Hours of Dubai a couple of weeks ago in a BMW M4 GT3. Was pretty happy with the car, I'm not going to lie. I think he wishes he was in a GT3 car. Instead, he'll be racing in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge over the course of 2022 for Brian Herder Autosports in the new Hyundai Elantra that is now available here on iRacing. Tyler got his first test day in proper motorsports competitions today, I think, in fact, because it is Saturday. Not actually driving the car that he's going to be racing because there's been shipping delays. Don't worry, it's not just you at home waiting for your sim racing equipment to arrive at home, but even real-world competitors are waiting for their cars to be available for testing. He shared the #1 Elantra with the rest of the Brian Herder Autosport team. Really enjoyed his first experience behind the wheel. He'll be sharing a car, or sharing a team, I should say, with Robert Wickens, who went fast in practice yesterday. So lots of feel-good stories coming from the Roar, all building up to the Daytona 24, the Rolex 24, 7 days from now. Plenty of excitement tomorrow as well, given that that's the qualifying race to really set the order to get things going. And while qualifying in the real world is not that important, Justin, because you've got the safety cars that can come and help you out when you need a helping hand, here in iRacing, qualifying is a little bit more important than I think people think about, because if you're in the GT category, if you're not positioned correctly the first time that traffic comes down, the prototypes come to put you 1 lap down, you end up getting boxed out and might lose the draft of the cars in front. If you're in a prototype class, by the same token, that first time through traffic is we see Joshua Rogers from the race lead down onto pit lane. If you're in the prototype class and you lose the cars in front, we've really seen over the course of this race that the prototypes, they've been scattered across the track.
Yeah, you're exactly right on that, because the top 5 who are right now in that respective class all started essentially inside the top 5 for this race. When you compare that to the GTDs, for the most part, most of the front runners have been there most of the race, outside of drivers who may have been impacted by some of the attrition and troubles and or technical issues in the case of the Orange Machine for Redline and during the power outage situations they had earlier on in this race. In that regard, there's the reason teams also spend so much time on qualifying. Not just on the setup, but also making sure you get the exact lap to be able to know every trick, nuance, everything when it comes to making sure you got the tires up to temperature, but also making sure that you're able to maximize the amount of time on the racetrack for the lap. That's so difficult to be able to balance out. And if you put yourself behind the 8 ball, essentially, on the strategy, you're essentially into a position where, depending on how things fare out attrition-wise at the start, you're in a spot where you may be having to play a bit of catch-up. There's a lot of time, yes, Arjuna, to close it up, but it's not easy compared to, say, early on in the race, especially, say, you lose, say, 30 seconds in the first stint, then have to make that up the rest of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, you just saw the prototype Coanda car, the number 2, come through the leaders in GT to work his way back up to racing speed after that trip down onto pit lane. Joshua Rogers now about 4 and a bit seconds back from Maxime Briant. And these special events, DJ, they're hard to master. Yes, last year we saw Redline dominate a lot of the special events. In years past, we've seen Daytona dominated by Coanda in this prototype class. But it is good to see that, you know, think back to 12 months ago. This race fell 2 rounds into the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. We didn't see the likes of Apex Racing Team and a number of the other major competitors take to the track. So to see Apex back in the race, to see them not just fighting Coanda, but leading Coanda right now, it really is shaping up to be a very fascinating 18 hours left in this race.
It certainly is, and there is plenty of time for things to still play out for these guys. To any of our viewers that are looking in right now and saying, oh, 25 seconds, that is an unassailable gap. 18 hours left to go in this race. There is plenty of time for that Apex team to come back in, and VRS Coanda being able to keep behind them. It is a very, very close battle at the top.
So just getting to the 6-hour marker in this race. A reminder as well, live timing and scoring. If you want to follow your favorite teams and drivers, head to RaceSpot.tv/timing. Urano Mercedes now in front of the Coanda 2 car. Gap now coming down bit by bit. It was 33 seconds in pit lane last time by. And remember what we saw 12 months ago with the strategy. Coanda did 6 stints on the front tires, 3 stints on the rear tires. It meant the driver was in the car for about 3+ hours. We've seen some monster stints to kick things off as well. Think about what Govankini's been going through in that 114 for PGZ Motorsports. Been in the car for 6 consecutive hours. I'm sure he needs a bathroom break at some point in time. We are going, by the way, to have a chat with one of the members of the Apex Racing Team from their brand new facility in Corby in a couple of moments' time. We'll get to Peter Berryman in just a few moments. But Justin, I want to also talk about, you know, the fact that we're coming up on a new World Championship year. I mean, the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup kicks off in a couple of weeks' time. So will the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. It's that time of year where for these drivers, they need something to relax with. And that's why we've seen in some of the other time slots, remember there are 4 time slots for this iRacing Daytona 24, we've seen some of the finest eNASCAR drivers come and fare their hand at the Roval in prototypes or GT machines.
And I was talking a bit about that with Bobby Zelensky, in fact, earlier this week for a podcast interview, touched upon that a little bit with that experience. He felt like for at least this season with the next-gen car, even with it feeling more so for the NASCAR stock cars towards a road course style chassis, as a couple have described it, he feels that's not going to be the major advantage. But the main thing you got to remember, though, at the same time, Arjuna, is a lot of the drivers in the series have been taking road course racing seriously in more and more numbers over the past year and a half. Casey Kerwin, for example, more than 7,000 iRating, has been gaining more and more ability on the road courses after being fairly talented at them just a few years ago. You also have drivers like Vicente Salas, who likes to run in a fair bit of road course racing action. The amount of people who are starting to prioritize not just racing on an oval, but being able to race on a road course, even for just the fun side of things, is starting to get massive to the point where it's not going to be a shock, I think, even in a couple of years to see several of the top points runners in the NASCAR competition be potentially even top split contenders in this run if they so choose.
Well, I tell you what, but you were talking about the likes of Salas, who was running in the Rallycross World Championship in the fall last year, took his first victory in that series after being beaten out of victory by one of the teammates to Peter Berryman. Johan Harther we're talking to now. Peter, we got a copy from you in the new Apex facility.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, guys. How's it going?
It's going good. Talk to us first about what it's like being in this new facility. We've got this great shot of you standing in front of your video wall. It must be exciting to finally be in the same place with the rest of your team.
Yeah, it's definitely a big change, I think, for all of us from what we're normally used to. Obviously myself, you know, I'm going from my bedroom on my own, very sort of closed in, you know, to this big environment. You know, we've got the lights, we've got the guys beside us. Yeah, it definitely creates a lot more of a team feel, you know. You don't feel so excluded from the rest of your guys. So, yeah, it's very, very good for that reason.
And now, what's the future hold for you, Peter, with this facility? Of course, you became a world champion last year, so first, congratulations. I didn't say that right off the start. It must be rewarding. You competed in world championship before for years and years and years, but now you have that moniker and you can focus now on returning to the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, sure, for myself, it's great, but I mean, as a team, it's massive, you know, for everybody. A great opportunity, and I think sim racing in general, it's pretty huge what we're doing here. So, yeah, hopefully it just keeps going up, up, up.
And talk to us about this facility then. How complete is it? Of course, you've got the video wall, you've got a couple of the rigs set up, but we know that 4 of you are going to be living there full time for the year. I believe Johan is going to move in at the end of the Super Cup campaign. It's going to be you, Jamie, and Kevin moving in shortly.
Yeah, in terms of the guys, I think we're pretty much all moved and settled in. I'd say we're almost completely there, but yeah, still a little bit to go before we're fully operational. But yeah, not too long to go before we're up and running fully.
And talk to us then about the race. I mean, it's great to have you guys back after missing you 12 months ago. You're really taking it to Coanda, a slightly different strategy though. You guys have been trying the undercut a little bit more over the course of the race.
Yeah, exactly that. I think, you know, firstly that is the big thing to look at, is that we're actually challenging Coanda for, which I think is quite a big thing, you know. And like you say, strategy-wise, I think we were definitely on different strategies to begin with. We were quite similar at the start. Obviously, we were stuck in a bit of a train trying to create a gap to the cars behind. And then finally, we were able to create a bit of gap once I was in the car with traffic and things like that. And then we could really see the difference in the strategy start to take place. From myself, yeah, I mean, most of the stints that I drove were pretty stress-free, not too much going on, a lot of fuel saving. But like any endurance race, you have a few scares. I'm sure you guys seen coming out of the pits, a bit chaotic with you know, a lot of GT cars, and then I had an LMP thrown up my inside. So luckily got away with that. But mostly stress-free. I'm sure, as you guys can see, obviously Josh has hunted us down quite a bit since he's been in the car. But I think the fact that we were able to create quite a big gap to those guys, they've went off strategy from their original plan. So quite interesting with strategy at the minute. I'm sure Coanda and ourselves are digging into that to try and figure out what the best way to go is from here.
And now you're out of the car. How long are you going to spend out? And are you going to get some sleep in this new facility, or are you going to be too excited sitting in front of that video wall?
I don't want to give too much away in terms of stints, but I should get some sleep. Yeah, I think a little bit of sleep, and then I don't want to give too much away in terms of when I'm back in the car, but I shouldn't be too long before I'm back in.
Keeping the cards close to your chest. Well, congrats on the facility, congrats on the World Championship, Peter, and looking forward to seeing what you and Apex have in store for us for the entirety of 2022. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks very much, guys. Thank you.
So that was Mr. Peter Berryman live from the brand new Apex Racing facility. They've got a crew there as well, not just the drivers, but support staff as well. The 2021 iRacing Rallycross World Champion John Robertson is on hand to lend strategy calls, and so is our RaceSpot commentator Dane Baird, who's helping out behind the scenes, getting that interview going as well. Really is exciting times for them. But DJ, one thing that I love about these facilities is Coanda's had their house for the longest time. Now they've got a proper esports hub that we saw in partnership with Porsche a week ago. You've got Altus in Australia. They've started commencement on construction for the hardcore sim part of their, you know, quote-unquote team house. Apex has got this facility, but it's not just them. Even smaller operations are starting to, even if it's not a permanent fixture, come together for these races. And our own commentator Lorenzo Bonder in Brazil is driving this race with his teammates, not at their homes. It is something that, just like you can do in gaming, right? You can you play online, if on Xbox Live, PlayStation, whatever, for years and years, and then you finally meet up in person. You can do the same thing here in sim racing.
You can indeed, and it really just adds more of that community feel to it, being able to have those centers where you can all jump in and do everything. But really and truly, it is fantastic to be able to see that further investment, like you said earlier, Arjuna, and just how many teams and pro teams and sub teams are really starting to put that investment in as they continue to see esports as a more worthwhile investment to put their dollars behind, whether it is as a solo operation in and of itself, or what you're seeing Ferrari start to do with their young driver academy is really using these platforms like iRacing to promote their drivers up and through and give them as much experience as possible. No,
absolutely. I mean, we were talking about the Mercedes new program, but Ferrari, not necessarily on iRacing and some of the other platforms. We've seen them a bit more active. Battle, by the way, not just in LMP2, but in GTD, continues to go on the top. It's Dakota Fripp in the Inertia Vendaval combination, trying to defend from Daniel Croft, who will sling it down the inside into the International Horseshoe. Very easily done from Croft to get that car up into the top 10, but don't think that Dakota Fripp's going to let that one go too easily. Also, you can see coming into turn number 1, Niels Koch in the BMW bank car trying to get past Patrick Heinrich, who makes the mistake and will let the BMW bank car run, of course, by BS Competition, slither its way up into the top 10 as well. So even though we're 6 and a bit hours into this race, plenty of fighting going on as well. Speaking of fighting, bit of a breakaway for Julian Sonnen from PGZ Motorsports here, Justin. Govan Keeney coming under fire from Ryan Barneveld.
Yeah, Keeney right now, keep in mind, you mentioned the long stints, expected to have more runs in this car still. The rest for most of the night, it seems, based on some of the team indication. Right now, though, I don't think there's too much panic. You see that lift right now, for example, approaching the in and out. Right now, I think everyone in this grouping knows the big picture. Just save fuel, try and be patient. There's time to be able to try and leapfrog, and the undercut, as proven so far, Arjuna, has been very powerful, especially in this class. Keep in mind, though, there is another car starting to join the fray. It's not for position, but it is a potential factor for this as well. You have the Team Redline blue car that's also joining this pack that may also play a bit of an impact on how some of these teams may think the strategy picture for this battle in that regard so far.
And that's a car that was formerly up in the fight for the contention for the lead. He had a moment with the Yas Heat LMP2 car coming in through the kink, and that forced Redline Blue off strategy into pit lane for some healthy time on in terms of repairs. Christopher Dambeats behind the wheel of the number 72. In terms of movers, by the way, we mentioned Kova. Valtteri Alanda still behind the wheel there. They're plus 17, although still waiting for SRC Movano Corsa Rosso to work their way onto the lane. Very, very late into the run. They're 22 laps into the stint. Other cars halfway through the run. Not sure if there was something going on there. We saw BS Turner, the number 96 car. They're up 13 spots into 7th. Always good to have Turner Motorsports representation here. And I saw the crotch belt, I'm sure, was watching along on the social media, as well as roasting some of the real-world drivers. Neil Koch, oh, that's a big off for the BMW bank car. And that is a crumpled in front end. And DJ, that is going to be, just talking about lengthy trips down onto pit row, that's going to be a long stop for the BMW bank car.
Indeed, that is going to be a very, very long one. That front end of the car all dented up, really not looking good at all. They're going to have to get out the virtual mallets and try to put a new hood on that machine. That is going to put them back, I would say, at bare minimum, probably about 30 minutes.
Let's see what happened here with the replay. Oh, it's just an impatient LMP2 car. Oh, you have to squeeze yourself down the inside if you want to make the pass happen there. That's just a little bit too aggressive. Not sure exactly which one it is. Might have been the undercut LMP2 car, but we'll try and get an onboard look with that, Justin. But that is day probably done for BMW Bank.
And that's been the trouble spot throughout the entire race so far. That run through the kink all the way to the West Horseshoe has been the spot where if you reach traffic It's either the LMP2 who gets involved in some contact with one of the air competitors trying to keep up from behind, or do you see the latter right there? Just a tough spot to be able to try and deal with that massive difference in speed, and in turn, just a tough break for the number 7 machine, the BMW Bank machine, now going to need to try and see if they can get to the pit lane. They still haven't gotten into the lane, by the way. They just did now.
Yeah, confirmation it was the undercut LMP2 car, the 418. Guilherme Egloff behind the wheel there. Seen a couple of moments like that, and we have slowly started to rack up the retirements. Okay, 50 cars started this race, of course, 25 in each of the classes. Most recent retiree was RAG. I say recent, it was about 80 laps ago or something like that, so it's not like it was that recent. Ori's in the LMP2 class. They've also had an off. They were the ones, I believe, that made contact with the VRS Coanda pole-sitting car on lap number 1. Unfortunate for the Spanish outfit to be out of the race. MSI Esports, the sole Ferrari in the field. Marc Perez last behind the wheel there. They retired before German Sim Racing and SRC Movano Viola in the prototype class. And then early victims of the race for the GT category. It included Williams Esports Fanatic in the McLaren. Augustin Canapino, significant damage coming into the left-hand hairpin that leads you onto the banking. Arnage competition, the pole-sitting McLaren in the GTD. Ricardo Rico got it wrong through the bus stop. Was cooking Racing Adventures. Craig Williams is going to be so disappointed that car didn't get past the opening couple of laps, as well as the Apex Racing Team number 98, Alejandro Sanchez. A new recruit after working in partnership with Apex as part of MSI Esports for the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Sanchez's first 24-hour race ends in disaster for them. Of course, we did see Sanchez pretty rapid and taking the fight to Redline in the BMW Sim GT Cup a couple of weeks ago. New format for that BMW Sim GT Cup. Gone is the win and you're in race format. We had 8 regular races last year, which paid out 2 tickets for the winners to go straight to BMW Sim Live. Now it's about an overall championship. Really does change the picture. What didn't change, though, was here at Daytona, Redline and Johnny Vecchio winning the race. Vecchio made it 3 in a row to kick off BMW Virtual Motorsports at Daytona for each of the calendar years. We'll see how things shake up. A long way to go. In a couple of weeks' time, we'll head to the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for round 2 of the BMW Sim GT Cup. 4 seconds, still the gap between Maxime Briant and Joshua Rogers, because it's an age-old adage, DJ. The traffic will giveth and the traffic will taketh. Both of these cars, anytime one of them thinks that they made up some ground, they instantly seem to lose it in traffic.
Indeed they do, Arjuna. It just comes back and forth here. Now you can see VRS Coanda able to bring that gap down just a little bit. That's the first time we've seen it under 4 seconds here recently. They're able to pick up a little bit of the draft in front of them from Jaden Munoz there in that Drive Dead Racing LMP2 machine, so that'll help him out a little bit. But, yeah, it is just a game of traffic here, and I think we may see in these next couple of laps in this stint what that gap is going to be. It's all going to come down to that traffic management that is so crucial and so tricky around here at Daytona, especially with only 2 classes out on the track.
And in some ways, DJ, the fact that we've lost GTLM makes it somewhat easier, because you don't have a third class with a slightly different speed to try and understand how to make the passes happen. But you just now have more of each of the classes. Again, 25 in LMP2, 25 in GTD. It does mean that you have more of the traffic to work through, especially in those first through passes, which really are so chaotic and so stressful for the driver starting the car.
Indeed. When you first come up to that run of GTDs, it is so very tricky, because the problem is they're all together. They're all bunched together, and they're fighting with each other, trying to get forward. And even as we continue on in this race with that incredibly tight battle we're seeing for the top 3 in GTD, the last thing you want to do is come up behind one of those drivers knowing that they are locked in a battle. Because when you see that, they are less likely to give way, they are less likely to be courteous to you and get out of the way, and that just absolutely scuppers your chance to be able to get by them quickly and gain some times on the drivers in front of you.
into the bus stop. Gaps come down to about 2.2 seconds because Maxime Briant really lost a whole bunch of momentum coming through the lap traffic in the infield. Might open the door for Joshua Rogers, who we're riding on board with, just left-hand side of the drivers. Look at the view that he's got on the banking, tucked up behind an LMP2 car, getting the draft from him as well. And one thing to note, we had a chat with Syandra, I think it was in hour 3 of the race here, Justin. He was saying that they had a little bit more downforce. They were compromised on the banking, but they had a little bit more comfort and tire life in the infield. With these drivers, Apex and Coanda, the reality is they are going to be on the ragged edge. They will have trimmed out as much of the downforce as possible. They will be nursing the car through the infield. It makes it a little bit easier to work your way, though, through the lap traffic on the straights. A little bit more difficult, though, in the infield, getting off the corner.
Yeah, that's a good point, because one of the main things when it comes to Daytona that people think about is speed, speed, and more speed on the oval portion specifically. The draft is so huge around this racetrack as well, where if you're able to get somebody to work with, we've seen it several times already in this race already with several, for both the classes in fact, if you're able to do a tandem draft, you can pull off and away from the rest of the grouping. So in turn, that's not a surprise whatsoever. Usually the infield is a decent momentum setter, keep in mind though, to set things up for the oval portion itself. So that's the interesting play there a bit. But it's understandable, obviously, that you want to prioritize getting that top speed in essentially the flat-out portions of the racetrack to make sure you can maximize as much as possible. Keep in mind with this traffic you've been seeing in front of the Apex Racing Team 99, they've lost 1 second this lap.
Bit by bit, the king of qualifying, Josh Rogers, closes in on your race leader. Not yet in the draft, but yesterday in our Friday night preview that we had here on RaceSpot, we covered the IMSA Haggerty iRacing series. We saw Johan Harth, who's behind the wheel of the 99 car later in this race, duking it out with Ian Changuven, a Porsche Super Cup driver in the real world, who is also part of Coanda. It was close between them, but Johan Harth took the victory, albeit with some help with the bump draft from Ian Changuven. Gap now down to 1.3 seconds. Still close between the three leaders in the GTD. There are pit stops underway in LMP2, by the way. SRC Movano and Fraser Williamson, that's the name that I was trying to remember. They came in a couple of laps ago, 3 laps into the run. Marla Racing Team, Mike Partington has brought the number 10 powered by Williams car into the lane. T3 Motorsport by Maniti, Sven Noller into the box just now as well. So getting into that window, but for Briant, for Rogers, they're still 6 or 8 laps away from coming down to pit lane. So at least in the prototypes, strategy is very, very different amongst the entirety of the top 10. But we still only are looking at about 6 or 7 cars on the lead lap. Gives you an illustration of just how frenetic the pace is. It's a 24-hour sprint. Let's be real,
hold on.
DJ.
We just had a spin for Joshua Rogers. Rogers just spun out of the bus stop.
Has Rogers taken damage, or has he gotten away with one? I think he might have clipped the anti-cut curb here. Good call there, JP. It's meant that Rogers now falls almost 20 seconds back from the Apex Racing car. An uncharacteristic mistake for your 2021 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup champion. Let's watch here through the bus stop, JP. What happens here? It is that anti-cut curb.
Yep, just clipped it with the right front tire towards that third portion of the bus stop out of the 4. And that's been one of the major danger spots. There's a reason on social media, both through iRacing's posts and our posts on RaceSpotTV, that drivers have sensed and expressed fear, terror, nervousness, disaster from that specific section. And for Rogers, just that little bit of a graze, that little bit of an inch off that line is enough to essentially cost the number yes machine several seconds of the racetrack. Yes, I'm going to call it that because they've been with 3 different numbers, essentially, throughout the branding, throughout the week, and tonight.
No, I know what you mean. All that hard work has gone, fallen by the wayside. Rogers has to do it all over again. Obsidian and Williams Esports BenQ, 3rd and 4th position. They're duking it out amongst themselves. Of course, Williams Esports has a big program across of so many different platforms here. iRacing has been one that year on year has grown in magnitude. And of course, DJ, last year we had the Cup of Nations, the 2nd annual Cup of Nations, powered by Williams in association as well with VCO Esports. it's great to see a name like Williams really not just embracing esports, but trying to pioneer stuff as well.
For sure, and it's not just within the necessary iRacing community, just trying to get the word out, doing as much stuff as possible, entering themselves in all brands of esports, and obviously that Williams name brings with it that weight and prestige that goes along with such a storied program in Formula One. So always good to see them here, as you can see them working their way around. They've really been able to close this gap to Obsidian, just absolutely driving away, and they'll get full benefit of the draft here on the high banks, Arjuna.
Look at the way that they just close. Is that going to be anything that Fernando Busquets is going to do? Or is Alexander Spets just going to bump them down across the start-finish line? He'll lift off the throttle, take the benefit of fuel saving there. Not totally unexpected, given there's still a long, long way in this race to go. And you mentioned as well the fact that Williams is involved in so many other platforms. Of course, we've seen the likes as well of people that compete in Formula One esports are really enjoying iRacing as well, especially with the new Mercedes-AMG Formula One team vehicle that has joined the iRacing service recently. We'll wait and see if for the Williams team, they announced their drivers for the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, Justin, just this past week. Be interesting to see what they've got in store. Of course, we mentioned Vicente Salas earlier. Guess who he's driving for?
Yes, indeed. And the main thing to think about, too, is the person who's going to be his teammate, Donovan Strauss, someone who he's been connected to and has worked with in the past. Donovan Strauss was actually on the box as the spotter for Vicente Salas for most of last season's eNASCAR Series competition, and also worked together a little bit on the Road to Pro side of things for the qualifying run before some of the shifting behind the scenes started to have happen. So it makes sense from a logistical standpoint, but also a chemistry standpoint, where you have two drivers who are friends on and off the track, who, in some cases, mind you, visit one another during their respective real-world testing, because Vicente's been getting into a lot of those opportunities as of late. You end up having that rapport that is huge. Yes, the technical alliance side thing is huge, but also you have to have drivers who, are friends with one another, and Williams Esports has taken that right route with getting two drivers able to work together in that regard.
By the way, I'm just trying to figure out what happened there. Julian Sonnen for RHG has been passed for the GTD lead. It is now the PGZ 114 that leads the way. Towing, though, the RHG Lamborghini all the way down the straight. Will we see a move forthcoming from Sonnen? A young French superstar in the making. As part of the RHG junior team, will be competing in the World Championship that kicks off in a couple of weeks' time. Sonnen to the inside, no defense forthcoming from Govan Keeney. And RHG back to the race lead. You did mention, by the way, for Salas, the fact that Donovan Strauss was on the box for him for the majority of last year. One stat that I think not many people really focus on, Justin, is the fact that when, by the way, a Satellite Racing, Alex Gall and Daniel Croft in the Pure Sims car, both onto pit lane in the LMP2 category. One thing that we don't focus on is when Salas took his victory in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series at Richmond, he led every single lap for the first time in series history. That is just a crazy stat when you think about it.
You're indeed right, and I remember everyone trying to search at that time, realizing that it was a realistic possibility at that point. Has this been done before? Has anyone thought this could be done before? Because Richmond, keep in mind, has been a track known for the various different parts of strategy at portions. But as you see Obsidian Racing come into the pit lane here, Arjuna, it's something that just exemplifies the hard work put in, at least on the technical alliance side, to try and find that speed. Qualifying was huge in 2021, but also being able to have the good race pace to hold on to said track position was also critical, and Vicente had that. Yes, he had his frustrating moments, but he had lots of speed, not just in that one race, but also flashes of it throughout the entire campaign.
Absolutely, and a reminder as well, keep in touch with us. Hashtag iRacing Daytona 24. Plenty of things going on. Ilka Happela, former World Championship driver, says, quarter of the race done, and we're still in the podium fight in Split 2. That would be the Orion Race Team car. Hard to keep track of the various strategies going on. Very similar to what we've got here in the top split a very interesting race up and down through the splits. We can't show you pictures, so you're just going to have to take my word for it, but there's always some great stuff going on content-wise from these teams. Biela Racing Team, the first quarter of the race is in the books, didn't go their way. Wild starting phase, to say the very least. 2 major incidents for their car. Currently sitting in P10. The night has already fallen, and we won't give up. And we will talk about the stories across of all of the races. Remember, it's not just this one you're watching now. This is where community meets competition. 40+ races for this one time slot going on. 15,000 drivers experiencing the thrill of a Daytona 24-hour race. John Doble rejoined P41. They worked their way up to P38 with top 3 pace. They'll be on the lead lap if not wrecked. It is super frustrating. We can understand that, and we'll take 2 more looks at what's going on social media. iRacer stuff. They've just finished their stint in the car, up to P5. Only a couple of seconds of light damage. Similar position as to maybe what Josh Rogers is in. Not down on speed. They continue to move forward. Watch them live by going and taking a look at their social media. And then, of course, Altus Esports. I mentioned earlier they've got the Sim House. They're going through some construction to get it to where they want. The recent couple of hours have been a bit more difficult in their McLaren, which always has speed in qualifying, maybe a little bit more difficult to tame through the nighttime hours when the grip can be so much higher, but the amount of time it takes for that car to snap on you, that fire-breathing McLaren, can be a little bit more difficult there in P6, carrying a bit of damage from some of the bump drafting, I'd have to assume. Hurts the pace very slightly, but they're pressing on and hoping to get that damage repaired in the pit lane. There is a long way to go still. That is the understatement of a lifetime. So again, hashtag iRacing Daytona 24. Keep in touch with us on social media. No matter what race you're in, you might end up here on the stream. We can talk about what you're going through. If you're watching us on YouTube, keep involved with us in the chat. I saw a comment about we need an annual coolest livery ballot. There would be some pretty good options here today. I do like some of the combination ones that we've got here, DJ. I mean, we'll get a better look at this Inertia X Vendaval sim racing car. Half Inertia in the Fox, half Vendaval in their blue and white.
Indeed, a little reminiscent of an old BAR livery that was back in the day in Formula One, but some very, very good ones. And, you know, I may be boring, but I'm always a big fan of the VRS Coanda car. I just think it continues to be gorgeous as well. As there you see it. I think those colors are well done. It's always striking. It's always pretty, Arjuna.
So now the question I have for you, DJ, is do you like this purple and orange? I believe we might have, there we go, we got the black and red as well. This is more VRS colors as to the Coanda colors. But we've also got this almost camouflage, I don't know what you want to call it, purple and orange pattern across the car. They've shown up with 3 different liveries, which as a commentator, I love. It makes our life a little bit easier.
Oh, it makes our life 10 times easier. But personally, for me, I'm a fan of a very classic that is striking. So while the camo is really cool and it's very easy to point out on track, that number 18 is the one that I am a big, big fan of. I think that purple and the fade into the orange there, especially on the top of the cockpit, very, very striking. Very, very distinct and very classic as well, with some classic with non-traditional colors, let's say.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. I mean, definitely not approved by some of the major European endurance series that runs. There's an ongoing joke that the other car would be, because red and white are 2 predominant colors that you see in some of the other ones. Comment from Elvis Rankin, the young 14-year-old, drives for the Apex Racing Team. He loves to look at the number 2. He's going to get in trouble with his team manager for not saying the 99 looks the best, though, JP.
Well, that's a decent way to get someone on somebody's radar. He says the number ES car is the best looking car, in fact, once more. The one with Rogers, by the way, with the camouflage. But in my opinion, it's almost a bit busy with the one with the camouflage.
Oh!
It's still a decent look for the Apex machine, which is coming on into the pit lane either way, it looks like, to go in for its service.
I stopped paying attention to the stint length for Maxime Briand. That's my fault. He was due for a pit stop. Josh Rogers will re-inherit the race lead. He's only about a lap or 2 away from pitting himself. Final pit stops in the cycle getting underway. Then you have, of course, in the GT category, Maxime Briand, I believe, will stay in that car. Should be a fuel-only stop. Zebras, BS competition and iLiveries, they've always got something fashionable going on there. This is the traditional blue and white, as Ryan Barneveld will bring that car down into his box, actually make sure to stop where he needs to. I got in trouble with a certain other sim racing commentator for saying that I think the BMW M8 was a glorious car in a BMW sanctioned event, but that the BS Turner car was the best car. This is a livery that's seen real-world competition, DJ, as well. BS and Turner combined last year to put this car forward, this livery forward for the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. It was special. It was really cool. It wasn't just the car, but Robbie Foley, who is a sim racer as well. Don't get it wrong. He competes in the real world, but he loves his sim racing. He had a half and half suit. That's the kind of stuff you like to see.
Exactly. You like to see that little bit of change on the traditional way of doing it. You know, motor racing, as we know it with sponsorships, has been around for so long. It gets a little boring at points, so it's always nice to see somebody who's willing to change things up a little bit.
Florian Hasper as well as Turner Motorsports will love to hear those sort of words. I do also love, we should know, I preferred the old RAG livery, don't get me wrong. This one is dark but menacing. Roman Grosjean is racing. We've seen plenty of chatter about where's Roman Grosjean, where's Jimmy Broadbent. You can go and follow their race on Jimmy's stream if you want. Let's be honest, more people will want to follow along with Jimmy's personality, so go follow them. But they're in, I think it's split 4 or something like that, leading the way last I checked. Valentin Mandanok in a battle with Rainer that's Alexei Nessoff, the real-world driver that's done Formula 4, raced in a Mercedes in the past as well, from my understanding. These two drivers very close on track. You also have, we were talking about Mercedes partnership, we would be remiss if we didn't mention Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. SimRC, a big outfit in sim racing. We've seen them win special events, private leagues, etc., been around for eons in effect. Now they've got a partnership though with the real world outfit Team 75 Bernard. Got a new livery as well. It's really exciting times for the entire team. Jürgen Frank behind the wheel there. We wish them the best for 2022, although they're down in 14th position. Hasn't been the easiest day for them. They're chasing down the Biela Racing Team 450, which now has Luke Kakita behind the wheel. Let's stay on strategy though and follow up with some stops. BS competition came in last time around. It's the turn of Govan Keeney. And DJ, he's still in that car. He's still in that car.
Arjuna, I don't know how he's doing it. I really and truly don't. He has just been absolute Superman out here, and obviously we heard before we jumped on the broadcast that it wouldn't be the first time to ever have a two-man team win this race, but Govan Jahir just putting in mega stints, and frankly, I understand the mentality from the team to be able to just keep him in as much as possible. If he's driving this well, might as well not change things up.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at some point, he's going to fall asleep, though. So they better have Pablo Castro or someone else ready to jump in as Inertia and Vendaval get on past the race clutch number 17. That's Nico Wisbicki behind the wheel there. Matti Kaidasoa flying Matti Kaidasoa back into the number 24 car. Josh Rogers makes his way down into the pit lane. Should again be a tire-only stop for the number 2 car, or a fuel-only stop, although I was going to say his tires probably not too happy with that moment that he had through the bus stop chicane. We'll wait and see if, for Rogers, how far he is behind Maxime Briant, who's already coming across the start-finish line, as Rogers is yet to roll. It was a 46-second stop for Briant last time by. Indicates to me that they're likely only taking front tires. It's the same for Rogers, front tires only for the cars running first and second. There's Rogers rolling off the lane. Where's Briant? Already working his way through the International Horseshoe.
And not surprised that the call was essentially just stick to the strategy call. Especially knowing with how the back-end tires specifically, I believe it is, with how they've been wearing in terms of their wear rates compared to the fronts. It's just where if you end up, say, having to take 4, can you actually make that back? It puts you off that planned out window, which in turn can really hurt your chances. They've also, keep in mind though, been able to find a little bit of a friend, because Syandra has actually pushed that machine a couple times over the past run or so after the spin we talked about and seen. So at the very least, if he can keep up with Andra may be in that position to be able to try and assist a little bit. in that Sim satellite racing machine. Keep in mind, the 64 is 10th overall on track.
More pit stops underway. Altus Esports in the McLaren. They're onto the lane. Yannick Lapchan taking over in the 43 car. Also saw that Diogo Pinto came down to the lane. He's worked his way back out onto track, and because he's done a fuel-only stop, he cycled well in front of some of the other competitors that went for a full stop. Word in the YouTube chat, DJ, is Govan's going to be in that car for another 4 hours.
That is just not human at all. He shouldn't be able to do that, and especially running through the night like this. This is where it gets incredibly difficult to keep your focus. So massive credit to him. If he can pull this off in that 114, that's incredible, Arjuna.
Now the question I have is, when does he use the bathroom? Because the reality is, you're not going to go 10 plus hours without requiring at least one trip to the bathroom. Does he do it in some of these stops? Because, again, 67 seconds stationary, DJ. It's not like it's a massive amount of time to get out of the rig, go to the bathroom, make sure you're cleaned up, and then to jump back into the car without losing any time.
Exactly. I don't really want to speculate on what's going on there if that's not the case. Either that or, he's got to have some quick releases on the rig, and he's just timed it out.
Well, you've just made me think about something which would get me in trouble if I talked about on air, so I'm going to not talk about it. What I will say is, if Lewis McLeod was here, he's got this story of Oscar Hardwick and 24-hour races that he breaks out every time. He does this every single time that he's commentating on a long endurance race. And so Oscar Hardwick needed to use the loo, we'll put it that way, and it was a race at a certain track in the French countryside, which name that we won't mention, and yeah, he was just to the point where he had to. He had to answer the call of nature. He had a bottle next to him, and so as he's getting himself, let's say, set up to use the bottle, he takes both hands off the wheel. It just happens, Justin, that he took his hands off the wheel as they were going over a bump. And into the wall they went, and that was the end of their race.
Okay. I'm already imagining the vision of what was going on in that car, and it's not a pretty scene, I'm guessing.
No.
To say the very least, that happened after that one. But those are the challenges drivers have to do real world and virtual, right? And in some cases we've seen in the past, especially via socials and Twitch, rise of those platforms especially, drivers will try and sprint from their seat to the nearest room to go and stuff. We also have those who do stuff regardless and pretend you don't do it, and those who do a mixture of everything. That's the best way I can phrase that. You gotta go when you gotta go.
Yeah, no, that's true. And there's a reason why a lot of people don't enjoy endurance races, and that might be one. A week ago, we had the iRacing Raw, which is only 2.4 hours. The only solo special event endurance race that we have. But, of course, we have the Nürburgring Endurance Series that replicates what you see in the real-world Nürburgring Landstracken Series, where you can do a 4-hour race solo if you choose. And I've done one of those races before, and I've had to go and use the bathroom about 3 hours into the 4-hour race. Fortunately then, it was about a 90-second pit stop, so I had enough time to jump out of the rig, go do what I needed to do, wash my hands, and then get back in time to put my gloves on and roll off a pit lane. It's not always that simple, but it's just one of the fun things. One of the great things that we have here, DJ, unlike what you see in the real world, is the fact that you can coordinate your drivers to the time zone they're in. Because in the real world, you're all on the same clock, right? You're all racing in the night if it's the night at the venue. But here, if you've got a driver in Europe, you've got a driver in Asia, you've got a driver in Australia, and a driver in the US, you can somewhat adjust the driving schedule to fit the sleep schedules.
Indeed you can, and it really makes it easier for these teams to be able to do everything. And, it's sort of the point that we keep harping back on, but just the sim racing community and how they've been able to all come together and doing things like that. I love seeing those teams from across the world being able to come in, and it certainly just kind of relieves the stress on you to be able to do an endurance race like this. When you're able to have a full worldwide team, it's not like you have to be up at 2 in the morning to run the race. You're able to put in your 4-hour stint, back out, have a good rest of your day, and come back to it later.
Zach Campbell saying, that they can no longer do the bottle trick in an era where Zoom is so prevalent in the top level of sports car, or I should say virtual racing. You just get in trouble.
Technically, you can if you don't show that part of you. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, technically you can. You just need to know how to make sure that area is not on the camera.
Exactly.
And
you got to position your camera very carefully.
yeah, that's an understatement. And, I mean, if you end up not using the bottle part or something, you can make sure you're not on camera after, I guess. This is a rabbit hole and a half, I guess.
Yeah, no, I mean, these are the middle hours of the race. It's dark on track, and it can get dark in the commentary booth as well. So it's not 18 plus, don't get me wrong. We're not Friday night meme time here or anything, but we can have some fun, and we'll enjoy interacting with you as well. By the way, there's been a huge shake-up in what's going on in terms of the track battles. We were following RAG, Valentin Mandanart getting a push from Alexei Nesov in that Urano car. He's 31 laps into his run. He is going to have to box very shortly, but they are about 19 seconds back from Mikel Gard and Redline Red, Diogo Pinto in the BMW Team Redline car, running first and second. And this goes back, Justin, to the early call in the race where some drivers went and quad-stinted the tires, or at least quad-stinted the drivers. Other teams, including RAG, did the triple stint. And so now you've got this back and forth where one team is on fresh tires, one team is on worn tires, and it just goes back and forth in terms of lap time.
And as they end up getting dives underneath now, once again, this time by Drive Dead Racing. Get that machine a part of that positive beam machine from last special event. But in regards to how things play out strategy-wise, that just comes down in part to the preparation and the planning and availability of the drivers, but also just what makes sense in regards to being able to keep your drivers fresh, making sure they're able to do what they need to do, you know what I mean? So it's just that balancing act where you might have a driver that can do that quadruple stint and some who may not have that and have to do a triple while trying to manage the fair driving time, essentially.
Yep.
So that's all something you have to consider as well. It really depends on that scheduling, how much drivers you have to try and manage, as well as what you feel is the best.
And of course, fair share comes into play here, and with the new iRacing system, you register all the drivers that you want are going to participate in the race. You take the race distance in terms of laps. You divide that by the number of drivers. You divide that by 4. That's the minimum amount of time or laps that a driver needs to complete over the course of the 24 hours. In this case, it might be 12, for example. During the 12 hours of Sebring, it is important that you make sure you don't get in trouble, as they almost did there for the race lead. That was a big old shove from Diogo Pinto to Mikel Gard. I just wonder, DJ, we've seen so much bump drafting. Surely this damages the cars just a little bit.
It damages him a little bit, and I'd be worried about specifically that front splitter on the back of the front of that BMW. But it doesn't look like it's getting there too much. I think these drivers have probably figured out how to do it just right. Although that one certainly a little close. That looked like a pretty aggressive hit there in a bump draft.
It was aggressive. By the way, the 2 car, the yes car as we're calling it, that's Josh Rogers getting past this GTD battle for the lead. They're now 15 seconds back from Maxime Briand, so they've closed 2 seconds. It's going to be a Herculean task, Justin, to really close that gap. But when you're talking about Coanda, when you're talking about someone like Josh Rogers, who is so talented, no matter what car, what platform you put him on, you can never say never.
Exactly, because he's been able to reel in lots of time before in the past. He's been able to charge from the back to the front a couple times. In fact, he's already picked up 3 seconds alone since the last time we checked into that car. So you can't definitely say never. There's still plenty of time to recover the time back from the spin. It'd be amazing to recover it back within about an hour or 2 at the current clip he's going, but it's still something that is possible. Keep in mind, though, that with what we're seeing on screen, Arjuna, is also pretty important because with Pinto, he not only has the car in front that he's been pushing in Miguel for most of this run, he's also got a teammate who is not on the same lap, yes, who he might be able to say, if they get close enough, okay, let's drive around him and try and get the pushes from the blue car to push the red car away from the pack.
And that blue car is a couple of laps down, so that's a good point and might come into play later on. God is about 3 laps shorter into the run compared to Pinto in the Redline red car, so it's something that we want to just keep our eyes on. Also keeping our eyes on that continued fight between Obsidian and the Williams Esports Ben Q car. Always great having the Williams cars, multiple Williams cars in the race, because you've got the Ben Q, the Chili Blast, I'm pulling a Radio Show Limited, the Chill Blast, Razor, Fanatic. They've all got different colors on the front end, makes it very easy to identify which one is which, but at least for now, Alexander Spet still content to ride around behind Fernando Busquets, and I'd wonder if there's just continued fuel saving going on there. And a reminder as well, as I see Justin popping his head into the YouTube chat, keep in touch with us. I mean, there's stuff going on out on track, because that's a great shot of what's going on track between Guard and Pinto. Stuff going on during the race. There's also time for us to talk about other things. So if you've got a question for us, do pose it to us, whether it be on the Twitter machine or in the YouTube chat. One thing that I always like to talk about is what GT3 cars do you want to see next? And DJ, it's your first time in the box. I haven't asked you this question yet, so you've got plenty of new ideas that maybe I haven't heard before. You are going to be commentating on some GT cars this year in the real world. What's the one that if you had to choose that you'd love to see come to iRacing?
I would personally love to see the Lexus come. I've always found that car to be specifically gorgeous, especially with the Vassar Sullivan AIM livery that it runs on, and that is one, the dardiness, the nimbleness of that Acura, or that Lexus rather, very much one that I am excited to see if the iRacing can maybe get a little work done on.
So Lexus and Acura, I'm going to take both of them. How about that?
I'll go with that. That's good.
I like the sound of that. And of course, you've got an influx of GT3 cars in the past year going hand in hand with the ongoing funeral of GTLM cars. It's dead in America, not yet dead just yet in Europe. We will see GTLM in Europe for a year or two more before GT3s really take over in force for the World Endurance Championship. But we've had the Lamborghini come in, the BMW came in before it was even a fully finished car. You know, while it was going through the homologation process, BMW Works feedback, it was almost a loop. Drivers would go on the sim, get their first drives in it. Bruno Spengler, for example, gave some feedback, and then once the car was complete, once it did its first race as a homologated machine, then we got updates to it to bring it to full race spec. We got the Ferrari Evo as well. Maybe we might get the likes of the Mercedes Evo, the Audi Evo, because we're on our second generation of evolution kits for the Audi R8 GT3. Very popular for professional drivers compared to the Ferrari. Very popular for the amateur drivers. Getting some comments about this very question. Aston Martin or Lexus would be sick, says Caden Bin. I believe he's a Movano driver. NSX, see a couple of those comments as well, including from Barrett Rolfe, who we see during Lionheart Racing Series competition. I also see a Bentley comment. Well, for years, the Mercedes has been called a boat. I mean, that would be a whole new boat to bring to iRacing, Justin.
Yeah, that'd be a definitely interesting boat, and it's been a boat that has been talked about. Aston Martin, I think, comes to mind as well, bringing that towards that direction in the past. It's going to be interesting what goes that direction. I kind of almost want to see more so the DPI itself towards that run.
No.
You know what I mean?
We don't want a DPI. I know what you mean. We want the LMDH. We don't want
you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, we don't want the dying prototype. We don't want the iRacing curse. We want, just like how BMW brought the GT3 car to iRacing before it was homologated, we want Dallara and BMW, who are working together on their LMDH car, two brands that have a deep history and relationship with iRacing. We want them to work together to bring that car to iRacing. That would be great. I know what you mean.
You're right. Especially with that class platform coming in 2023. You're absolutely right. It's just going to be the interesting mark of, can iRacing get that? You know what I mean? Once it gets to the racetrack, that's going to be the critical thing. It could really change the complexion of how things look for 2023. Will has already alluded to that even during the first couple hours or so of the broadcast for this event this year. So it's going to be interesting what comes down the pipeline when it comes to that regard, as you see the bumping continue on with the traffic management.
I need to correct myself because I've just realized before someone in chat jumps on me, Caden being not a Movano driver, he's an R8G driver if I'm remembering correctly now. So I apologize, Caden, but Movano, pretty stout LMP2 competitor, as into the box pulls the Movano #1 car, Fraser Williamson. Looks like he'll be staying in that car, and indeed, yep, just getting some fuel. Maybe we'll see some front tires coming on there, but no driver change forthcoming. The Scotsman will stay in. Gap for the race lead, still holding at about 14 seconds, so bit by bit it's being brought in, but this is where you can't let yourself be defeated, DJ, and that's something that I think that separates the good from the great in terms of the elite of iRacing competition, is when you find yourself on the back foot, which is going to happen. The reality is the competition is so stiff, the amount of practice that you can do is so high that you're not always going to be the fastest on track. So being in a good mental position to put yourself in the right place is crucial, and that's what we heard from Team RSO, working with a mental coach over these 24 hours.
Yeah, indeed. You really just have to keep that mental fortitude in. We obviously saw Josh Rogers with that spin. He didn't let it affect him. And normally my advice, if you're able to have a moment like that, the best thing to do is to be able to come back into the pits after a spin like that. And lucky enough for Josh, he was able to get a pit stop shortly thereafter and let that prove a little bit of a mental reset. Come on in, take a big drink of water, relax for a second, kind of shake out your body and put all of that behind you. That's the way to get yourself back into the mentality to keep pushing. And Josh has done a very, very good job of it. The last 2 laps, he's taken 3-4 tenths of a second out of the gap. He's really done a good job of just staying in the green as much as possible, and that has really and truly allowed him to push himself forward and get that VRS Coanda team back into a position where they look like they're threatening for the race lead.
I have to correct myself again, because Caden Bean, not with RAG anymore, now he's with Pure Sims Esports, so third time's the charm. We'll finally get it right this time around.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought that was the case with Pure Sims.
I wish you had corrected me instead of him having to correct me.
I wasn't 100% sure because I thought at first it might have been Vendaval. So the roulette has been busy, to say the very least.
Yes.
Welcome to iRacing.
Oh, yeah, and it's silly season as well. Saw some shifting in the driver market for the Esports Super Cup, the Porsche Super Cup, with Cooper Webster leaving Altus to go to Red Bull Racing Esports. Real-world competitor in his own right is Cooper Webster, driving S5000 cars in Australia. Nathan Lewis, by the way, in the BS Turner car, has been passed by Alexander Thieber, and looks like Luca Kita will get his way up into the top 10. A little bit loose on the entry into turn 1, but he'll get around or get in front of Alexei Nesov. Cooper Webster making the move. Alejandro Sanchez, we mentioned him a couple of hours ago, about an hour ago, making the move to Apex after working hand in hand with the Apex team as part of MSI Esports the last couple of years. Not as crazy as it could have been. Other major news, of course, was Lauren Heinrich leaving the BS competition guys to join up with Coanda, but of course not totally unexpected, given that Lauren Heinrich is now the Porsche Junior driver after winning the shootout for that position as the Porsche Junior driver. The Porsche young drivers from across the globe come together for a 2-day boot camp, and one driver gets a ride in the Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup for the next year. That will be handed down to Lauren Heinrich, so now joins up with Coanda, who have affiliations with Porsche as their official esports outfit. What else have we seen? I think that was the major news. Of course, outside of iRacing, the big news for BS competition was losing Lauren Heinrich, but gaining the likes of Gregor Schell, Artur Camera, as well as I called him this once to his face, so I over voice, so I hope he doesn't mind me saying it here. Niels Naujoks, the grandfather of sim racing at 34, 35 years of age, still shows that you don't have to be 16 to be fast. Niels is a wonderful sport, now also working with VCO Esports. Sort of question about weather in the YouTube chat as well, and DJ, that's going to be a big old shakeup when rain comes to iRacing, hopefully sometime in 2022.
That's what we've been led to believe, and yeah, when that does come, that is going to absolutely change everything. Not only from the mere fact of you're going to have to learn how to drive through the rain, but also the strategy that becomes involved with it. Different tire sets, different settings on the car to be able to make those tweaks and adjustments. iRacing obviously wanting to put in their normal level of expertise and finesse to be able to make sure that rain works perfectly when it is brought in. Arjuna, I, for one, am very, very excited for when it does happen, but I'm also nervous because I know that I certainly don't have the raw talent out on the track when it's dry, and when it gets wet, that's just going to throw me well out the window.
Mahler Racing Team coming out of pit lane. I did want to ask you, DJ, I mean, how much driving do you do? How regular are you in these special events, and what car do you enjoy driving the most here?
Well, I'm a huge fan of the LMP2. I don't normally do a lot of the special events because I normally end up working some phase of them one way, shape, or form. But no, I love the LMP2. I'm also a huge fan of obviously all the historic cars on the service, whether it be the GT, the old Nissan, or the Lotus 79 is near and dear to my heart.
That is a classic car. We see so much great racing with it across of even the official series, but here on RaceSpot, the Lionheart Retro Series takes that car to ovals where you might not think it should be, but it puts on a show. Well, that is for sure, as Nathan Lewis closes up once more on Team Redline Purple, just getting to the top of another hour, so about 7 hours done in this race, still 17 left to go, the first 24-hour race of the iRacing special event calendar. And one thing that's really great about these special events, Justin, is the fact that no longer is it just these world tours of major 24-hour endurance races. I mean, last year we saw the inclusion of multiple dirt races as well, Crandon in the trucks, Knoxville in the sprint car, the wing sprint cars, Chili Bowl in the midget. It's great, and you add to that the fact that, of course, with Oval being such a big part of iRacing's history and legacy, we've got the full-length NASCAR iRacing series races that we cover as well.
Yeah, with the NIS specifically, and it just, again, starts to emphasize that growth of the platform itself. And the interesting thing in that regard, too, with the dirt events you've been referring to there is they also use the super sessions, as in to try and replicate a lot of the feeling of the real world qualifiers. For example, the Chili Bowl. It's a whole week affair to be able to decide who ends up making it to feature race night. You end up racing the races throughout the week, put yourself in qualification for the super session to be able to be the overall winner of said special event top split action. It just showcases how far things have come, but it also, in turn, you have to remember, shows the importance some of the teams put into that, because short course action, as seen with the league scene, as seen with a lot of the special events, such as Crandon, is absolutely huge. Where some of the best in the real world, Arjuna, are some of the best in the virtual world as well. It just shows that crossover continues on. The dirt side is the big side of it, especially with the trucks.
Who's that driver, Justin? Because you and I are now on the broadcast for the iRacing World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car World Championship. Who was that driver that did their first Chili Bowl this past couple of weeks?
Well, I believe there was a couple involved with the action at the Tulsa Expo Center in some of the action leading up to that. Logan Rumsey comes to mind. Robin Gray was racing apparently from a simulator, in fact, during the World Championship race, and then during Dirt Car Esports during the week. So a few drivers raced there, and don't forget, several drivers on that side of the championship race in the real world. Cardwell, when it comes to late model action, Hayden Cardwell specifically. You have Alex Bergeron, who races sprint cars in the real world. You also have drivers like Cameron Merriman, who's in the hunt for the championship. He races in the real world. In fact, getting back in the car after a hiatus of about 10 years, Arjuna. This year, he's already indicated in interviews. So you have a lot of real world experience on that side as well.
10 years? That's crazy.
Yes, and he's indicated he was a big part of that racing scene early on, some of the early sims too, and in turn has finally gotten himself back in the position to be able to race in the real world again. So it's going to be interesting how that fares out for Merriman in particular, for the Maryland-based driver.
Cool. That's fascinating. I mean, there's so much history in some of these communities that may not be the major focus on iRacing, but the passion runs deep, and we'll mention it before. Out of all of the special events, it's possible that the fact that Brandon Traino is now the first, not just multi-time winner of the iRacing Indy 500, but the fact that he's now made it 3 in a row is extraordinary. And you compare that to Coanda's stranglehold on Daytona, you put them against one another. Will indicated and intimated that his thoughts are that he thinks Brandon Traino's success is more impressive. I'm not going to get into that debate because I'm going to not try and irritate the IndyCar community. I'm also not going to try and irritate any of the top-level road drivers who I try and get some information from on a regular basis. But it really is a varied set of activities that you can do on iRacing. If you're watching, this is our biggest event of the year, so we might have some newcomers watching. If you're watching and you're enjoying and you want to be part of the action, iRacing.com, 40% off new memberships. Every day is race day. Join the world's premier motorsport simulator and get on the road to your own checkered flag. A couple of weeks away from the Bathurst 12 hours. You might want to jump in for that, although that would be a trial by fire. Maybe the Sebring 12 hours in about 2 months' time is a better test for you. Get on your road to being part of an iRacing special event. Marla Racing Team and Mike Partington in front now of Pure Sims Esports and Daniel Croft, who come down on towards pit lane. 16 hours and 56 minutes still to go. Chat's getting interesting. Chat is getting interesting. I think we just saw Paul Tracy show up, Justin.
I'm not going to touch that with the 20-foot pole right now. But either way, we've been following along as the BS Turner machine has been pushing that purple machine on forward still. Give credit to BS Competition and Turner. I know Turner really likes to support the real world side, from the real world side to the virtual side as well, especially with the split paint scheme. They've been doing a very solid job in the sim itself. Keep in mind, some of the real world drivers have done very spectacularly in special event competition. This group has been able to set up a very strong foundation, and yes, while one of the BS Competition affiliated cars, the Bank Machine, is currently off circuit, they've already showcased on social media their full support for those drivers that's already trying to be behind this machine and their other car right now. They're focused on trying to cheer on this 96 car, as well as their other machine.
Looks like we've got a car down on pit lane in the prototype cycle. This is Obsidian Racing and Pedro Sanchez Albert that takes over in the 11. Fernando Busquets will get out. Will be a full stop here. Rolling off with about 45 seconds. So interesting time there, because I was comparing his time to Kova and Matti Sipula. Last time on pit lane for them was upwards of 90 seconds. We'll see for Pedro Sanchez Albert where he feeds out in comparison to the Williams Esports Ben Q car, which should be down onto pit lane this time around. Battles up and down through the field. I asked about cars, and now DJ, given that this is the first time we're commentating together, I'm still trying to get to know what you like. We talked about cars, let's talk about tracks. What new track would you love to see on iRacing? We've had this conversation in the past. People have suggested some really exotic tracks like Fuji, Autopolis, all outside of the US. I have a feeling that maybe you've got a couple more closer to your heart.
I do indeed, although my two original home tracks of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and Kokomo are already on the service. But exotic-wise, I would absolutely love to see Istanbul Park come to the sim. That is one that I have always wanted to be able to drive on the simulator. But in terms of a little closer to home, living in Los Angeles, I would love to see the home of the USAC CRA Nationals, Paris Auto Speedway, the Pass, come to the sim. That dirt track is one of my favorites in the world. It's a half-mile, very great place to go watch a race, and I would love to see that be one of the newly hinted at dirt tracks that iRacing will be adding soon.
It was announced recently that there will be a number of new tracks coming to the dirt oval side of iRacing. Of course, we've already got plenty of rallycross tracks, that's the word I was trying to think of. It is good to see new ovals coming to the fray as well. Justin, what about you? I mean, maybe some up in Canada that people don't really know about.
Yeah, there's a couple that come to mind, especially Delaware Speedway. I do have personal connections with that, doing track announcing there for the past few years. They actually just did a repave and some updates to that facility and are still doing so currently. That's a track I wouldn't mind seeing on the platform and would be fairly popular. It will provide a different type of racing a little bit compared to what it's had in the past in the real world, because it's been talked about by a couple drivers who go there. They're thinking the top line may be more beneficial than the bottom line compared to prior to the repave. But to get to back on topic, Jacasa, which just had its real world facility, have some troubles. That's a facility I've seen talked about a lot. Riviera is something that comes to mind, obviously. That would be a very unique track to try and bring in. You also have street circuits such as Toronto. That could be in the talking points as well. So those are, just on the Canadian side alone, that come to mind specifically, Arjuna. That would bring, I think, a lot of attention and excitement to it, but also bring a lot of love on the Canadian side, since really when you think about it, there's not really any Canadian short tracks, and there's really only a couple road courses on the platform from Canada.
Interesting to note, by the way, that as Michael Romanidis finally rolls off pit lane, taking over from Alexander Spetz in the Williams Esports BenQ car, he's going to emerge probably about 12 seconds back from Pedro Sanchez Albert, in part because he was there stationary for 56.1 seconds. I believe Pedro Sanchez Albert may have taken only 2 tires in that driver change swap, so maybe he's taken front tires only, now has to deal with worn rubber from his teammate Fernando Busquets. But we'll see how it goes for Obsidian Racing, now behind the Mahler Racing team, of course powered by Williams. Looks as though switch around for the GTD lead. Diogo Pinto has had enough of pushing Mikel Gard through the banking, and DJ, he's finally now going to try and stretch his legs and run away.
Yeah, he's been able to sort of save fuel for a long enough time, and that BMW team Redline Red machine, I think, is going to try to pull away here a little bit from that Porsche. Porsche looking pretty good, though, on the straights there in the draft. We haven't really seen this flop around yet, so we don't have a fully accurate idea during our stint, at least, of what these cars are going to be feeling like separate from the draft. So we'll have to see if that BMW is able to hold out the lead, or if the SimSport Green machine, and it's okay to just hold behind for a while, or if they want that lead back.
It's interesting that you say that, DJ, because one thing that we saw yesterday in our Friday night preview is Maxime Briant in the LMP lead comes down onto pit lane. I was wondering why the gap to Josh Rogers was coming down. That will explain it. It's interesting you say that, because one thing that we heard from the drivers, and we kind of saw in that Friday night preview, is the fact that that Porsche is geared a little bit too short. It has less options in terms of gearing compared to some of the other GT cars, which will give you not just maybe an IMSA specific gear ratio. As Diogo Pinto, don't think he got a slowdown. I think he's just playing the game here. Maybe it was Mikel Gard just running a bit slow on the straightaway. But as we'll jump on board and we'll watch the revs, not here into the bus stop, but because he's saving fuel here, but we'll watch them into turn 1. From what we understand, this car is really at the top of its rev range early on the banking, DJ.
Yeah, it is, and that's a little bit surprising that we normally expect that Porsche to be pretty fast in a straight line, but the run from the bus stop all the way down into turn one tends to be one of the longer runs. You can see there in that picture-in-picture the revs building up. It's going to hurt it in a straight line. That's going to hurt it, and I think crucially, it's going to be a little bit detrimental as there you see it start to top out, that very early lift out of it. When we get down into the closing hours of this race, Arjuna, where you have to be just pushing all out, I think it's going to hurt that Porsche a whole lot. And it may be one of the reasons why Mikel Gadd is one of the only Porsche drivers that we are seeing up towards the pointy end of the field.
I have no doubt that we would have also seen the Team Redline Orange 69 car up in the mix as well. That is the car, there it is, the 69, that we would have expected. I'm going to get into it. I was trying to avoid saying his name, but yes, this is the car Max Verstappen would have been driving. Now, the question will be how much driving does Max do, given that after not one, but was it 2 disconnections for this car, Justin? They're down now, several laps down from the lead. It might even have been 3 disconnections.
Yeah, they had a lot of problems, let's put it that way, because Chris Loham had a blackout. We talked about Vecchio within about the same time frame, also had a blackout. So essentially, they were left in that scramble position. The 69 has just not had too much luck in their hands, and they were in a great spot. Keep in mind as well to assist things on forward when it comes to the BMW Team Redline Red Machine, because here's the thing. Remember that Friday night preview race, and remember how Chris Loham tried to be the pusher for much of that run before things separated out a little bit after the pit stop window?
Yep.
They were executing the exact same thing. And then the problems started happening. And then in turn, it became a 7-car train within seconds after the technical issues. In fact, the rest of the pack was starting to close up right before that mark. So it just seemed to all snowball in the opposite direction of what the 71 team had planned and the rest of Redline was planning.
It was fun, that 7-car train, although I'm sure stressful at times. Reminder as well, RaceSpot.tv/timing. Follow your favorite team and drivers over the course of the race. We've got plenty of them still out on track. 40 out of the 50 that took to the green flag are still running and circulating. Question really will be, how many survive to the end of the race? As Joshua Rogers into the pit lane, will be fuel only for the number 2 machine. Where is Maxime Briant? There is Mr. LMP2 grooving his way through the banking. Last I checked, DJ, that gap had come down to almost 11 or so seconds, so it's rather incredible how quickly Rogers has managed to chip away at that gap. He'll start rolling now, and I think it might even be a little bit longer, though. I think he might have lost some time on the in-lap potentially here. Might be about 12 or 13 seconds now.
Yeah, he's going to have a little bit more to do looking at the pit stop deltas. It looks like Josh was actually faster cone to cone, just a hair slower in the pit box itself. But yeah, it starts, it's small. It's under 8 seconds.
Wow, okay. I thought I got confused because, of course, the pit lane limiter line is now extended here compared to where it was a couple of years ago, where basically the pace car is on the entry into turn number 1. Now it's all the way almost where the rejoin happens to accommodate the real-life system as well, where they have RFID to track tires in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. That's a 7.5-second gap, DJ.
It is indeed. He has been able to pull that down massively. Joshua Rogers had for the VRS Coanda Sim Sports team. He is on it, and we've got a little bit of a race on our hands, Arjuna.
I like a race, or apparently Toto Wolff doesn't like a motor race. We won't talk too much about that, given that we've got Max Verstappen fans in the chat. That's just going to open a whole can of worms.
That's an understatement.
I love to just tantalize, put it out there, tease them. While we see some stuff going on, Pedro Sanchez Albert has closed onto the back of Mike Partington. Pedro Sanchez Albert finished 3rd, if I remember off the top of my head, in 2021 ISOWC season. He also then won, after racing on basic hardware for much of the last few years, won a VRS Direct Force Pro as part of the VRS SEO Sprint Masters season-long giveaway. So new hardware for him. I can tell you he's pretty happy with his new gear and clearly is going rapid. Qualifying went decent for them up there in the top 5. holding station where they started. Might get past Mike Partington this time by. One thing that Justin, Will had mentioned in the first 6 hours, Lewis mentioned in the first 6 hours, that's always confusing, is the fact that the Mahler Racing Team, you never know who's actually going to be in that car. Sometimes it's the Williams team, like it is today. Partington, Sotomuto, for example, this past weekend in private leagues. But sometimes, especially in other simulators, it's a BS competition car. It's confusing.
I can see it definitely, absolutely, but it just partly is that bridge showcasing the connection between the various groups, because you have to remember Williams Esports has that connection in turn with some of that side of things competition-wise. So it just, I think, is that networking part of things, but also the who needs what in which car, etc., who's going to have the best opportunity in X, Y, Z, Triple Z, etc. It's all to be thought about there. You know who else? Has had a lot of movement coming in through the week. T3 Motorsport by Maniti Racing. Remember, Maniti Racing was one of the most improved teams of 2021.
Yeah, and that new partnership with the real-life outfit, Team T3 Motorsports, just like we talked about with Team 75 Bernard joining up with SimRC. For T3, it's another combination here. We've seen Maniti over the course of the last, I want to say, 18 months, improving bit by bit. Now they've got a bit more backing. They've always been up there in terms of pace. We saw that, for example, in the VRS SEO Sprint Masters, in the Mercedes, unfavored with the BOP, but able to wrangle some strong performances out of the car. Now with some additional backing, additional support, what will they be able to do? They're hunting down the race clutch number 17. Peter Zuber back behind the wheel of a race clutch car after joining up with the Ryan Race Team for the Sports Car Open Season 5 campaign in an LMP2 car. But it is good to see Zuber back with the French outfit, which also has a partnership with the Alpine Formula One team. There's the bump draft as well. I'm fascinated, DJ, that surely at some point it is beneficial to just try and get in front of the car and pull away rather than bumping and banging this much. Yes, we know this LMP2 car can be a tank, but this is taking it to some new extremes.
Yeah, it really and truly is, Arjuna, and with that much of an overspeed, I've got to think that the biggest thing that is coming into these drivers' minds is just that fuel saving. They are playing the long game, and their teammates are in their ear telling them that their delta time probably not going to be a whole lot faster if they were to get by. They'll be able to stay within the delta if they're able to tuck up behind the other driver and save fuel at the same time. So that's really the only thing I can think of that is causing these drivers to want to just stick behind and bump draft like we've seen the entire race.
Let's focus a bit, though, in terms of prototype action, because while there are several GT battles that are close, it is really just about fuel saving right now and well, making sure you're in the right position at the right time. That gap, bit by bit, is coming down. 6.4 separates Maxime Briant in the Apex 99 car from the VRS Coanda SimSport number 2. Josh Rogers closing down last time by 0.3 of a second. If this is the pace during the night, maybe the question or the answer, I should say, as to this differentiation in terms of the speed, Justin, is the fact that maybe Coanda have a car that's working better in these much cooler conditions. So when we started this race, you take a look at the conditions, 20 degrees in the air, 22 in the track itself. We're only 9 p.m. We have a long way to go during the night because, again, reminder, it is the 29th of January. We are racing when the sun is going to be out there the least here in Daytona Beach, Florida.
And keep in mind, it didn't really get too hot in the first place, Arjuna. It stayed pretty cool. In terms of the Fahrenheit side of things, it was around 82, 84 degrees during the first hour plus of the race. So, for the most part, it's favored the ability to try and stretch the tire stints as long as possible in turn. And if you're able to set up the car for the nighttime, that's always been a benefit. It's been the trend for several years where, since the day-night cycle has come in, knowing how important it is to be able to have speed of the nighttime, you set up the car for said period, because much of the time, you're ending up racing on the cooler temperatures on the racing surface. And VRS Coanda SimSport, obviously know this. And in turn, they've made the car, it seems, be able to fit that exact characteristic like we've seen in the past for these events.
Pedro Sanchez Albert does pass Partington into turn 1, so that's Obsidian back up to 4th. Last time by, it was 7/10 quicker for Josh Rogers through the lap. Traffic didn't help out Briente, who is able to slip down the inside of a Lamborghini into the bus stop chicane, but at this point in time, Coanda looking strong. Remember a couple of years ago in the French countryside, during that 24-hour race, Coanda brought an Audi LMP1 car that was not just the fastest in a straight line, but the fastest in the Porsche curves as well. They had speed without too much downforce dragging them back, but enough stability in that car to sling it through the high-speed sectors of that track. They've got another rocket ship behind them. This time, half a second quicker is Josh Rogers. Lap by lap, it is coming down here at the World Center of Racing. Let's look at social media once more. Josh Bosch Thompson not racing with Williams Esports today. Instead, he was with the always wonderful Was Cooking Racing Adventures, the combo outfit put forward by Craig Setup Shop in the community. We're going to see Juani Lopez, Sindre Set Sauce in partnership with Josh Thompson. Let's not gloss on some of the details here, because he's not too happy about some of his fellow competitors and their egos, as Josh Thompson puts it. But however short the race was, at least he enjoyed the little experience he had. Then you've got the international flavor to this race. It's been a long time since I've spoken French or had to even use my French, but a little update. 6.5 hours into the race, a double stint for this driver, Barbai. They've left the car in P5. The first stint was very difficult. They've changed, and now there's triple stints going on. It's a good rhythm. Car's up to P4. Good job so far. Still a long way to go. Invictus Racing League, they say it's time to start the triple stints. A reminder as well, iRacing Daytona 24. That's the hashtag to keep us up to date with how your races are going. 40+ splits for this one-time slot. 15,000 drivers getting their taste of a Rolex 24. This time by across the line, Briente puts in a 33.292. Rogers only a 189, so it's a 10th here and there, but a 10th will make the difference when we get to the end of this race. Pit stops in GTD underway. We're past getting towards, I should say, another half-hour mark, and it's Valentin Mandernock that brings it onto pit lane, DJ.
Yeah, it is indeed that Lamborghini for R8G just taking fuel here at this point. Doesn't look like there's going to be a changeover. So just waiting here. This is always that point for the driver where you've got to kind of just get your cool back up under you. Remember, when you come out of the pits, even if you don't change tires, the tires will have cooled down a little bit. The brakes will have cooled down. You've got to back up your braking zones, be a little bit nicer on the throttle. No tire change there for the 88. Oh, car off!
That's the Redline car, fortunately not the one that is sitting in the race lead. We'll grab a replay in a couple of moments' time. That is Redline Blue down in 14th spot. Another issue in the second hairpin in the infield. Not the first time we've seen that. While we grab the replay for you in a couple of moments' time, let's focus in on Simink, Satellite Racing, Inertia Sim Racing with Vendaval, as well as Kova, Matti Siepler, all now squabbling over what is 9th position out on track. We were talking of liveries earlier. Justin, I love this Kova livery. Very different to what they had before, but with their new branding, they've gone away from, anything fancy. Instead, the logo itself is the centerpiece of this livery, embossed with the spec maps. It's subtle, but I love it.
Yeah, I believe we're looking at the Kova car, yes, and it looks very good. I find the font very intriguing, where it's almost 1980s punkish style. That's kind of in vogue right now. So it's a decent and intriguing look to try and be more unique in terms of compared to the clean/standardized font styles that we see, I guess you can say. But in regards to that paint scheme you're referring to up the road, I find it intriguing, the number 24 machine with that crossover paint, because it takes a page right out of what we've seen with the number 96 machine. I kind of also at the same time have it where it's almost like my left eye, my right eye or trying to have a wrestling match trying to figure out the exact look because of how big the contrast is.
What I will say about the Kova livery, there is definitely nothing at all to do with appropriating a logo from a certain major esports outfit that competes in certain first-person shooters. Definitely not the case for the Kova car. Let's look, by the way, at what happened to Red Aligned Blue as we get another look inside the wall. Oh, that is the PGZ Motorsports car that was running in third, and Govan Keeney. Now the question will be, is that fatigue or was that just optimism on the side of Govan Keeney? We'll try and get an onboard look here, DJ, and right on board with the Lamborghini.
Well, let's watch it here as they work their way down through the kink. Vankini going to get onto the binders. Oh, you see how squirrely that is? I think that's a little bit of fatigue. I think he didn't exactly back up the braking zone, and you saw how he was kind of sawing at the wheel a little bit. Arjuna, that would tell me that the ABS maybe started to kick in a little bit, and he was really trying to fight that car and fight the rear end from locking.
PGZ Motorsports are down onto pit lane this time by. There might have been a bit of air between the two of them, we're getting word, but they are into the pit stop window, so it was expected that Govan Keeney would bring that car in. Remember, he'll be behind the wheel of the 114 for at least another 3 hours or so from the indications that we've got. Would mean he would have done an incredible stint, and hopefully he's not back in that car before the end of the race. He gets a nice long rest. We also saw while we were watching the replay, flying Matti Kaidasoa has gone and passed Syandra in the Sim.Inc. satellite racing car. Also looks as though Tim Matska has just gone past Peter Zuba in the number 17, so plenty of passing going on in this prototype field as about halfway through the stint, coming to the halfway point of the hour. Also looks as though the other Redline car, this is Redline Purple, qualified in 7th, they're running 7th, tucking up still behind Nathan Lewis. Lots of things going on right now. I see the chat has picked up very slightly as well. Is the question, I think, is the question is Mitchell de Jong racing? Oh, your race leader! Apex Racing Team! Maxime Briand gets spun around with contact with the GT cars. Joshua Rogers to the race lead. What just happened there?
What did we talk about again about this section? The run from the kink to the West Horseshoe has been disaster city when it comes to traffic management. They were taken 3-1, in fact, by Team RSO. We haven't talked about the 96 all day. And here you see right there, the 97 gets a lot of space. There's a little bit of error, of course, also that comes into a factor, let's put it that way. And Apex Racing Team is not going to be happy in their brand new hub.
Yeah, watch this. Just watch with the RSO car, who I don't want to say needlessly drives it, but he's a lap down. He doesn't need to make it 3 wide, knowing that the race leader is on the outside and trying to pass a lap car. Poor Redline Purple there, DJ. They really were the meat in the sandwich, nowhere they could go.
No, absolutely nowhere they could go. And with that car to the inside, as I talked about earlier, that is that spatial awareness you have to have if you are an LMP2 driver to be aware of what's going on. Not only did you have the race leader to the outside, but that was a battle within class. It would have been much more heads up to just back off there, not let anything going. You're not in a battle yourself. You see the leader coming by. Oh, you just hate to see that, Arjuna.
Now the question is, did they get away with that? We're looking at the Apex Racing car now. It looks clean. They may have just gotten away with it. And I see a lot of people saying, Justin, that they're not saying it's the driver's fault there. RSO did not intend for that to happen. There was definitely some technical things that led to that contact. But the reality is, when RSO is 1 lap down and they see the leader trying to take the outside line on a lapped car, it's just not a smart thing to do in a 24-hour race.
Exactly. There's plenty of time to do it. Here's the thing, too. They're not even on the same lap. Where is the 97? This 97 several laps down.
No. The 97 is 1 lap down.
Either way,
but I agree.
They were several laps down. They got a lap back, essentially, from the contact, Arjuna. Let's straighten that out there.
Oh, you're right. Yes, good point.
Yes, so you need to think big picture there. There's still 16-plus hours to go. And on top of things, you have frustration is starting to boil over for the Apex camp, as to be expected, where they want to see drivers go to bed. It's not going to be a happy time, to say the very least, if you're in the 99 camp.
Yep. And one thing that I think we've had a lot of talk about other simulators and the way they handle things. We don't like to talk too much about netcode and things, but the reality is there's not much, there's no real other platform that offers what iRacing does, which is the ability to pick up a race at any point during the day and race wheel to wheel with people around the globe. There are certain innate realities, such as the speed of light, which restrict how quickly you can transfer data around the world. That's just the reality. And then you've got, if we want to go really deep into the technical rabbit hole, the reality that it's not always going to transfer at the speed of light, because that's not the way the world works. So it's not always great, but it is better than some of the alternatives where you could have cars that you just don't see. And we saw that a week ago. Plenty of drama in another platform which had, because the netcode maybe works slightly differently, they have other things that they have to deal with as well. But drivers have to take that into account. Drivers need to be smart, just like you think about the fact that you can't necessarily blow an engine, or an engine won't expire the same way it does in the real world. You've got other technical failures that you might have in the sim. One of those things that you've just got to deal with. I did see a comment, and I agree. We should talk more about Mikkelgard, Fire Sim Sport, and the new outfit from the Danish camp, because they've been impressive. New on the block, they picked up the likes of Lasse Bak, Mikkelgard, a whole bunch of impressive young Danish drivers. And really, I mean, we saw this at Petit Le Mans last year as well, Justin. The fact that they managed to build this program so quickly with drivers that have competed against each other now working together, it speaks to how adaptable these drivers are.
You're right on that, because here's the thing you have to think about too. A lot of the teams, especially in the past year, in some parts of the community, Arjuna, it's more so prevalent on the oval side, they try and keep a decent rapport. There's some who end up having friends that span 5, 6, 7 technical alliances. The managers may not know that full extent at times, but there's a lot of connections to build on forward. And guess what happens if you, say, have to move on, or say, keep that good rapport? You may be able to say, okay, we all need to go to a place. Let's start our own group. Let's work all together since we've been friends for X amount of time. It just makes sense, Arjuna, from that standpoint. And if you feel that comfortability to work with one another, and know you can work together well, it puts yourself in a solid position. And this is a good example, absolutely, where you have drivers who have raced against each other, know how they race against when they're on the racetrack, know that they're in the situation where they might be in a better spot to be able to work together, and starting to seed in turn and proving doubters wrong in turn.
Can tell you, word from the Apex camp, Justin mentioned it, we've got a word from the facility. That's not the first time that they've had a moment with the RSO car, so Apex are really not happy. I can tell you, I think they've gotten away with it, DJ, because the lap times are still fairly consistent for Brienne. But unfortunately, they're consistently still slower than Joshua Rogers. That gap is starting to open up. There's still a long way to go in this race. Other drivers will jump behind the wheel of both cars, but at least for now, it's Coanda back in control of this race.
Indeed it is, as Joshua Rogers has been able to pull that away over the last couple of laps, just doing what he was doing to that Apex Racing Team machine earlier, pulling out a couple of tenths here and there over the course of the past couple of laps. I see 4 tenths, 2.5 tenths, 3 tenths. That's just the kind of pace that Josh Rogers needs to put down if you are behind the wheel of that VRS Coanda machine.
How the tide turns in these long endurance races. One moment you're on top of the world, the next moment you are commiserating with the misery of some of the other cars as well. That's a cone murder. Joshua Rogers report to the cone police. 7 seconds the gap between the 2021 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup champion Maxime Briant behind him as pit stops back underway across of the prototype field. Mike Partington in the Mahler race team car brings that on to pit lane once more. Bo Rigor for the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team, they're also down onto pit lane. Meanwhile, in the GTD category, not getting the best view of them there. It is Patrick Holtzman that will take over from Diogo Pinto in the BMW team Redline Red number 71. Not far away from seeing Mikkel Gard bring in his car. Will we see a bit of change between the drivers of the number 9? And again, remember, Justin, that we're on slightly different strategies between the likes of RAG, between the likes of Redline. So there comes Valentin Mandenok to round himself out of NASCAR Turn 4 and towards the start-finish line. He will emerge back in front of Patrick Holtzman, but they're offset in terms of tire strategy.
And that's going to lead to the cat and mouse we've seen over the years in these types of events. Keep in mind, as that didn't help out a little bit there with, yes, there was some traffic and a bit of draft, but still makes things a bit intriguing up at the front. But to get back to the exact point you're trying to make there, we've seen in several cases, Arjuna, where one team may say, okay, we want the track position, let's double, triple, quadruple stint a set of tires at some of the racetracks, and it becomes that back and forth affair. That's just the nature of endurance racing in turn, where you stick to your strategy. You can't necessarily easily flip-flop in the middle of the window, per se.
Totally off topic. Totally off the topic, but it's just popped into my head. We've talked plenty about these real-world affiliations. For example, that Team 75 Bernard car, T3 Motorsports as well. But one thing that we've kind of saw at the end of last year that really caught my eye and got my attention was Tronsskolen, which is a boarding school which has several tracks for its students. They've got all sorts of things, equestrian, horse riding, etc., etc. But one thing that they now have is sim racing. DJ, I mean, come on. Imagine going to school and being encouraged to sim race.
Yeah, I want to know where that was when I was an undergrad, because I would have absolutely jumped on that. It's really pretty incredible. It's a little bit of, I think, what you see out of the University of Northern Ohio, obviously, which has very, very tight, close ties with the Limaland circuit in terms of them being able to go out and physically work on cars, work on dirt cars. That is a part of the curriculum. Yeah, I really wish that could have been something. It's incredible, and it shows you just the reach and the fun and the overall impact that sim racing is starting to have, not only in the racing world, but in the world at large.
Justin's asking, is that a school for billionaires? I don't believe it is, Justin, because if it was a school for billionaires, they just go and race real cars. Let's be honest.
Okay, I guess we're opening that. Oh, but in regards to the school side of things, getting into the esports scene when it comes to racing in particular, that's been something that's been getting more and more intriguing over the past few years because, for example, some of the special event side of things and league racing side of things, University of Kentucky comes to mind, they'll let their students who are a part of their esports program be able to stream while they're racing in these types of events. It's been done in the past. And as well, there's actually a full-on collegiate league that is for the road and oval side, Arjuna, that schools from the United States and Canada take part in, that has a very big following. Remember the VCO Awards?
Yes.
One of the drivers who was a part of that vote was from that camp, from the collegiate scene.
Oh, okay, I see. Remind me of the name. I think I know who you're talking about.
I forget the exact name off the top of my head, but it's one of the popular drivers who is one of the top competitors for the Collegiate iRacing League is the exact name of it. But it's been something that's been gaining more and more traction over the past couple of years. I know some of the drivers from the NASCAR side who are in the higher ranks for Road to Pro qualifiers.
We'll get back to that.
They're
Sorry,
also
Justin.
making runs.
We'll get back to that because Lasse Bach has taken over the Fire Simsport number 9 car from Mikkel Gard, but 41 seconds in pit lane. He has not taken tires. He is putting himself back onto the same strategy as RAG Esports, but now we've seen this before, DJ, but it's not an easy task. You can't practice with someone else's tires unless you spend all of that time and invest all of that time. Lasse Bach has to get up to speed with Mikkel Gard's used tires to fight off Valentin Mandenok, who is 3 seconds back.
and that is going to be quite the task to do, especially in that Porsche, which is notorious for some rear wheel spin. Obviously, a rear engine, rear wheel car can be very, very tail happy coming out of corners, so that is really going to put the pressure on him. As you said, Arjuna, you don't know exactly where the wear points are. You don't know how hard it is going to be to push, so I wouldn't be surprised in these first couple of laps if we see a little bit of slower pace out of it as he gets up to speed and then really can start to put his own lap times down.
3 seconds the gap. Govan Keeney in the PGZ 114, about 1.5, 1.8 further back in line. Battle for first, really starting to ratchet up as we work ourselves towards the 16 hours to go mark. Gap for the race lead opening up very slightly in the prototype battle. Now 7.7 seconds as Maxime Brient tries to put that moment behind him. The Mahler Racing Team closing up on Daniel Croft, who should be down onto pit lane this time by, so the 16 will give Mike Partington the position back. Also close between Dean Woods and Peter Zuba, another car that should be onto the pit lane this time around. Syandra for the Sim.Inc. satellite racing team comes out of the pit lane as Daniel Croft pulls himself in. Reminder as well, if you're watching on and you're racing in this top split and you want to come and have a chat with us, head over to our RaceSpot TeamSpeak, ts.RaceSpotTV. Always happy to have a chat with you. And even if you're not in this top split but you want to come and say hello and you're not going to get us in trouble, we're always happy to talk to the who's who of sim racing. Justin, it is crazy to think that we're already, 3 weeks into 2022, and what a year 2021 was. I mean, you and I got to commentate on so many exciting races, so many exciting moments as well, and I'm sure 2022 is going to continue to pick up steam for all of sim racing.
I think so on the driving side in particular, because there's a lot of momentum coming towards a lot of teams right now. We're seeing lots of groups come in, real world teams in particular, as well as others from other esports disciplines in those thought processes right now. And that's one of the things to consider, is a lot of people are seeing the potential in the growth, especially since there was the accelerated growth from a couple of years ago. And really, for the most part, there hasn't been too much lost ground, if any, in basically all disciplines on the iRacing service in particular. So there's that strong mindset and strong point. On the broadcast side, it gets interesting, to say the very least, because anything can happen, let's put it that way.
Yep, so many fascinating things going on. More and more real-world drivers take regular commitments into sim racing. You think back to the end of the VCO Pro Sim series where, Max Verstappen was in the middle of fighting for his first world championship, decided to show up because his teammate gave him a call on, an hour's notice just before the Grand Prix in Saudi Arabia, and Max was doing some practice for that race, decided he didn't want to practice for that race anymore, and just decided that, he'd go and send it at Sebring. Just went and put it on pole in the race that he qualified for. Really showed himself up well. And Justin, you bring up another good point. There's a whole number of drivers that, after taking a couple of years off for whatever number of reasons, have elected to return to sim racing.
One of the best examples, at least on the oval side, that comes to mind is, how much do you know about Kyle Peddle, Arjuna, first of all?
None.
That much, I see.
Yes, no, I was trying to think about it.
He's one of the drivers in the 2022 eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series field.
Okay.
Here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize. He was amongst those who was competing the predecessors to iRacing with some of the best at that time, as well as raced at a decently fast level in the early days of the platform itself in iRacing. And as everything else goes in the backdrop right here, in all seriousness with Peddle, he also broadcasted races to the point where he was co-announcer at one point with Evan Pasoko during several series.
I did see you put out a tweet about that.
Yes, and Most people, I don't think, realize that. And then he became a pilot with Porter Airlines. Here's the thing. The connections we talked about being so beneficial earlier, he used those connections to get back into the racing scene. And he mentioned in a podcast interview that's actually being fully released by the end of this weekend, that he wanted to do that almost on purpose because he didn't want people to know, okay, I'm with this group. He wanted to showcase that he can do this in terms of driving.
Gotcha.
He won a second split race in the eNASCAR Road to Pro qualifying iRacing series. He also scored in the points in the top 20 for both the qualifying rounds for RTP and the Contender Series. Someone that has a lot of respect, I think, from my part, because he's someone that went under everybody's radar, that most people don't remember from the early days, and then showed he still has speed, while also still being a pilot, by the way.
Oh, interesting. So he's busy.
Yes, indeed.
2 battles going on. Battle for 14th and LMP2. Battle for the GTD lead has lap traffic in the way. Fire is still in front, but here comes the push from R8G. I'm going to push that Team 75 car forward. I don't think Fire is going to complain too much. This is fuel saving for Lasse back, who will let Valentin Mandenok back to the race lead. R8G back in control of this race. Meanwhile, we saw T3 Motorsports getting past the Drive Dead Racing number 12 in the battle for 14th as they round themselves past the 89 Zebra car, all popping to the outside into the International Horseshoe. It's crazy to think that even without safety cars, DJ, these drivers are still this close on track.
It's absolutely bonkers, Arjuna. I mean, we are just ticking down the time here, and you think about the gaps that develop in a sprint race. You think about how big that is, and the fact that even with the mistakes that we have seen and the unfortunate incident there for Apex Racing Team, that they are still within 7 seconds of VRS Coanda Sim Sports with about 8 hours down in this race. It is absolutely mind-blowing that these drivers are here, and it shows you just the top level of competition that exists here in this top split.
And you think about the evolution of this race as Maxime Briant brings the Apex Racing Team number 99 into pit lane. Will this be the driver change that we've been waiting for? It's crazy to think how this race has evolved from 2015, when the first race was fixed daytime conditions. The second race was fixed nighttime conditions, and then 3 years after, 2 years after the first running, we finally had that full day-night cycle, which is now par for the course in iRacing. It's almost just normal. It wasn't normal when it launched this event. Hopefully next year we get the addition of rain. You think back to a couple of years ago when it was torrential, monsoon-level rain here in Daytona Beach, really threw a whole bunch of spanners into the woodwork for all the teams and drivers. Up on the jacks, Briant jumps out. So Mr. LMB2 is out of the car. Michele Costantini jumps into the 99 car. Frenchman hands over to an Italian. We'll see now if Michele can bring the charge to Coanda, who are rounding themselves out of, I believe this is NASCAR turn 4. Don't think they'll be down onto pit lane this time by. It will likely be the next time around they come and pit, as they duck and dive their way through the traffic. 56 seconds stationary for Michele Costantini. All 4 tires being changed there. Be interesting now to see for Josh Rogers who jumps into this car, because Coanda have a smorgasbord of talent, Justin.
Well, that's an understatement and a half. Let's put it that way. That's what I'm trying to say. Essentially, here's the entry list they have right now in Sim. Mitchell Dion, who has had stints so far throughout the night. Tobias Gard, who we know has decent pace as well. It's been Dion and Rogers in the car itself so far. And then there's the well-known person in Philip Stam, who will be that 4th person. Currently in that respective grouping, it appears he may be on the box, though. Looks like...
But he's... Oh, no, you're right. He
is listed in Sim without a fair share number specifically, for those confused on that regard, by the way. So, essentially, there's the 3 drivers, it seems, to be in that regard. When do we see Tommy? We'll have to see because I believe it's the middle of the night nearly in Europe,
Yes,
is it not?
It is, it is. In
So,
Gronau, I believe is how you say it.
So in our words, is he the one who ends up going for the overnight stints? We'll see.
I don't think there's much sleep going on tonight for these drivers. Reminder as well, for the likes of Rogers, he's not going to be competing in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Rogers into pit lane. We'll get that answer. Who will jump behind the wheel this time by? Justin, take a look, because I have the screen very small, because I'm also on production here, so it's very difficult for me to tell. Has Tommy done a lap here? I think he's got a 0
No.
to it. Okay, yeah, so okay, Philip Stam is not going to be driving that car. I'm almost 100% sure, though. They had 4 drivers listed for that car this morning when I was looking on social media.
And it looks like at the very least the driver change is coming in, and is it on cue for the person? Yes, it is! Just like we may have thought and predicted in our heads and thought into existence.
It is
But
Tommy.
it makes sense. It makes sense, and I'm hearing big crunches somewhere.
I'm not hearing the crunches, so maybe go take a look and see if you can pull our attention towards what happened there. But there we go, driver change. We'll get a look at where Rogers feeds out in comparison. Not Rogers, excuse me. It's now Oscar feeds out in comparison to Costantini. For those who watched the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, you remember the race at Spa a couple of years ago where Oscar dominated and took his first victory there as well. Really impressive driving. It was a 3-car bump draft we're hearing from Justin Prince. I believe it would be the battle that we've just tuned into here, Justin.
Yes, every car in this grouping was bump drafting each other nose to tail down the entire tri-oval in towards in and out, and I think that sound that it was referring to was exactly some of the drivers maybe rubbing a little bit as they try to hit their various braking marks. That's a little bit of a risk, obviously, trying to go nose to tail like that, because there's a rule in stock car racing. Don't push the pusher.
Yes.
Guess what? They decided to push the pusher.
Didn't end in disaster, that's all I'll say. Going back to the point, though, DJ, I've gone and looked on social media. I can confirm 4 drivers were announced to be a part of this car. It was meant to be Rogers, De Jong, Oscar, and Mac Backham. The question will now be, did Backham... Oh, God, I've just realized you can make some awful puns with what I'm about to say. Did Backham back out, or is there potentially going... Did something else happen there?
I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to see. It may just be a situation where he is coming in a little bit later. Maybe a little bit of a ringer for happy hour when the sun comes up to put him in. But I wouldn't think so.
The problem with that, though, is that you have to register your drivers before the race, DJ. And I don't see him listed on the sheet.
That's a good point. And if that's the case, running a 3-car team... It's a little risky because you want to have as much fresh blood as you can. You want to keep as much new competition in and not with drivers that are starting to feel tired. But at the same time, if you limit the number of drivers you have in the car, that also can be a benefit to you because it will help you to weigh out any sort of changes in driving style that may throw you off. It limits the number of variables that you have coming into the car. So it may have been a little bit of a strategy call from them.
I'm trying to get word from the Coanda camp. One thing I will note is that for the race last week, they flew in all sorts of drivers. Dane Warren flew in from Australia to race from the new esports hub. They flew in even some of their content people. Elliot Roberts got to go and meet Coanda for the first time, not just taking virtual pictures, but real pictures as well. Zach Campbell, who is in our YouTube chat, flew in from Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, not Georgia the country, to play strategist for the race there. We'll get word from hopefully him as to what has happened to Hyper Mac Backham. I can't read Zach's answer on air because that's going to get me in a whole bunch of trouble. Zach, be serious.
Okay. This is not why you don't have a conversation through the broadcast itself on the air. Anyway,
this is why Zach is not allowed to have interviews here on RaceSpot. Oh!
Wait.
Oh my! What's happened? Oh, it's changed hands once more! Tommy Oscar has had an issue coming through the bus stop. Costantini retakes the race lead. Chaos through the night.
Oh no, it's the Turtles again, Arjuna. And it's an even worse one than what Rogers did. They went straight up on the Turtle.
What is there damage? Is there damage on the Team Yes car? I am so befuddled right now. So they're passing some lap traffic. They fly it into the bus stop. Looks okay. Oh, Kova behind had a great view of the action. Nothing went wrong there. We'll get a look on board, DJ. It's the curb. The question is, how does someone like Tommy make this mistake?
I'm not entirely sure as we watch it dive down in there. A little bit of a blip on the throttle. He just misjudged it. It's as simple as that. I think he was so focused on getting around that Kova car behind him that it threw off his line by just a bit and just nailed that inside curve.
Well, that changes things. It is now a 4.7 second advantage that the Italian Michele Costantini has over Tommy Osgaard. Word from Coanda. I've heard from Philip Stam himself, because Zach Campbell was so useless that Philip had to get in contact with me. Mac Backham is sick, so that answers the question. A late change there, but I'm sure that's not going to cause too much of drama. The question now is more about what's happening on track, JP.
Well, that's now another major incident involving the class lead in the LMP2s. Does anybody want the lead at this rate? Let's put it this way. Everyone's been stepping on their feet so much right now that the number 18 machine, who was about, 30 seconds back before everyone started spinning and getting involved in trouble, is within 12 seconds. Guven's got a chance to bring that car back in the conversation.
He is slightly different on strategy. Remember, driver changes across the board for the first two cars. For the third place car, 46 seconds. So he would have taken probably front tires only, if I'm thinking about that one correctly. So he will then have to pay the punishment later on in the race. We're going to grab a replay of that incident and we'll slow it down. Just watch as the car bounces over the curb, because it looks okay initially. That curb is not there in real life, DJ. It was there when iRacing scanned the track, but as you'd suspect for the Daytona 24, the Rolex 24, it has been removed because it's not conducive to this type of endurance racing, and we see why with that incident.
Yeah, exactly, and it's caused a lot of consternation among iRacers that it has been added here. Obviously, the sim wanting to put it in to make things a little bit different out on track, but it has just been throwing up all kinds of problems for these drivers here today, and there you see the latest victim of it.
And the shocking thing is that it's now 2 incidents for one of the strongest teams, not just in iRacing, but across of sim racing. So that is more drama in the story. They were about 7/10 slower than Costantini last time, but hard to tell with traffic if it was necessarily related to what happened there. But we'll keep our eyes on it, and we'll hopefully get an answer very, very shortly. Moritz Lohner in the third of the Coanda prototypes, down in 17th, will come down onto pit lane. Usually drives with Door Esports, but now we've seen him somewhat regularly competing with Coanda, starting with the VCO Pro Sim Series. We'll now get the chance, though, to talk to one of the head honchos at Team Redline. Atzi Kirchhoff, one of the OGs in sim racing, joins us in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth. Atzi, welcome to RaceSpot. Congratulations first on your recent titles in the Virtual Le Mans Series, as well as an incredible 2021. You won so many of these iRacing special events.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. Great to be here on this, what is it, almost midnight? No, it's 10 o'clock here, actually. Yeah, it has been quite a journey the last year, and hopefully we can keep it up this year unless, well, races like this are happening. We're not going so well this race yet, but the race is still on.
One thing I want to ask you about is this partnership that you have with BMW Motorsport. Of course, last year we did also see the Porsche 24 driven by Redline car that you competed across the special event. But now with less teams being affiliated with BMW, you really are one of the major and probably the biggest name associated with that program. What's it like for you guys to be, partnered with a manufacturer like that who are, really involved and invested in sim racing?
Yeah, well, incredibly honored, of course, to work with BMW, such a great brand. I think, yeah, last year we built a lot on our relationship, and together with BMW, we built a lot on our team as well. And I think together we did well so far. I think the team is very fine-tuned at the moment, and yeah, representing such a big brand as always, it comes with a lot of pressure. Like I said, this year there's a few BMW teams left, and we are one of them, and the pressure is on us. And yeah, we want to perform, we want to win, and we will try.
And from your perspective, what's the, of course, a couple of years ago when you absorbed a lot of the drivers from the former Pure Racing team, the likes of Max Benecke, Gianni Vecchio, and so on, you really inherited a really strong iRacing team to add to the impressive lineups that you have in other simulators. You've added to that in the last year or so. Patrick Holtzman, about a year ago. More recently, the likes of Chris Lullum, Luke Bennett, really showing how strong they are as well. How difficult is it for you as, one of the team managers to coordinate such a group of drivers across of different simulators and across of all the different things that you compete in?
Yeah, it's a challenge. We're quite a big team, and the talent in our team is great, and the drivers individually, I think they're all best of the world. What we've been trying to do is create a group of drivers who work together with the engineers, together with the managers, to create a certain synergy in the team where everyone can profit from each other. Yeah, working together, learning from each other, and that's not only putting the hours in, but also working on the setup and understanding the setup. And I think over the last years, we have grown a lot in there, and the priority was to create a real team. And I think right now, yeah, you can see that where we enter, we try to be competitive, cross-platform, of course. So we not only focus on iRacing, but also like the last races on the virtual Le Mans or as the Corsa, we try to represent um, always in the top three, and that's the aim and that's the goal. And if we don't make it, then we need to look in the mirror and make sure that we will the next time. So yeah, this is going better and better, but the competition is fierce. And as you see today, the guys are in the front are doing a great job. There are no weak spots anymore in most of the teams, so you need to do everything absolutely perfect. And yeah, the pressure is on us, and on this one we just need to keep performing. We need to keep getting better because our level of last year is probably not enough for this year anymore.
And so now you spend most of your time managing, but of course you're pretty accomplished sim racer yourself. Look back to 2013, second in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, 3 victories to your name, about almost 15 podiums in 2 and a bit years of World Championship action. But now you do a lot of stuff, not just in sim racing, but outside of sim racing as well. You work, I believe, with Alfa Romeo as a what do you call it, development coach?
Yeah, indeed. Driver performance consultant is my job, and yeah, indeed, this year every race I will go to the track with Formula One. So I will be away for over 180 days, I think, this year on the racetrack. So it's going to be an intense one. But yeah, Team Redline, of course, everything is virtual, so you can run most of the management stuff abroad or in the airplane or in the hotel. So that's not a problem at all. But indeed, yeah, sim racing gave me a lot, and what started 10 years ago has grown into a nice career with different companies based on simulation training. Either it's training of training of Formula 2, Formula 3 drivers, or now this year and last year the Formula 1 challenge. So there is definitely potential when you're good at sim racing, and yeah, for me it worked out pretty well in a career as well.
And one final question, and we'll let you go and maybe get some sleep as well. When you talk back to those first days in sim racing, could you ever imagine where you are now, not just with the career you've got, but the fact that Redline is established as sim racing in a sim racing sense, but you also have the likes of Max Verstappen, Antonio Felix Acosta, and Danny Young-Kader, so many professional drivers that come and choose to willingly spend time with you guys.
Yeah, I think the sim racing world, it's shifting a little bit where we were screaming for a real good drivers in the past. I think the tables have turned a little bit. Team Redline has become a team where real drivers are proudly a member of, and I think again talking about synergy, but the combination of the real drivers with the sim drivers, both have their strengths. The sim drivers are robots on track, on the virtual track, but the real drivers, they know how they can maximize their time on track, so they can optimize the setup quicker. They think about things differently, and communicating about this. And I think that's our strength. Where for example, Max is our main ambassador in the team. He's actually the guy who puts a lot of work in and puts a lot of pressure on the guys as well to tag along and to make sure that we are performing on par, because we always feel like we need to win, and yeah, together we find out how we can do that by finding the right setup or strategy.
Well, congratulations on all the successful Redline in 2021. Multiple special event wins, the VCO Simi for best team, and now just a week ago 2 championships in that virtual Le Mans series at sea. Best of luck for this upcoming year. Enjoy your travels, and hopefully it's not the last time that we speak to you this year.
Thank you very much. Good luck this race, and enjoy watching everyone.
So that was the Team Redline manager Atsi Kirchhoff, one of the OGs of sim racing. Again, he has won 3 World Championship races here in iRacing. Plenty of experience to his name, but we'll focus now again on some of the fighting that involves some of Atsi's friends. You've got Team Redline Purple leading a train that includes the IRS, not the Internal Revenue Service, but the Infinite Racing Services team. The Bila Racing Team Euronics, they're on their recovery, as well as BS Turner. One thing that DJ I really enjoyed hearing from Atsi is the way that sim racing has enabled him to take a career path into real-world motorsports. Now, traveling with the F1 circus, it's something that a lot of us dream about.
It is indeed, and no matter what side of the sim world you are on, we are seeing more and more drivers, coaches, commentators, everything start to make that crossover into the real world. And we were talking earlier about, schools starting to put this in there. Sim racing is really becoming more and more of a stepping stone to get out into the real world. It's becoming a far more cost-effective strategy, as I think you said, Arjuna, to be able to get yourself recognized a little bit, maybe start to put yourself out there for some real-life racing opportunities, and it's opening doors that previously would not have been open for many, many folks around the world.
Yeah, I mean, for example, to kind of built to that point, Moritz Lohner, we mentioned him driving with the 81 VRS Coanda team. He's did a couple of races in DTM Trophy in 2021. GT4 car, the circus that follows the DTM paddock, and got a podium in his first race weekend. Also learned that in some ways sim racers are a little bit fairer when it comes to how they race with their competitors. Got bullied wide at turn 1 in one of his first races, just being pushed off onto the gravel. You've also got the likes of, I know it's not fair to maybe say someone like Lauren Heinrich or even Cembuluk Bassi, because they've done a decent amount of real-world racing before they even got into sim racing. Oh, that's a disaster. It's not just one car, but 2 LMP2 cars off the road. Peter Zuba in the race clutch number 15, and Alexander Gravui, the other car. We'll get a replay in a couple of moments' time. But JP, going back to that point, it's interesting how, I think pre-pandemic, we were looking at a lot of tournaments and series that were talking about how they would give opportunities for drivers to get behind the wheel in real-world competition. Now we don't even need those series. The opportunities are starting to present themselves.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, because especially, you mentioned the driver's side, for example. If you have the talent and put yourself in front of the right people and make the right connections, then that opens up doors. There's the saying, for example, in many industries, including the announcing industry. Hold on. Yes, you're right. Someone's way off.
It's Lasse back, and he's almost rejoined into the path of oncoming traffic. 2 replays that now we're going to go and have to take a look at. So we'll go big screen for it. JP, talk us through this one.
Yeah, gonna have to take a look at this and remember that fancy paint scheme. Well, it just got some dust ups because it tried to go to the right, was blinking its lights. Lasse back still wanted to arc it in properly on the racing line, moved up the track and into the front end of the 24. I have to take a look at this one, and this is just traffic management. There's the outside, and just, I don't know what Lasse was thinking there, because it was already clear they were going to the outside, blinking the lights and everything. Just let him go.
He's trying to maximize the corner, maximize the entry to the next corner. I think there is a car's width between Inertia and Vendaval and the grass, so I think he expected a little bit more room to be given. I'm not saying it's necessarily the Inertia car's, Matti Kaidasoa's fault there entirely, but I think that's what happened with Lasse back. DJ, talk us through what happens here.
Well, I was watching this one live. This is just a kerfluffle coming down into the horseshoe. You can see that number 17 in front get checked up a little bit as we ride on board with Gravui. There you can see, I don't think he expects him to brake nearly as early and just tries to take it around the outside, maybe gets caught up in those marbles a little bit, and the braking distance just a little bit farther than he expected, and it is a classic little tip into the back of that number 17.
Here's a look from the aerial angle. Delta Sport just trying to go a little bit deeper under the brakes than maybe the race clutch car was going. It's the race clutch car, though, that will pay the penalty there. And as we rejoin live pictures, let's pick up the Fira SimSport car and let's see where they have shaken up. They're in fourth, 5 seconds back from Reino Talvar in the BMW Team BS competition car. But that is now about a 12-second loss, I would estimate, given that they're now about 15, excuse me, it'll be more than that. That's a big penalty to have been, no, I was right, I was about right, 9-second penalty, give or take. So for Lasse back, just like we were talking about with some of the other cars, they've got to get their mind focused up and not dwell too much on the incident that has happened. And talking about incidents, well, DJ, this gap is opening up. Michele Costantini has got the bit between his teeth last time around. Almost 6/10 quicker than Tommy Oscar. The gap between Coanda and Apex is up to 8.5 seconds. Ow! That was a lockup from Oscar on the marbles, locked the right front and almost slid off into the grass. Not comfortable right now.
No, that, yes, a numbered car, certainly not looking its best out here after the whole, the handover for Osgard. He's been struggling in traffic a little bit as well, just trying to get past those GTDs. He was able to gain about 0.7 of a second 2 laps ago over Costantini, but it just doesn't look like that on average that yes numbered car really is in its comfort zone here. We're eking closer and closer to midnight. It's just past 10 o'clock here, virtual standard time. The track temperature has begun to fall a little bit, so I think there are some setup tweaks that may need to happen for that VRS Coanda SimSport team to just try to make him feel a little bit better behind the wheel.
Did you say virtual standard time?
Yes, I did.
I like that. I'm stealing that. I love that one. I love that one. Now you can see the track conditions has dropped a degree or two in terms of the air temperature. Might drop a couple more degrees in terms of the track temperature as well. You can see it's relatively gusty. 10 km/h winds across the track might play a little bit of a factor, but still a long, long way to go in this one. We are now 15 hours and 45 minutes left on the clock. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. Alongside for the ride in this second stint on the commentary is DJ Clark and Justin Prince. To take you through hours 13 to 18 will be our man from the land down under, David Haynes. He'll be joined by Ewan O'Leary as well as Andrew Kinsella before Will Vincent, Connery Maddock, and Lewis McLeod will rejoin with about 6 hours left on the clock to take you through to the checkered flag. Happy to have your company here on RaceSpotTV. A reminder as well that you can interact with us by using the hashtag iRacing Daytona 24. And I tell you what, whoever is controlling the Apex Racing Team socials, understatement of the year, and we're already in January. What a roller coaster. On lap 297, Michele Costantini has retaken the lead after the Sausage Club claims another victim, although it's the same car, so same victim. If you guys can't cope, I do not blame you, but at least you've got each other for company at your brand new facility in the Apex Racing Team Center. Here's a look at Corey Nichols, who's in one of the other time slots of the race. Although he says, oh, okay, no, I misunderstood this one. 4 hours down, 4 to go. I'm assuming that means drive time. Wishing the best of luck to the rest of his teammates. So remember, RaceSpotTV on RaceSpot.tv/timing for timing. iRacing Daytona 24 on social media, on the Twitter machine, to talk to us throughout the race as we work our way once more towards the halfway marker of another hour. Again, I mentioned this earlier, JP, but last year, the fact that we had VCO coming on board to sponsor and advocate for these special events really made it really nice. The fact that it's not just bragging rights on the line for a lot of these events, but the fact that we had actual trophies to win these ones for all of the class winners, it just adds something more special to these top split events.
You're absolutely correct, because it adds that sentimental value of having something physical. But also in turn, you mentioned some of the equipment side of things, I believe. That also adds that incentive of, okay, we're racing for X prize. And that causes a lot of drive to try and win a certain race. That just adds that extra incentive as a racer, because there's a saying that's been floated around. Alex Bergeron specifically was one of the people who brought it up during the preseason when I spoke with him in preparation for that World Championship side of things. You're racing to be able to do it as a living. And that's the main thing I think that partly comes up to mind in that.
Justin has also just sent me some stats for today's race. 3,911 teams with just under 15,780 declared drivers across all of the race session. 2 teams registered across all 4 sessions. Not sure if their luck has just been that bad or if they were hedging their bets and trying to just figure out which race they had the biggest chance of winning. 7 customers, so 7 drivers declared as drivers across of all of the 4 sessions. So that is crazy. Over 22,000 members online. Of course, not just this Daytona 24 going on right now, still the regular races going on. If you're not an endurance fan, there's plenty more to tickle your fancy. One thing that I wanted to talk to you about, JP, is of course you're covering the World of Outlaws iRacing World Championship, the Sprint Car World Championship. What a season it's been so far, and with, 2 races left to go, it's coming down to the wire. And I don't want to open up the conspiracy theories too much, but poor Alex Bergeron just can't catch a break.
Well, one of the main things that some people may not realize is there was a massive snowstorm during the eastern seaboard around that time, so that may have been an impact. But here's the bigger thing. Cameron Merriman could have nearly clinched the championship at the end of that night.
Oh, poor Cameron.
He couldn't make... All he needed to do was make 3 more sets of turns.
It was
but
what?
You end up...
0.4 miles? Something like that?
Yeah, But here's the thing, remember... For those who did not tune in, Hayden Cardwell had a similar issue what I'm about to describe, where at a certain point, once the track was starting to wear in and slicking up, if you ran the cushion, there was a strong chance if you pushed too hard, you would push up the track a little bit more, hit the outside wall coming out of turn 4, which would direct you hard into the front straightaway wall, right past the pit exit, essentially. That happened to Cameron Merriman. Flipped Cameron Merriman on his side, in fact, coming to the white flag. And speaking with the post-race interviews and getting the sense of feeling from that, there was a lot of heartbreak it seemed from the Cameron Merriman side of things, because here's the thing. Bergeron, despite losing several laps with those technical issues referred to, is still your points leader because of Merriman's mistake. Merriman, if he doesn't do that, would have been up by 40, 50 points.
It's crazy. It is insane. 2 races left. Tune in Monday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. 2 very interesting races left on the calendar. Govan Keeney out of pit lane once more, still in that car. I get the suspicion there may be a driver change next time by, if I've done the math correctly. Registered in that car is Pablo Arujo, so that would potentially be that other driver. DJ, are they literally just splitting this up into 2 stints at this point?
I think that seems to be what they're doing. I mean, at this point, I don't see why you wouldn't do a simple half down the middle split in terms of drive time. There doesn't seem to be a lot of bleed over unless, as you said, maybe on that next stint, which should get them to, under about 15 hours to go, you maybe bring him in for the final stint at the end to keep him running the time. But I think, Arjuna, you just run it straight down the middle at this point.
He must be getting bored. Forget tired, forget fatigued. Surely doing this many laps at Daytona. I'm going to be careful because I know a lot of people love Daytona. RAG, by the way, and Valentin Mandanok, they're into pit lane in that number 88 car. But it's not the most technical of tracks, DJ. Yes, it's hard to be consistent, don't get me wrong, but it's not got the charm of a Bathurst, a Nordschleife, a Sebring, some of the other special events we got coming up. Wait. Sorry, I'm going to jump in here for a sec. Word in the chat is Pablo is only doing 6 hours and Govan is doing 18. How are they splitting this? It's boggling my mind.
Govan has to have an IV of Red Bull. That's the only way that I can think he's doing this as they work their way around. But yeah, exactly to your point, Arjuna, Daytona, for all of its storied history and all of its charm that it does have, and there are drivers that love this circuit, at the end of the day, this is a roval. And the rovals don't exactly tend to be the most, as you said, sort of interesting tracks. It's not like Bathurst where you have to be just absolutely on it, pinpoint accurate for a third of the lap. It is relatively flat. There's not a lot of elevation change here. Yes, you've got the high banking and the near constant traffic to deal with, but it's a relatively mundane circuit in that regard. And so, yeah.
Not just an IV, but potentially a catheter hooked up as well.
Here we go again.
Yeah, no, we're going to avoid diving deep into this topic, but incredible.
Again.
It is incredible. I'll leave it at that. Couple more cars coming out of pit lane. Looks like Matthias Vitkinen has jumped behind the wheel of the Inertia Vendaval number 24. Also coming out of pit lane, Pedro Sanchez Alba in the Obsidian number 11. So we now wait for Michael Romanidis in the Williams Esports Ben Q car to come down into pit lane. Someone in the YouTube chat saying that they've raced here in a real car. The infield is just flat. I think the only thing that makes the infield somewhat different is the fact that it's fairly bumpy and whatnot, and things going on there. I will say, Justin, when NASCAR came here, there comes Romanidis onto pit lane as well as, I believe that's Jonas Wollmeyer in the Redline purple car. When the NASCAR guys came here, they had that abomination of a final chicane added to this track.
I kind of understand why, and apparently that was the thought process, and I won't get into some of the communication towards that, Mark, but here's the thing. Without the chicane, you're going 195 miles an hour into the corner with the Gen 6 stock cars. Does that sound feasible to hit the brakes at the start and finish line in a stock car? How many drivers in turn will end up sliding off the track into the in and out? I think that was part of the thought process there with that. It took away a passing opportunity, I will say, in my opinion. It added a craziness section, as we've seen with some of the pre-race festivities, pre-season festivities last year. But it definitely made things very more tricky. And keep in mind, as the NASCAR guys will tell you, you hit the turtle in that portion of the curb, you end up having a motor fall out of the car.
Yep. And it was not as bad before they added the anti-cut curves. It got a lot worse there. Here comes, by the way, BS competition from the race lead. Rainer Talvar dives down onto pit lane as Patrick Holtzman will cycle himself up into second. But yeah, I was not a fan. I like the idea of that chaos that you'd get from you know, cars at top speed working their way down into turn one and not knowing if they'd have the brakes. I'd also put forward the argument, DJ, that even without that, we saw, for example, at the Roval, the Charlotte Roval, that you don't even need high speed to cause chaos into Heartburn Turn.
No, you don't. As Justin, you were talking about that point about drivers losing it going down into the corner. I very much had that thought in my head of just how many NASCAR drivers we have seen losing it down into the Heartburn Turn. So I do understand NASCAR's decision to be able to put that into the corner, but definitely something that was a little bit interesting and created a lot of that chaos.
One thing I do want to mention before we chat to one of the drivers here is that there's a driver out on track who's going to be starting a brand new chapter of his real-world career here at Daytona in a couple of days' time. Bruno Carniero for Pure Sims Esports will be competing in the Mazda MX-5 Idemitsu Cup, which saw a 3-wide finish last year here at the Daytona International Speedway, and indeed had chaos all the way across of their season, including a fantastic finish at Sebring. But Carnero will be joining up with Hickson Motorsports for the year. We wish him the best of luck and hope to see him plenty more here on RaceSpotTV. And talking of RaceSpotTV, we've got the newest member of the RaceSpotTV family joining us here as Michele Costantini makes his own way down into pit lane. William Chadwick did his first ever broadcast with RaceSpot yesterday in our Friday night preview, and the Team Fordzilla driver joins us now. William, how's your race going, and which split are you in?
Well, we've managed to end up in second split. I believe we were like the 8th car or something. The level to get into top split tonight has been absolutely incredible, and it's been really good to watch along with the race. I did 6 hours to start, but we had an incident early on, so we've been fighting a lot of damage. But I will add, there was 29 GTDs in this second split. 16 of them aren't running.
Oh, that's some attrition.
For sure. Like, it's been a really attritional race, and yeah, it's a tough one because we're running around in 13th, a few laps down. But, yeah, so we're running a few laps down, but we're just trying to keep going because it's a long race, and you never know what can happen.
Just to clarify something you said, did you do 6 hours from the start of the race?
Yeah. So I just did 6 hours because I felt bad for the incident that I had. So I was like, I'll see where it brings us. And just because of the attrition, we decided to carry on. And yeah, it's been, because I remember when you weren't watching it, but I typed in chat, oh, the R8's leading. That was why I was driving. 3 laps later, the R8 crashed out the race.
That's the Apex Racing Academy R8 you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, understood. From your second split experience so far, talk to us about how traffic management is going there. Given that you've had that many GTD cars retire, it must be a little bit easier for the prototypes to find you at the right point in time.
The prototypes haven't been too bad, actually, but it's just important to communicate what you want the car to do. What you want the other cars behind you to do at the same time. Like, you just drift your car, make sure you make an early move across the track, just kind of show them their line, don't make any sudden changes of direction. And as long as you manage it and just, keep calm, just try and be aware of your surroundings, you're never going to come unstuck that bad.
So now we're in the night. How's the strategy going for you in terms of tires? Triple stints or quad stints?
I think this may be our first quad. So I got out the car. I think in sim time we've just gone past 10, 12 in our split. I think your split's about 5 minutes. 5 minutes, set that off 5 minutes earlier than ours. But I think now the temperature's starting to come down into the very low 20s, high teens. We'll end up having quad stints for sure. Maybe even quintuple if you can really stretch it.
Interesting. That must be, though, kind of benefiting from the fact that you're saving a lot of fuel. We're watching right now some bump drafting into turn 1 as Obsidian will rip back 5th spot away from the Marla Racing team as Tommy Osgard brings the Coanda car into pit lane. Surely the fact that you're going potentially 5 stint on tires is just the fact that you're also slowing down a little bit more to save that fuel over the course of these runs.
For sure, I think fuel savings definitely, you've got to have it in your mind, because the stints are really quite short if you're just going flat out. But it's also just being like nice and smooth, you know, not getting too many axes and just introducing the car into the corner. And as long as you don't really slide or scrub the tyre, Daytona's really kind on tyres, especially in the cold temperatures. As you said, I think it's the the most amount of night period of any 24-hour race we have on the iRacing schedule of the year. So yeah, as long as you're just nice and smooth, you don't do anything rash and reckless, it's not too hard to achieve. And obviously you save, I think it's just under 30 seconds every time you don't change tyres. Or obviously you lose a bit from the advantage, but because of the small amount of wear, it's not too big.
One final question and we'll let you go. Favorite special event of the year? We haven't really talked about that too much here, but it's so varied, the things that we do here. Of course, Daytona, then next up will be Sebring before, I guess the next one was after that is the Nürburgring and the 24-hour race there. But it really is just a wide scale of tracks and cars and all different combinations.
Yeah, I do really look forward for Daytona every year, because I think it's one of those races where you don't necessarily need to be the quickest to win or to get a good result. I think you can definitely play the strategy card a lot. I mean, I've got to give a shout out to the Raw before the 24. I mean, that's a great special event. But again, the N24 is always a favourite, and I think I'll enjoy that this year. Hopefully, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, you're talking to the winner of the iRacing Raw before the 24. Good luck for the rest of the race, William, and well, looking forward to having you a bit more here on RaceSpotTV.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your time in the commentary booth.
We've still got about 3.5 hours left here, approaching the halfway mark in our stint. And the one thing that I took away from that, DJ, is the fact that so many GT cars have retired in that second split.
Yeah, indeed. That was just a monumental number, and I think it goes to show you just the aggression that some drivers have early on in this race, and that's exactly counter to what you need to have to be able to work your way forward. Daytona, because there aren't nearly as many overtaking opportunities around the circuit, it is really just a track about pressure, Arjuna, being able to keep that car behind nice and easy, not overdrive it, not get into contact, and let the drivers in front of you make a mistake.
And so, building off the question that I asked to William, let's start with Justin here. Justin, favorite special event? You've commentated on, I think, basically all of them. The Bathurst 1000, for example, even our oval races, the Indy 500s, but it's so varied. If you had to just pick one to race, because I know you like to drive as well, which one would you pick?
To race Daytona 500 because, well, I've done it before. I've also accidentally wrecked the field a couple times. I've also been in contention for the win a few other times. It depends on the year. So, to answer the driving side, Daytona 500. But I will say, in terms of the announcing side, it's almost a tie between the Bathurst 1000 and the Indianapolis 500, because the Bathurst 1000 brings that different vibe to me in terms of the action, the strategy, but also because the car type, with the certain type of car, I should say, it brings a lot of intense racing action and brings in turn not just the road guys but the oval guys out onto the racetrack. But with the Indianapolis 500 mile race, it's always been with the pageantry and tradition that it brings a different feel as a whole to a race such as that, knowing the importance and the legacy of an event such as that.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I mean, I'm not going to lie, JP. Commentating on the Indy 500 this past year, iRacing Indy 500 for the first time, was always going to be special. But the fact that not only did I get called up to do lead commentary last minute, but the fact that I got to share that experience with both you and Evan Pasoko was a lot of fun. Yes, It wasn't the most exciting of races, but that's the way that Indianapolis just sometimes is, especially with this modern IRA team. It's not the best car on the oval, but I definitely appreciate what you're saying. What about you, DJ, from that sort of a perspective? There's lots of different special events. If you had to drive in one, you had to commentate on one. Which one are you picking?
Well, I don't mean to stick on the train, but considering I haven't missed a real-life Indy 500 in 18 years, I have to say to drive, it is the Indy 500. Being able to get the number of pit stops you have to do, the strategy to play out, that calm, that patience, absolutely incredible. I love to be able to commentate on it as well, although my favorite race to watch and to do commentary on has to be Petit. I absolutely love Petit Le Mans. I think Road Atlanta is one of the best tracks in the world.
That is a good answer. Zach Campbell has jumped into the YouTube chat to say, what do you mean it wasn't that exciting? Stop being biased, Zach. Just because your team finished 1, 2, and 3 doesn't mean it was an exciting race. Got a couple of updates in terms of strategy, by the way. I did see that Lasse Sorensen has taken over in the number 9 car. Did he take over, or was there... I'm just going to try and check. No, that was a switch. Lasse back did a single stint. I wonder if Mikel Gard potentially had some technical issues. We did talk about the fact that Gard had to jump behind the wheel of that car on old tires. Speculation from my end would be, DJ, that potentially Mikel Gard had scheduling conflict, or, like I was mentioning, some sort of technical issue that forced them to change their driver strategy there.
Yeah, and sometimes that can really throw you off of rhythm if you're that driver that has to get put into the car last minute like that, because you're mentally giving yourself that time to prep. There are plenty of drivers who have a whole pre-race routine. I know some that it takes literally 30 to 45 minutes of just going through, getting something to eat, maybe listening to some music, stretching, maybe doing those kind of things. So if you've got to come in last minute, that can really throw off your timing, throw off your sort of mojo into the car. And they're doing a relatively good job here of keeping up that pace and not letting that last minute change affect them.
We're going to take a look at a RaceSpotTV replay for a moment with Daniel Croft. What happens through the bus stop chicane for him? Oh, it's another victim of the curb. That's what happens there. Locks it down, locks the tires as well to avoid sliding his way up into the outside wall. But deja vu. That's the third time just in our little stint so far here, DJ.
Indeed, is that curb. It was the big talking point going into the race, and there you can see with the onboard, it doesn't look like you're going to touch it when you're riding on board, but it'll catch you out if you are not careful. That 16, the latest victim. Arjuna, I'm going to be very honest, there have been 3, but I'm surprised we haven't seen more drivers running afoul of it.
I know what you mean, but I'm also not entirely surprised. Remember, these are the best of the best. They're not as bad as me when I went to do my track guide lap earlier today. Gap for the lead, Justin, between Coanda and Apex is up to 13.5 seconds. Michele Costantini has been flying in that number 99 car, and Tommy Osgaard, not only do I think he's struggling in traffic, but he has no response for the pace of the Italian.
Yeah, it just has not looked like the same type of run we've seen based out of Rogers and DeYoung. Of course, they're different people, I think, but still, for Tommy, you have that issue to start off the run, and it just kind of breaks up your entire rhythm, and in turn, knowing the strategy window, you're essentially now, if you want to keep yourself in said window, having to stay on those said tires. It's not a good situation, and in turn, with some of the traffic even, he's been losing upwards of nearly 2 seconds in some of these laps lately. It's not looking very good at all right now. The main counterpoint right now is there is a VRS Coanda SimSport machine near the Apex car, but I don't know if that's going to become a major factor at all as we look at the battle for night.
That would be David Williams, I think, who has just come out of pit lane in the number 81. Einchan Guven might be in a slightly interesting position. 4 laps better on fuel than Michele Costantini. Yes, he's 17 seconds back, but we will have to wait and see. It does seem as though, by the way, this four-way fight for ninth really intensifying as looks like Kova closing up on Syandra in the Sim.Inc. Satellite Racing 64. Dean Woods in the ass seat number 32 is passed by both Satellite and Kova to get himself back up into 9th. These are all cars 1 lap down. We've got 7 still on the lead lap. Scott Michaels, excuse me, in the SRC Movano Corsa Rosso machine is the last car on the leading lap. About 70 odd seconds back from your race leader, so he may end up 1 lap down when we finish this race. Seeing a couple of questions in the chat about cautions and things. That's the difference here, DJ. I mean, IMSA, for example, has some rather interesting caution rules which really just bring people back into contention. That's not the case here today. You're either on the pace or you're not.
Yeah, exactly. No full cautions getting thrown, so you have got to try to scratch and claw everything back yourself. You are not going to be able to rely on an external factor to be able to do it, Arjuna, and that really changes the mentality of a driver when you know you can't let the race fall to you and you've got to take it yourself. Frankly, if you fall back through the field, it can make you be a little bit more aggressive, even over-aggressive at points.
So watching the Kova car on the banking. That number 18 car is closing on the number 2 VRS Coanda SimSport machine. A reminder as well, keep in touch with us on the social medias. iRacing Daytona 24 is the hashtag, and I say hello to Turner Motorsports and to the Crotch Belt, because the roar before the 24 is done until night practice. And they're tuning in to RaceSpotTV, not for the final 6 hours, my friend. There's still a long way to go, 16 hours of this 24-hour race. The BS and Turner car is P10 and indeed are looking like a striped missile. Plenty of racing to go. Also, our 2021 ISO WC champion, Valtteri Alander, 8.5 hours behind them. The pace still seems good. Guys are doing a great job. Valtteri bottled the pit entry. That explains a lot. I was wondering where they lost a whole bunch of time. They were running up there in towards the top 5. 40-second hold penalty, but the race is long and they are trying to bounce back, although not from the bus top curb. Goes back to what we were talking about, DJ.
It does indeed. That bus stop, very much the talking point in all drivers and teams' lives here today. As we continue to watch that Kova car working its way out on track, trying to close in a little bit on the inertia Vanderbilt Racing team. This just being a tight little battle. Little bit of alternate fuel strategy here, only off by about 5 laps between the 3, so effectively all running together.
One more tweet that we'll quickly try and take a look at if I can get the button clicked over here on my end. One of our RaceSpotTV commentators, Ryan Walker, is saying his 24-hour experience is going well. After qualifying last, they run P5 in this race. That's how strong attrition, or how valuable attrition can be here. Happy with it, but a long way to go. Ryan jumping behind the wheel for his first stint late at night for the Scotsman. See how it goes for him. Also words coming in from Valuable Slide. They're holding strong in 5th with 1 hour to go. That would likely be from one of the previous time splits for this 24-hour race. 4 time slots for drivers to find the one that works best for their schedule. Cam is in the car, with Lucas zooping in. I wonder what a zoop in is after him for the final stint. Best of luck to them to close out their 24-hour race. Yassi came down to pit. That's why they've now dropped out of the battle for the top 9 as they work themselves around the Urano Mercedes. Inertia Vendeval chasing down Satellite Racing in the 64. Syandra at the lead of this train now, and wow, this gap just continues to open, JP. I wonder if there's damage on Tommy Osgaard's car, because Ian Changuven is now only 1.5 seconds back from the sister car.
Yeah, I remember seeing some of the discussion, especially when it came to the previous time that car hit that turtle down in the backstretch chicane. Would that cause suspension damage? Because apparently that has been a concern for teams throughout the week, and right now at the pace being turned, when You have a car like that in the 135s, it's obvious something may be up. If that's the full raw pace we're seeing now being completely let on go, that's absolutely going to be catastrophic at this point. In turn, though, you have to also think about this. Guven's now within nearly a second, and there's a chance that that can also play into things as well. We'll have to wait and see, though. That's the concern, and I don't know how this could play out for Tommy Osgaard, especially losing 16 seconds now in one stint. That is, or a couple stints, should say. That's absolutely crazy.
The Turkish driver looking quite comfortable. He's got a number of victories in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, one in 2019 at Silverstone, another one in 2020 at Silverstone, then one at Spa to back up that victory earlier in the year, and then 2021 victory at Monza. He's never finished lower than third in the Porsche Super Cup. Very strong driver. We've seen him in esports as well in that Porsche esports Super Cup. Always fascinating to see him taking to the track, whether it be in the real world or in the virtual world. Did mention before as well, our own Tyler Maxson will be racing in the Hyundai Elantra TCR car in this coming IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge season. It was more interesting to hear his thoughts about the BMW M4 GT3 car, DJ, because I gotta say, he loved his 6 or so hours driving that in Dubai, and I'm pretty sure now he's going to be getting into that front-wheel drive Hyundai and just wishing it was rear-wheel drive.
Yeah, it's certainly a change that the drivers have to take into consideration when you jump into that pilot challenge kind of machinery. It's a completely different driving style. Obviously, it's pushing the car along as opposed to pulling the car along. I think the one time he may be a little bit more thankful is if they get a little bit of rain out on track, then he'll certainly be thankful he's driving a front-wheel drive car, Arjuna.
I'm just biased. I don't like front-wheel drive cars, if you can't tell, DJ.
No, I don't either, even though I do drive one in real life, but that's more out of necessity.
Fair enough, me too. Me too, so should be careful. No damage is the word from the Coanda camp for the number 2 car, by the way. So whether it's just Osgaard being careful and trying to prolong the life of the tires, whether it's just the fact that Costantini is relentless in the pace, that gap is opening up, and back and forth and back and forth. We'll see how it goes. 2 seconds it's opened up between Guven and Osgaard, so at least for now looking okay, as looks like a position has happened. Mr. Crotchbelt will be happy to see that Nathan Lewis has taken the big yellow machine up in front of the Infinite Racing Services car. That's battle for 9th and 10th positions. Justin, one thing that I think you mentioned earlier is, you know, some of the returning drivers who, you know, been out of sim racing for a while, but, you know, they've been lured back in, whether it be by, you know, some of the competitions that continue to spring up or, you know, just the camaraderie of things. It's always fascinating to then understand for them the reasons for why they left.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing, because for a lot of drivers, you have to consider that for some of them in particular, they had gone away because of our opportunities in the real world, or just didn't feel the right fit, or had various commitments start to come up. Then 2020 happened. And as we all know, in 2020, you have a lot more free time. You end up taking the steering wheel out of the box that's been hidden in the attic at your 17th house or something. Normal people don't have 17 houses, by the way. That's not what I'm trying to say. Hey, but you get what I'm trying to say. You end up getting a wheel and jumping on and saying, this is fun again. It's time. You know what? I'm going to give this a shot. And we've seen that Danny Hansen, for example, made a run. 2020, 2021-ish in 2020 competition, I should say, in eNASCAR. Had a solid shot, in fact, to try and make a run fully from the Contender Series side of things. Nearly actually made it. You also have, as mentioned, Kyle Peddle amongst that grouping. You also, at the same time, have some of the drivers from the road course side that we've seen pop up a little bit more and more that have had more opportunities to be able to race in themselves for the first time in some cases 4, 5, 6 years. with how far things have gone along on the program side of things and the platform side of things. It's just been intriguing to see all that forward progression in turn. And you have to consider this too, it allowed drivers on the virtual side to learn new disciplines. Mitchell DeYoung is the best example of that.
Yeah, Mitchell now is more regarded as
look at this.
Yeah, that's Oscar Mangan, who had a bit of an off through the bus stop as some lap traffic tried to, that's a Pearson's LMP2 car that tried to go on through. Mitchell is now regarded as a sim specialist, but he's got a wide history, mostly in rallycross in the real world, but with real world motorsports, and really is an impressive driver who is a rallycross world champion here in iRacing, the 2018 world champion, has shown impressive form in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. And Justin, he came close to winning the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series last year. I mean, strategy maybe didn't go his way, but it's incredible the way that the sim allows you to explore things that you didn't get a chance to do maybe in the real world, maybe didn't have interest in doing either. And Mitchell has now shown that, yes, he can win the road courses in eNASCAR, but he can be quick on the ovals as well.
You have to remember, he spent a long time learning a lot of that stuff throughout the season in particular, because it's a whole different type of racing. Because you see how spread out things can get, to be quite frank, in some cases on the stock car side for a road course. But on the ovals, with the Gen 6 package for 2021 in particular, you don't really separate out. If anything, you end up being in a massive pack for the start of races, and Kansas and the 25 car pileup is a good example of those lessons Mitchell learned. But in turn, he was also one of the best qualifiers in the entire series last season, partly because of the connections technical alliance-wise, but also just that raw pace and natural ability. And how did all that start? With having the open schedule because of everything going on in the real world, and spotting Keegan Leahy and them saying, you know what, I'm going to give this a shot, because the most he did before that mark was he would run maybe an NIS fixed or an NIS open here and there prior to that mark. And he made the run and ended up now in the spot where he's one of the best drivers in the series, potentially into this year.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fascinating to see what this year holds, especially with an interesting schedule. I think that puts it mildly close between, by the way, your GTD leaders, as Mala in the LMP2 class are down into pit lane, getting word that there was contact between the PGZ car as well as RAG a couple of laps ago. The gap, though, half a second. Govan Keeney still behind the wheel, and he's up for the fight here. I think what we're seeing right now, though, DJ, is the fact that we're seeing PGZ, Govan Keeney, tired, but finding more pace out of that car. Bit by bit, he's closed this gap to the 88 car and has reeled him in.
Indeed, and this is one of the advantages of keeping those drivers in there for a long time. Now, obviously, with Govanzini, this is a little extended, let us say, but you're able to feel out the track more. You're able to get better attuned with it, as opposed to swapping drivers constantly, where you're having drivers that are learning things very, very quickly. He's able to apply the knowledge he's built up over the past multiple hours of this race and figure out, oh, with the track cooling down a little bit, I can maybe get a little bit more grip here coming through turn one, as opposed to those driver swaps where you have to figure out the entire track right from the outset.
Getting confirmation as well that Zach Campbell is taking full credit for Mitchell DeYoung's uptick in performance in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. Trying to get Zach Campbell to come and join us.
He is on the door, knocking on the door.
Yes, no, exactly. I'm trying to get him to come and talk to us and hopefully not get us in trouble. But we'll get the word with Zach Campbell in just a few moments' time. I'm curious Sorry, go ahead, Justin.
I was about to say, I want to jump on this real quickly, is what people may not remember, too, is in the early days of the initial running of Apex Racing Academy, there was a name that floated around, and I'm trying to remember if it's fully. I don't remember if Zach would remember this completely. I believe he was around at that specific time when the original Academy was still running, and he was one of the key parts of the oval side. I'm surprised he hasn't made a run himself yet for an eNASCAR run.
I tell you what, let's bring him in now, and I've been bugging Zach about this very thing. Zach Campbell joins us in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth, and Zach, for an oval racer, why don't you do more oval stuff?
Because that's not what I get paid to do anymore.
So it leads us quite nicely into the thing that Justin first mentioned, but you joined the Apex Academy first as mostly an oval driver.
Yeah, I did. That was back, gosh, I must have been like 15, 16 years old. That was a long time ago.
Yes, that's correct.
You're still 16 years old, though.
That's true. That was back in 2017, 2018, I guess it was. Kind of right after I started getting into road racing, and then from then on, we just kind of decided that that I should more focus on road, and it all kind of ended up working out that way. But I still do love oval racing. Obviously, I try and do as many iRacing Indy 500s as I possibly can. And yeah, that really is my first love, and sadly I don't do it as much anymore, but man, it's a blast whenever I get to.
Leads me then into 2021 for you, of course, fairly successful. First, the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup Formula Racing with the Apex Racing team. We'll get back to you in a second, Zach. There's been chaos between Team RSO and I believe Redline, and that was the leading Redline GT3 car. That was Patrick Holtzman, JP.
We're going to have to take a look at this one because, you know, there was a third player, and it was Guven, and... Yeah.
Okay, aerial look coming in now. One more chance if we can to pick up what happens here. Similar to the thing that we saw between RSO and Apex, but this time it's RSO that really loses out, DJ.
Yeah, indeed it is, and there is a lot of air in between those two cars, but again, taking into consideration, we're going to ride on board with that VRS Coanda team. You see him come up to the inside. Even though there was air at the initial contact, I've got to be honest with you, Arjuna, I think that door was always going to close.
See if we can grab another look at this one. I am in absolute shock. I mean, not the first time we've seen a three-wide moment there, but given the position Guven was in, you know, chasing down first and second, he could maybe have been a bit more patient. Doesn't look like he's got any damage on that car, but RSO out of this race, instantly towed back to pit lane. Take a look and see if we can find any damage on the front of that BMW car, because he did lock it down slightly in time, but maybe not enough. What are you seeing on your end, JP?
Yeah, just taking a look, you see right there some of that front end indeed scraped up a little bit, because keep in mind they did ricochet off Team RSO with that right front in particular, crumpled up that right front, and they did hit the Armco, by the way. So this is not good, and there's the pit stop right there. Oh boy, this race has just got it interesting, to say the very least.
You're saying it wasn't interesting before, JP?
Even more interesting,
yes.
Since one of the dominant cars in the early stages absolutely demolished here.
Here's a look as well at the battle for the race lead in your GTD class. That Lamborghini for PGZ has closed on up. We'll turn our attention back to Zach Campbell. Zach, that was an interesting moment.
Yeah.
I want to now ask you, it was leading me into the question about joining Coanda. Let's dive straight into it, though. Last week you got to fly over to Germany, meet your teammates for the first time, be on the pit wall for them. How fun was that to actually get to meet these people you've worked with over the last 4 or 5 months and build a bond with them a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, it was a heck of an experience. I mean, I'd known most of them for years, and it was certainly one of the more fun things that I think I've ever done. And it was a blast to me. I'd never been overseas before. I hadn't flown on a plane since I was like 4 years old. So I just got handed a plane ticket and some train tickets and got told to get as far as I could through Germany. So it was tons and tons of fun. It's such a great group. I'm so glad I got to meet everyone. And it was something that made me really enjoy being a part of this team, and really glad that I got the opportunity last year to come be a part of it.
And so I mean, last year was great for you, right? Started off with a pretty great run in the Super Cup with Rahal Lenneman Lanigan as well, an outfit that I'm sure you'd love to be able to represent here in the sim racing world. Then the SCO Sprint Masters, where you acquitted yourself quite well. Before, you know, that final race where it was a send-off for you in some ways. I think you were on the podium as well. And from there, your journey with Coanda began. Yeah.
Last year was just kind of after Pesk. It was they call I go. So obviously we had SCO Sprint Masters, and then after that kind of ended with Apex, and I joined Coanda. Then it was kind of a period where everything was kind of already built up for the rest of the year. You know, there are not a lot of mid-year signings kind of in sim racing nowadays. It's a lot of kind of end-of-the-year stuff. So what ended up happening was I didn't really have anything to do, so I just got assigned to some stuff, like DNLS, which is an amazingly fun series I love doing with Dave Williams every time in the Cup 2 class there. And, you know, being able to go over for Virtual Le Mans, be a strategist, it's really kind of, I guess kind of almost journeyman in a way. Just they tell me where to race, and I kind of race now. But now we're kind of getting to a more solid kind of 2022. Obviously, I'm not racing here today, but I'm able to race more events throughout the year and really be more a part of these guys, and hopefully be able to kind of match the total. I think I ended up doing like 42 different big events last year, and so hopefully we can add a few more to that this year.
I'm going to pick up on something you said. You said DNLS is a lot of fun. Are you finally going to admit that the Nordschleife is the best track in the world?
I'm about ready to.
Oh!
It's been a blast. I mean, I still think Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway are ahead of it, but it's crawling up my favorites list.
At least we got that. At least
you got progress on me.
Exactly.
I mean,
does that mean we'll get a guest appearance from you next season, the official iRacing season? Because Zach, IndyCar's going to the Nordschleife again, our yearly tradition.
So I've heard. However, I will be busy during that time with something called the Porsche Tag Court Esports Super Cup. However, that was a great transition in trying to get me to agree to that.
I know. I'm trying.
I admire your tenacity. I have to say.
You're not going to hear the end of this. It will continue.
Yeah.
It kind of leads me then into one final question for you. Of course, big part of your life has been the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Haven't been able to win that race just yet, the iRacing Indy 500 in the broadcast split. Your teammate is now the king of the bricks with 3 in a row. Unfortunately, this year you're not even going to get the chance.
Yeah, that's really disappointing to me. Anyways, it's you know, we obviously have that conflict with the Porsche Tag Court Esports Super Cup. So you know, it's a real shame that both kind of races are at the same time, because you know, if I had the opportunity, I would run obviously the Pesk race in the morning and then the Indianapolis 500 in the afternoon. Sadly, it's not going to work out like that this year. That one's going to grate on me a little bit. I really would like to win that race more than just about any other race in sim racing. You know, kind of made a mistake last year, which took myself out of the best spot I could have been in. But you know, hopefully one day we'll be able to come back to it, and things will the stars will align, and I'll be able to get back there one day, and hopefully kind of close the chapter there, and hopefully one day be able to come out on top in that race, because that one means a lot to me.
Oh, I know that one for sure. I've been told to ask you from our YouTube chat, you learned a self-defense move apparently.
I did. However, that will stay private because I know who has that.
Okay.
However, it was very effective.
So you had to use it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I had to use it in Germany. It was really effective, and when anyone gets the opportunity to learn how to make a move like that, obviously there are no fist fights in sim racing really in the past couple of years without LAN events, but you know, when those come back, those kind of moves will be important, I'm sure.
Well, okay, I'll ask you one more question before I finish off here, because I was talking to a fellow World Championship driver whose name I won't say, but he said that the worst part of sim racing is the fact that you can't go and punch someone in the face after they do something silly. What's your thoughts on this?
That sounds like something I would say. So whoever said that, like, I completely agree. I think that'd be hilarious and awesome. I 100% think that every year at like the Sim Expo or any sort of big sim racing event, you should have like an octagon in the middle, and you just kind of keep track of who has beef with one another throughout the year. and then each person that has beef gets to fight in the octagon every year.
That, of course, that would be Edition 2 of the RaceSpot Fighting Championship, to go with Edition 1, which would be life from the Snake Pit.
Yeah. No, I think I like it. I think that's a great idea. Honestly, if we could bring that up, I mean, you know, I think at that point I may actually come to the Sim Expo. I may make the trip because I think that would be hilarious and entertaining, and I think it would be a welcome addition to the community.
Your first experience to Germany will be very unlike your second one. Elvis Rankin from Apex Racing team has asked me to also ask you one more question, and this is an important one.
Yeah.
Thoughts on pineapple on pizza?
You know, I really can't say that on broadcast.
Okay, so no, you and I are in alignment here. That's good.
Yeah, I'm really doing my best to keep you from getting in trouble right now.
And
so
I appreciate it.
yeah, I'm trying to let you keep your job here. So that question's gonna go unanswered at the moment.
I appreciate it very much. So thanks for joining us, Zach, and well, best of luck for this year, and really appreciate you coming and taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you. You asked me to, so I wasn't really doing nothing at the time. So I am happy to oblige.
Well, we enjoyed it, that's for sure. That was Zach Campbell from VRS Coanda Simsport, as Michele Costantini comes down to pit lane for a change of front tires this most recent time around. DJ, what do you think about this idea for RaceSpot Fighting Championship?
Oh, I'm fully behind it. I think it is absolutely fantastic to be able to do. It really will bring out the best and the worst of the sim racing community.
Yeah, that is for sure. Talking about the Snake Pit, for example, that's something that's been bandied around in the IndyCar community for a long time. A lot of beef. I didn't talk too much to Zach about that, but that would have been an interesting topic, I'm sure. Pineapple on pizza as well. He's 100% right.
I'm not a fan of pineapple in general.
I'll agree with you there, but if anyone likes pineapple on pizza, they're a heathen. DJ, please don't disappoint me.
I'll see myself out now.
Oh,
Bye-bye.
no. Well, okay, we'll take a swift detour through the bus stop chicane, and we'll focus in on what's going on in terms of the GT strategy, because while Costantini has come down to pit, we expect Tommy Osgard maybe in this lap, if not the next time around. Valentin Mandanok still leads the way from Govan Keeney, with Rainer Talvar now 17 seconds back. The top two really just stretching their legs, and after the moment for BMW Team Redline, the 71 car that now sees them still stationary on pit lane for 10 minutes and counting. It looks as though this might be a two-horse fight between Roman Grosjean Esports and the PGZ Motorsports outfit. Don't count out the BMW BS competition car that sits in third. Also don't count out the 43 car. That's the McLaren for Altus Esports. Still in with potentially a shot of working their way up into definitely podium contention, if not race victory. You've also got as well then Fire Simsport, Lasse Sorensen, who has jumped behind the wheel there. Slight questions as to what happened in terms of the driver strategy for them, but still potentially something going on as the curb claims another victim. Deja vu.
Oh, and this is a bad spot to be the wrong way around. Thankfully, finding some space there for Partington, but man, there's the thought process of trying to get as much as you can, go along to the edge as close as you can on the curves, but again, Partington is this time the victim here. But here's the thing I've noticed. The top teams of the racetrack have been giving about a foot or so of space to that curbing because of this problem.
That's now 4 and counting, DJ, since we started our little stint here.
Yeah, that's right. It is 4 from my count as well.
Here's the replay, and let's take a look at what happens to him here. We'll get one look at this cam and see if we can pick up another cam as Tommy Osgard comes out of pit lane, but Michele Costantini is already going. There was the spin for Partington. It's just so innocuous the way that it unfolds. Let's jump on board and ride with him here. Just look at the hands. You can see him trying to steer out of it at the last minute. He realizes he's gone a little bit too aggressive, and we'll get an aerial look at this one, DJ. But we were talking about the consternation from the community about that change, that last minute change to the real world configuration. Let's give some defense to iRacing there. They can only scan the track the way it was when they're there. They can't predict. I mean, I did call that it was going to get removed, but iRacing can't know for sure until that gets removed that it's going to change.
No, exactly, and they're just working off the information that they have in front of them, so it's not like they're trying to be intentionally malicious or anything with that. It is the track that they scan at the time. It may be interesting to see if they go back and change it now that that curb has been removed, but for now, you've got to deal with it. It is what is on track, it is what iRacing has provided, and you know what you're signing up for when you sign up for the 24 hours, and that's going to include that curb.
Race leader currently is the number 18, VRS Kawanda, driven by Ian Changuven. Don't be shocked if they have a driver change this time by. Should note as well the gap between second and third, at least on track, Costantini and Osgard is closed to 6.8 seconds because Costantini has taken front tires while Osgard has elected to take no tires. It's just fuel for the number 2 car. Going back, by the way, JP, to the number of shenanigans with this car. Did I hear you correctly that these guys are still claiming they're the number 8 car on social media?
Last I checked, in terms of their tweets, yes they are. They use number 8 in the graphics. In the text, they use the number yes. So they are whatever number everyone wants them to be. Let me put it this way. How it all started, remember, for those wondering, is ask the question of what was the number that they want to be used at. They said the only number that matters is the number of where we're at on the racetrack.
Well, we got another interview standing by, and I tell you what, oh, Kevin, get the dog back in shot. Kevin Ellis Jr. joins us from the Apex Racing facility. Kevin, disappointed, of course, that your race didn't go as planned, but how excited are you to be in this new facility? Kevin Ellis.
Hello.
Yeah, Kevin Ellis Jr., do you have a copy with us? Kevo is standing around very bored because I think we've woken him up from potential slumber. We'll get a copy on him when we can. We'll talk to our man behind the scenes, Dane Baird, to try and get that one dialed up. But animals are always fun. Altus has got a team cat, and Apex has a team dog. The best boy in that Apex Racing team facility.
I was about to say, why is there a dog in the brand new facility, especially in what I think is the media portion of the studio?
Yeah, but I think this is where the drivers are just relaxing right now, JP. I think this is where, you know, what they're not trying to interfere with the drivers in the sim portion of the room, so they're all just camped out. Remember, this is a facility under construction.
Yeah, you're right on that. First of all, whose dog is it? Second, is there a risk that the dog is going to try and sit on somebody's lap during a run?
That's a good point. My dog's tried to do that before.
Here's another question. Has the Altus cat sat on somebody's lap during a run yet? Because I've had cats where they meow at you if you're racing for too long. Or sit in front of your screen saying, "Pet me."
Yep. No, it's all... I got my dog right behind me, I'm not going to lie. He's in a bit of trouble, I'm not going to lie, because last week during the iRacing Roar, he elected, just as the checkered flag was dropping, that he couldn't wait 5 more minutes to go use the bathroom, and it would be a good place to relieve himself right next to me in my sim room. So, yeah, he's in trouble. He's looking very cute right now. He knows I'm talking about him. I've got one of the RaceSpot dogs. Our man in charge is Hugo Luis down in Brazil. He's got 2 dogs now, very cute dogs as well. Will Vincent has the team cat. I believe Kevin Ellis Jr., you got a copy with us.
I have now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you loud and clear. You were looking quite forlorn. Commiserations on how your race went, but congratulations. The facility is finally in a place where you guys are able to all meet up and race from there. Even though the race didn't go maybe to plan for you, you must still be really pumped up with how things are looking for Apex in 2022.
Yeah, obviously the Sim Center is a huge step for us, and the car behind me right now is obviously going really well at the minute, and LMP2, so that's kind of our full focus at the minute, is to help those guys get the win. Obviously it was a big shame what happened early on. You know, the qualifying lap just didn't quite come together for Alex. Left us in a bit of a tough spot for the race, and you know, unfortunately at the moment with how top split racing is going at the minute, there's a lot of a severe lack of patience, I think, going on at the minute, and you know, everyone was sort of content to ride around where we were, and a lot of guys behind were obviously eager to move forward, and we just sort of got trapped in the middle of that whole riptide, which just sort of ended our day really early, which is a shame. You know, a lot of work went into this race. We had high hopes. I felt like I was driving really well so far this year, but it wasn't to be. That's racing sometimes. You know, all eyes forward now for the Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup.
Kicking off in a couple of weeks' time. I'm going to ask you about your new teammate, Alejandro Sanchez. Of course, you worked together in the past, that MSI Apex relationship over the last couple of years. What has he added to the team? Oh, looks like Kevin can't hear us right now. We'll try and get a copy with him in a couple of moments' time. But look at that facility, JP. It looks great. This is where the Apex Racing TV part of the operation is going to live. It looks pretty spiffy.
Yeah, I've seen all the drivers who were not in the cars at one point actually watching some broadcast feeds on that. Unfortunately, not ours, I don't think. But it's definitely a beautiful facility, and makes everything on their front for that part, especially on the broadcast side in particular, as well as the team relations side, that much more spiffy and that much more up to date with the modern expectations for a studio setting, because for a lot of the big companies, that's kind of what the expectation is now, is you need to have a setup similar to that one. We see it with Overtake. We see it with teams that are starting to invest in that type of a setup for their own side of things, team-wise and broadcast-wise. It's becoming a very important part of helping elevate everything to the next level.
Yeah. Valentin Mandanok rolls himself out of pit lane. Looks as though it's been a fuel-only stop once more for the number 88 car, 40 seconds stationary in pit lane. From your perspective, DJ, do you have any pets?
I do not at the moment, unfortunately, no.
So you haven't had the distraction of a cute animal trying to distract you from your either racing or commentary?
Actually, I have in the past. A ex of mine had a hairless cat that would come over, and let me tell you something. There are few things far more distracting than having a hairless cat trying to crawl up on your lap when you're running around in an Indy car.
No, that's for sure. That's probably an understatement as well. We have some interesting things going on in the chat as well. They're talking about all the things animal related. As look at that from PGZ Motorsport, straight down into the lane. That is knowing where the box is and knowing how to maximize the amount of time that you'll spend, or minimize the time that you'll lose coming down into the lane. And so current race leaders Go Vankini and PGZ onto the lane. I don't think they're doing a driver change.
Well, here's the thing you gotta remember is, I was looking into the team's history on social media. Their second drivers usually are the drivers they usually meme on their driver picks. So, will they have a second driver? We'll see. But I think I wouldn't be surprised to see Arjuna at hour 12 to go, then have that driver run until 6 hours, and then put Govan behind the wheel.
Gotcha.
I would be surprised at that. That's the one that makes sense to me. It doesn't make sense to say, okay, we're going to have you go then run for 8 hours straight. 6 hours seems more reasonable. Well, he's already done the same, but still.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean there. Look at the flames from that McLaren. It's always menacing as he comes up on some cars to put them a lap down. That's Core Sim Racing and Oscar Magnan, the Irishman, being chased down by Luke Bennett, karting driver in his own regard, but also very, very successful in sim racing. Go Vankini, by the way, About 41 seconds in pit lane. It's going to put him out right into the mix with R8G. And in fact, the overcut has worked for PGZ Motorsport. A little bit longer in terms of pit lane time, but whether it was the in-lap, whether it was an out-lap, we've got a new net race leader. Still waiting for BS Competition, Altus Esports, and Fira to come down and pit by themselves. This strategy play and this strategy battle is looking very, very interesting. 14 hours and 40 minutes to go. First time, DJ, we've had you on one of these 24-hour races with us at RaceSpot. First time at RaceSpot as well. Isn't it crazy how time just flies?
Oh, it absolutely is. Anytime I'm on an endurance race, I'm always amazed to look down and go, oh my goodness, how many hours have passed? It's absolutely incredible, especially when you have battles like this that are this close out on track for the virtual lead of the race in GTD. Just absolutely amazing stuff.
We'll take a look at a replay, by the way, that has happened for, I believe it's the Race Clutch car. Peter Zuba behind the wheel of the number 17 through the bus stop. Looks okay. Oh, clips the anti-cut curb. He does spectacularly. That is the best car control we've seen to avoid spinning through that bus stop chicane, DJ. We've seen plenty of cars lose it there.
Absolutely remarkable. It's almost like he's doing a little bit of dirt track driving. The way you could hear him on that throttle control, really, really good for him. Absolutely insane to be able to get that car woed back up. Arjuna, I don't think we've seen anybody do that eventually.
Looks like we may get Kevin Ellis Jr.'s audio sorted and get a chat with the Apex Racing Team driver in a couple of moments' time. Thank you to Dane Baird, who is on site at the Apex Racing facility for helping us to wrangle up him. Maybe we'll get Jamie Fluke in as well, the nicest guy in all of sim racing. The dog, by the way, was confirmed as Lee Thompson's dog, who is one of the staff members at Apex Racing. A very cute black dog, and yeah, go and follow Apex on social media, and you can go and take a look at some of the behind the scenes of what's going on there, Justin.
Yeah, that's going to be, I think, a good look to try and see how things are going team-wise, as well as to see the antics maybe, because we've seen drivers do cartwheels before. We talked about in the past, I remember asking about, for example, during podcast interviews about people using bug swatters in the backdrop of some of the cameras we've seen throughout some of the events throughout the year in 2021. But in all seriousness, it's important to mention who's in front of who right now, and guess who's the net leader right now for the GTDs? It is King Govind.
Yeah, I like that, King Govind. Lasse Sorensen about 5 laps away from coming down to pit for that Fira Simsport car as the Norwegian, not Norwegian, I was going to say the Williams car. I'm getting myself all sorts of mixed up looking at this timing screen right now. But also because I do believe we have a Kevin Ellis Jr. who's now hearing us now. Kevin, do we have a copy with you this time?
I do indeed. You hear me?
We got you loud and clear. So I'll go back to the question I was asking you, Kevin, which was about Alejandro Sanchez. You're familiar with him, having worked with him in the last couple of years as part of the MSI relationship with Apex Racing, but now as a full member of the Apex team. What does he bring as you head into another year of World Championship? And remembering, of course, that 2021 was spectacular for you guys. 2 World Championships, and you want to build on that and win the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup.
Yeah, for sure. You know, obviously Alejandro brings a heck of a lot of speed. It's going to be a really good challenge to try and obviously push me and the rest of the guys. As you say, we've tested with him the past couple of years, and now obviously we've finally got him to join us. Yeah, I mean, obviously after last year, the 2 World Championships at the end of the year was massive for us, obviously, especially that coming around the same time that we announced the Sim Center. So that gave us a really huge boost into the start of this year, and that's kind of why today, you know, stings a little bit more. You know, we really wanted to try and carry the momentum, especially considering the BMW Sim GT Cup result last weekend as well. obviously that was a strong start to the year for us. We were kind of hoping to carry that momentum through, but you know, as I said earlier, that wasn't to be today. That's racing, but we've still got an LMP2 that's fighting for the win, so that's our focus now.
And I kind of now want to ask, how complete is the facility? When do you expect to move in? Of course, 4 of you will be living there full time, and it's going to be exciting for you guys to share the next stage of Apex Racing.
Yeah, well, the 4 of us are living here now. We have done for a few weeks. You know, we're basically fully settled in now. We've got everything set up in terms of our living situation. Obviously, downstairs, the sim building, the sim area is, you know, really taking shape. Our team room is almost, you know, for us personally, it's almost there. Still a few more things, obviously, to work on over the next few months behind the scenes that, you know, we'll be kept busy with that. But, you know, I think by the summer, we really should be, you know, at the absolute latest, kind of hitting our stride really with us and, you know, really beginning to push sim racing to the next level, especially in the UK.
So having now, you know, lived together for a little bit, what's the biggest takeaway from the first couple of weeks? What have been some of the advantages? And also, I mean, it's not always sunshine and rainbows. What are some of the challenges about, you know, having to now do laundry amongst one another?
It's not really been too bad, honestly. You know, living together has been absolutely fine. No real concerns so far. You know, we spent so much time together online that, you know, moving in, everything felt pretty normal. You know, it's a very small adjustment. I think it's gone a lot better than I expected personally. I expected to struggle a little bit more, but you know, having the guys around all the time, it's obviously you're living with your best friends. You know, it's an absolute dream job to have. You know, obviously we're very privileged to be in this position. So a huge thanks, obviously, to everyone at Apex and Virtual Racing School and the rest of our partners as well. Yeah, you know, we're really enjoying our time here so far, and the advantages as well. You know, even right now, sitting next door, we've got our full strategy desk all set up. You know, all eyes on the LMP2 to make sure that we maximise that. So in terms of strategy stuff, you know, having everyone sit around the same table, it just makes communication a little bit easier. We can physically just show each other things in person rather than having to try and set up screen shares and stuff like that. So everything just seems to move a little bit more seamlessly. And of course, if anyone happens to sleep in for a stint, we can just go and knock on the door rather than having to try and call them on the phone or anything like that. So that little bit of danger is obviously gone for us as well.
And one final question. What's the dog's name and how friendly is he?
Willow, and yeah, she's awesome. You know, a real joy to have around the sim center. You know, where we're sitting there doing strategy, and when things are getting a little bit stressful, the dog will kind of come through, and you know, there she is there, fast asleep.
Aww.
Finally, she's had a long day. You know, playing with us constantly and just constantly wanting to have cuddles and stuff like that. But no, you know, eventually she's settled down, and we'll kind of settle in for the night stint now, and you know, as I say, hopefully get this car in a race-winning position.
Well, good luck for the rest of the year, Kevin. It was a great 2021 for you, and can't wait to see what not just this facility holds in store for you, but the rest of the year holds in store. Good luck.
Thanks very much, guys. Cheers.
So that was Mr. Kevin Ellis Jr., who will be kicking off his Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup campaign in just a couple of weeks' time. There was a moment, by the way, for the Altus McLaren. We're going to go ahead and try and take a look at what happened there, but from a good position, it's come unstuck. Here's a look at the replay, and through the International Horseshoe. Justin, what happens here?
And our friends in the two-team car end up making more contact, and the infield has just been treacherous today for the traffic. Here's a look from the inertia Vendaval machine. This is from 4, 5, 6 car lanes back. And yeah, you just need to, at that point, realize, oh hey, there's a faster car that has more corner speed right behind me. Maybe it's not the best time to decide to diamond it up the corner to try and get a little bit of that momentum. The risk and reward just wasn't there to try and take that risk and hope there was going to be a checkup in time there, and it ends up costing him. Oh, and look at that time for the rejoin, too. Nearly had it right parked in the middle of the racing line.
Yeah, not ideal, and that's probably a bit of an understatement. So, McLaren in trouble. Seen some comments that potentially we're going to see the Redline orange car retire before Max Verstappen even jumps behind the wheel, but to date the Porsche is still running. 69 hasn't retired just yet, but we'll track the progress, we'll wait and see. if things change there. Let's run you through how things are going as your GTD leader, Lasse Sorensen, brings the Fire Simsport Porsche down to pit lane and hands over to Lasse back. Those guys are on a bit of an interesting strategy when it comes to the driver changes, but there's a reason I'm up here talking about racing, and they're down there and actually doing the racing. But let's give you a bit of an update as to how things are looking right now. With 14 hours and 30 minutes to go, we are working our way towards 10 hours left in this first iRacing 24-hour race of 2022. Michele Costantini leads the way for the Apex Racing team. He is 10.8 seconds clear of Tommy Osgard. Costantini, Osgard, Apex, and Coanda have had issues in the last 4 hours or so. Traded the lead back and forth, but for the time being, the Italian runs around in the race lead. Einchan Guven makes it two Coanda cars in the top 3 as they try and extend this incredible run of success that they've had here in Daytona Beach, while Pedro Sanchez Albert runs 30 seconds back from 3rd for Obsidian Racing. He was fighting with the Williams Esports Ben Q car, but Ate Kauppinen has taken over there from Michael Romanidis in the 15th. He runs on the edge of the top 5, while Mike Partington in a second Williams team, entered as the Mahler Racing team, is running down 1 minute 20 seconds off the lead. First car 1 lap down is the car that we just saw embroiled in a bit of an issue. Inertia and Vendaval Sim Racing teaming up for this 24-hour sprint, while Sim Inc., Satellite Racing, and Syandra, they're in 8th spot. Daniel Croft in the Pure Sims car, they're down in 9th. Kova, after not putting in a qualifying time worthy of anything, started 25th and last. They're up into the edge of the top 10, being a great drive from them. While Scott Michaels has the SRC Movano Rosso car in 11th, 1 lap down. The last car 1 lap down. Josh Ladd for Yas Heat is in 12th, while Peter Zubas 13th. Johnny Verhoff has just brought the T3 Motorsport by Maniti car into pit lane. They're 14th with Drive Dead 15th. Eric Newman for Alpine Stars Geodesic, the first car 3 laps down, while the third of the Coanda cars is 17th. Delta Sport and Christophe Herbigno 18th. Team RSO had a moment into the tire wall through the International Horseshoe. They're down in 19th, while the Undercut Racing team brings up the top 20. Wave Italy Racing, Red, and Energy Simsport, the final cars still running. Oris Racing Team, German Sim Racing by Hetzler, and SRC Movano Corsa Viola. Early retirements from this race. And meanwhile, in the GTD, we have 4 manufacturers represented in the top 6 positions. Lamborghinis lead the way. RAG has retaken the race lead. Valentin Magdanok behind the wheel. Govan Kini has been in there since the start. 9.5 hours later, he rides himself in 2nd position, 10 places up from where he qualified. Magdanok, 9 places gained for R8G. Reina Talvar for BS Competition completes the podium spots, while Fire Simsport in the Porsche order's been updated since we last took a look at this, because I can tell you that BS Turner has come down to pit lane. So let's bring that back up. Lasse back is in 4th with the Porsche. Yannick Lapchan had a moment just a couple of minutes ago in that McLaren for Altus Esports. They run 5th. Team Redline, the highest of their cars, sits in 6th in what has been an up and down day in terms of luck for the red striped machines. Beeler Racing Team Euronics, a couple of moments earlier on, they've recovered up into 7th position, while BS Turner has just come down to pit. They are plus 12 from where they qualified, one of the biggest movers in this GTD class. Oscar Mangan 9th with the IRS Infinite Racing Services team completing the top 10. 10 cars still on the lead lap. 11th, the first car 1 lap down. That is the Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports. The new combination as Mercedes takes their next step into sim racing. Pure Sims and Bruno Carnero in 12th with Team 75 Bernard by SimRC 13th. Redline Blue in 14th. They had a 3-wide moment of their own that cost them some time. 2 wide through the kink. Contact with Yassi. They run in 14th. Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports 15th with Chris Lullum for Team Redline Orange. That's the 69 that Max Verstappen might be behind the wheel of. We will wait and see. Final car still running in this class is Dylan Becky Shrivens, while first of the most recent retirees is Patrick Holtzman, 3 wide and into the tire barrier for him. Niels Koch for Team BMW Bank, same place, same incident. As we saw with a couple of other cars, Koch in the BMW bank car retired. Alexander Walters in the Lamborghini for RAG, the number 8 car, completes the top 20. Marc Perez, the only Ferrari in the field. Early retirement for them, while Agustin Canapino got mixed up on the left-hand sweeper, back onto the banking, retiring early. Ricardo Rico put it on pole position. They're now down, though, in 23rd position, retired after losing it through the bus stop chicane. Was Cooking Racing Adventures and the Apex Racing Team Audi bring up the 25 cars in this class. 25 cars in each of the classes, 50 cars started this race. We are down to potentially 29 still out there and running, although having said that, it does look as though potentially Chris Lullum has brought that Redline car into pit lane JP, and that might be day done because they've been there for 2 minutes and counting.
Especially since, keep in mind, they had been multiple laps down. No one's jumped into the car, in fact. Yes, it looks like, unfortunately, the rumors that have been starting to speculate about may be coming to fruition because Loham is out of the car. Vecchio has not jumped into the car. Max Verstappen, he is not currently in the sim itself right now. So it looks like a rough day in the office for Redline, it seems. Continues to spoil on over with the troubles with the red car. Now with the orange car currently off track, they have already lost several laps in turn. That's going to take them out of potential contention for many more spots at this point. Not been the best of day whatsoever for the organization. Basically, almost all the cars are off the track from their group.
And it goes back to the endurance racing spirit and what we were talking about earlier, DJ, where there's no safety cars that's going to bring you back into the mix here like you would in the real IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. If you're laps down in a race like this where the pace is so relentless, you are never going to be brought back into the mix. So it's frustration. We see some cars are still out there and pounding around on track. That includes the AMG Urano number 91 car, but you got to put that disappointment aside and show up the next time and try and go even faster.
Exactly. It's really a point here for those Redline teams that I think they're just going to have to go back to the books a little bit, focus in on what went well, what they can improve on, maybe change around their driver order, things like that. Obviously, a lot of their problems outside of their control here today. And as you said, Arjuna, just one of those things that's it's kind of recognizing the futility of running around that far back, that you are just never going to be able to catch back up, even if you put such an amazing driver like Max Verstappen in the wheel of the car.
A reminder as well, if you want to follow along with your favorite team and drivers, head to RaceSpot.tv/timing. Timing and graphics, powered by our partners at ATVO. 12 months ago, they worked tirelessly to a deadline for this 24-hour race to debut our brand new graphics package, and since then, Nick Thyssen, Kevin Niatola, and Simon Grossman have worked tirelessly to get it improved bit by bit, adding in new things. We started with version 1. As of this morning, we are at version 1.13.2. with plenty of minor revisions in there as well. For those that know semantic versioning, you'll understand that we've gone through some changes. Here comes Pierre Sims and Daniel Croft down onto the pit lane from 7th positions. As Justin, looks as though you've got a message potentially from the Redline camp.
This is from their Twitch channel because, remember, they were streaming their perspective from some of their cars throughout the night. Actually just went offline a minute ago after initially showing the viewpoint recently of the purple car. This is the statement from Vecchio where they were thanking them for tuning in. With the power cut off for both of the drivers, it wasn't their intention to end like that and not show you guys Max driving since he was extremely well prepared. They say they'll be back in 3 weeks at Bathurst, and they apologize for how that race turned out in the end here. So not a good night whatsoever for the Orange Machine. From that sounding like they are not going to be back on the racetrack at all and will not have Max in the car.
And do remember as well that it was a double power cut that really started the struggle for them. So it wasn't like they made a mistake or caught up with lap traffic. It was just that unfortunate failure. Not once but twice, and in the space of 20 minutes, I heard that potentially for Johnny, the power cut was caused by someone crashing on the street. and taking out power to the block. So unfortunate for them. The question really will be, Formula One testing, DJ, kicks off not far from now. The cars will be revealed in a couple of weeks' time. I don't think Max is going to be around to defend his win at Bathurst last year. It was a superb, stunning drive from Verstappen and Enzo Benito to clinch the win by almost, it might even be more than a lap at Bathurst last year. It would be great to have him back, but the reality is he's got this other more important thing to look at doing.
Yeah, he's kind of got another crown to defend, as it were, out in the real world. So we'd love to have Max back, obviously, but as with all things with him, that Formula One World Championship is going to come first for him.
And what a dramatic way to close the championship for Max. And no matter what you think about the drama at the final race, the reality is both Verstappen and Hamilton were the championship winners. If not for a couple of kerfuffles between the two drivers, Max might even have been able to clinch the championship before that final race. But nevertheless, drama it was, ongoing drama, given that the results of the inquiry as to what happened won't be released until we get to, as far as I understand, the first race at Bahrain. So plenty of time for the Twitch machine to continue to circulate. And I tell you what, that leads us very nicely, good transition there, I'll credit myself, into another look at what's going on at social media. Joshua Milton, not even close to halfway, and I've already been live for 10.5 hours already. The race goes on. If you want to follow his race, again, hashtag iRacing Daytona 24. We talked about the fact that there are multiple splits and time slots of this race due to a technical issue in their previous race. Ben on Wheels has elected to enter the 4 p.m. Daytona 24-hour race. So far, so good. Just finished a tiring but fun triple stint. Took the car over in 12th and pitted in 5th. That's a nice little jump up from Ben on Wheels, but still a long, long way to go. Let's check back in, by the way, with our French friend, Bar By. Update after 9 hours and 15 minutes. Lots of difficulties, lots of contact, and lots of technique about something, and they're on Discord with, hardware failures, that's what they're talking about, freezes and constant crashes. Are they in 16th? Either of you guys speak French better than I do?
I'm going to defer to you, Justin, because I don't speak a lick of French.
I haven't learned French since the 9th grade.
Okay.
And that's because it's mandatory in the 9th grade.
I was going to say Canadian. I would have hoped that at least a little bit of French went your way, but there's plenty of action going on there. Christian Dinevsky has just finished his first shift, settled in nicely as well. Look at those cones. Think about the poor marshals here, guys. They put those cones back out every single time. Imagine if we had cautions brought out because they ran over the cones. So we're working towards 10 hours done in this race. We have been live and uninterrupted here on RaceSpotTV. Still 14 hours and 17 odd minutes to go. A reminder as well that myself, Arjuna Kenkipati, as well as Justin Prince and DJ Clark will be stepping away in about 2 or so hours' time. Jumping in will be David Haynes, Ewan O'Leary, and Andrew Kinsella before the final 6 hours. Will Vincent, Connery Maddock, and Lewis McClade will jump back in to talk you through to the checkered flag. As it runs right now, DJ, I've been trying to monitor this gap for the race lead. Tommy Osgaard is not losing as much time as he was previously, but by no means is he closing in as Michele Costantini brings in the Apex Racing number 99 to pit lane. That Apex Racing car is flying in the hands of the Italian.
Yeah, it certainly is, Arjuna, and I've been keeping an eye on that gap as well. It's pretty much stabilized, and Constantini's been able to pull out hundredths of a second, really, as opposed to where we saw earlier on in that stint, he was able to pull out tenths of a second. Now, that could be a little bit of the changing conditions again. Remember, we talked about when that VRS Coanda SimSport team started to look like they were off the pace a little bit. It was as night was really coming on. We're approaching midnight here in the the sim. Track temperatures are down to 68 degrees Fahrenheit, so it could just be that the pendulum's swinging around a little bit more here, and we could be seeing a little bit more of favorable conditions. Now, the problem is that those conditions are going to swing back the other way as the sun starts to rise. Things get a little bit warmer here, and if it is our assumption that they were struggling in those specific track temperatures, they'll have to pass through that period of it again before it gets a little bit warmer out on track.
About 30 minutes away from reaching midnight, the day will click over and will continue to be under constant night conditions here until probably 7, maybe 8 a.m. in our virtual Daytona Beach, Florida. Again, because we're in January, just the way the world works, the most nighttime conditions that you'll have at any of the 24-hour races. This is even compared, something similar, I should say, compared to what we saw last year during the iRacing Petit Le Mans, where because that race got pushed back, we pushed the race back in terms of the in-sim date as well. More darkness, especially at the end of the race, really does change things up. Speaking of Petit Le Mans, leads me nicely back to something we've talked about a couple of times so far today, the VCO Grand Slams. We talked about the physical hardware that these top split class winners will get, but the other thing that VCO has done a great job with, Justin, is the fact that the broadcast, not just of course us at RaceSpotTV contributing to them, but the fact that you get the Kings of Endurance commentary, Radio Show Limited, joining the sim and really they're not just here to show up. They enjoy commentating on sim stuff. They enjoy it so much that Nick Damon, whenever he's not commentating, is usually driving in another split or time slot of the same race.
And it's always great to hear them on the broadcast too, because also had the chance to work with some of them as well in various broadcast capacities with some of the members of that grouping. They love the racing and they love the action, to say the very least. And it's great to see them whenever they're on the broadcast. There's a reason fans love to hear their voices, and it really adds that horizons and connection points too, because Peter Mackay is the best example of that, Arjuna, with the connections built there via the sim racing world.
Yep, now fully part of the Radio Show Limited team. Was on the commentary for the 24 Hours of Dubai last year, and more of those connections. Nice little segue there, Justin. Of course, we've got the Creventic Endurance Series, which is a publicly accessible race for anyone on iRacing to come and enter. And there's also the 24-Hour Esports Championship, which is a private league. Same sort of idea, same sponsorship from the Creventic group, but Creventic has been another company that's really jumped on board, Justin, to the point where the cars in the real world have VCO and iRacing logos as part of the mandated sticker set.
And I think with that too, it's knowing those connections and those bridges being built with the sim racing organizations, wanting to showcase this can be legitimate, this could be a pipeline for real world drivers to in turn visit the virtual world, but in turn virtual drivers get a chance in the real world. We've seen a lot of opportunities, as we talked about, for some of those drivers pop up in recent years, and in turn, as you see lots of busy traffic management on screen, it ends up being that situation where you end up growing your potential market base too in that regard. The same can be said on the oval side as well. There's a reason some of the real world teams are starting to make those connections and with the virtual groups and know that importance of those partnerships, and we're seeing so many big real world companies backing sim racing organizations even in the qualifying series to make it to this level, to make it to the top level.
And it's in that case with Creventic as well, it's a big shout out to Niels Heikens, who was the former administrator of the Neo Endurance Series that built that connection, brought the Creventic brand on board, not just for the 24-hour series that rebranded Neo to 24 Hours. It's also now the fact that we had that official Creventic Endurance Championship. Hopefully it will return for this year. 2 battles going on, by the way, in screen. R8G and Valentin Mandunok still chasing down PGZ Motorsports and Govan Keeney. We also have still Ate Kauppinen in the Williams Esports Ben Q car hunting down Pedro Sanchez Albert in the Obsidian Racing 11. That's top and bottom of the screen as we approach the close of another hour. One thing that I think I'm seeing in the chat right now is I saw a message about Middle Eastern tracks and how iRacing should probably get a couple of that. Wasn't there speculation, DJ, or a comment from Steve Myers on Twitter about how there's something internationally known that's coming to iRacing soon?
Yes, I believe there was something to that effect of international notoriety or something like that. And really, with as many tracks as are on the circuit on iRacing right now, kind of the only ones left that are internationally known are those Middle Eastern circuits like Yas Marina, Bahrain, things like that.
I'm very
Monaco.
Please no, please don't give us Monaco, because that's just Monaco with rain is going just to be inviting chaos. Something to note, and this is interesting, as Alejandro Sanchez rolls out the Apex Racing Team number 98 car. Not sure if they're just going to try and recover some pride here. Alejandro Sanchez does bring out that Audi that retired very early in this race. Must just be out there to have some fun. Not sure what else he's there for. Has been a moment as well for the Williams Mercedes car. Of course, we mentioned a number of times that Williams really stepping into esports this year and getting a bit more involved, like we've seen from the likes of BMW and Porsche. They've got a Williams car, they've got two Mercedes-powered cars here, and that Mercedes just comes around. And oh, Daniel Pastor is lucky that he didn't get collected by his former teammates in that one.
Very bad spot to be stopped on the racetrack, to say the very least, and is very lucky to not get hit. I think it was just on its own. Yeah, just whipped around in the middle of the apex on its own, trying to give a bit of space to the OMP2. There was no touch or anything, it seemed, there. And for Daniel Pastor, definitely lucky. But you have to consider this. There's the spirit of endurance racing. You want to finish as many of the laps as possible. That's one of the big things that we've harped on and mentioned for years. But then you add to the equation of all the backing we've seen from the real world coming in. Do you want to end up going to your grouping of backers and saying, we parked the car because of X and didn't feel like we didn't want to finish, and it was a clean race car that could still make the run? No, you do that in the real world, and you have some furious people. So you need to be able to finish all the laps, especially in this regard, knowing the organization some of these cars are a part of.
Absolutely, as Einchan Guven hands over the number 18 to Martin Kroenke, multi-time iRacing world champion. Gap did open up between Costantini and Tommy Osgaard, because Tommy Osgaard took front tires in that most recent trip down to pit lane. Costantini, no tires, only fuel. Now 27 seconds between the Apex Racing Team and VRS Coanda. As, Turner Motorsports are just trying to make my life difficult, aren't they? I tell you what, though, I can't show the tweet on screen because they haven't used the appropriate hashtag, but they did want me to say, and I'm having to refer to my phone here, we are tweeting this tweet just to hear me say on air, she sells seashells by the seashore. I hope
she sells seashells by the seashore.
You said it better than me. Turner Motorsports PR guy, if you're listening in, you use the wrong hashtag. You used the hashtag of the race a week ago, not the race that's happening today. Very poor form.
You two really like to go back and forth, don't you?
I tell you what, I love the Turner Motorsports guys. it was great last year when they were going to announce the Sebring stuff, when, you know, BS Competition and Turner Motorsports were going to work together, and we agreed with BS Competition that we do a special episode of our RaceSpot Talking Tents podcast with Robbie Foley, where we show off the car for the first time and talk about Robbie's experiences with sim racing. And I got a message on Twitter from Turner Motorsports saying, Arjuna, here's my number, call me now. And the person that picked up the phone was the infamous Crotch Belt, who, if you don't follow the Crotch Belt on Twitter, one of the best follows if you like endurance racing, who has been throwing shade the way of some of the other contenders at the Daytona 24 because of some rumored sandbagging that has been going on these past couple of days in the testing that all builds up to the 24. Of course, the qualifying races tomorrow. Don't miss that. That's going to be great. Sound and Vision on radio, IMSARadio.com if you're outside of the U.S. Unsure as to the plans if you're inside of the U.S. There we go. Turner Motorsports PR guy has heard my cries. That's the right hashtag this time. Congratulations. You got there.
Hooray.
TJ, you're the only one who hasn't said it yet.
See?
Yeah, you see, it's not easy.
A great start. I can't do it. There you go. She sells seashells down by the seashore. I had to think about it there.
Oh, God. Oh, no, I'm trying to say it again. I'm getting in my own head. She sells seashells by the seashore. There we go. We got it. They are P8, by the way, for Turner Motorsports fans. About 9.9 seconds back from Jonas Wohlmeier and Luca Kita. They're having a fight for, what's it, so 6th, 7th positions. Nathan Lewis still behind the wheel there. We're talking about monster stints for other drivers. I think Nathan Lewis has been behind the wheel for a while here as well in that BS Turner car. He's been in there since lap 228, and he is working lap 337. That's a long old stint, DJ.
Yeah, indeed it is. Granted, it's not quite the mega stint as Govad Keeney's been putting in, but that is quite a few hours behind the wheel, and you definitely start to get some mental attrition starting to come in, especially running in the dark like this. Even though you do have all of the lights here at Daytona, just running into the pitch black, it can get a little bit disorienting, so kudos to that BS Turner Motorsports machine.
Hanging in there, plus 12 from where they qualified. So qualified on the edge of the top 20. Plenty of racing still to go. Reminder as well, if you're following along, iRacing Daytona 24. Keep in touch with us on social media. You can also get involved with us on the YouTube chat. We're always reading for some of the more family-friendly things that we are allowed to say, because let's be honest, there's a lot of things that we're not allowed to say. We don't want to get in trouble, but as well, if you're a racer, no matter what split you're in, come and join us. TeamSpeak, ts.racespot.tv. Come and have a chat with us live today. If you want to chat with us after the race, racespot.wtf, yes, WTF, /Discord. Join our burgeoning Discord community. RAG and PGZ cut their way in front of the core sim racing car. 23 laps into the stint for Govan Keeney. So he's probably got 10 laps to go. Don't think he'll be coming in early compared to Mandanok. I think Mandanok will likely get out of the RAG car. Plenty of stars in the RAG lineup. Of course, we did talk to Peter Berryman earlier about his World Championship. It was close for RAG between Van Loozenord and Berryman in that final race of the Force Dynamics Dallara IR01 Grand Prix Championship. Mandanok was also in that series, sharing a car with fellow World Championship competitor Florian Labigro. Mehdi El Fathi is the third driver in that car, and of course we did see the young Frenchman Julian Sonnen behind the wheel as well, although I think maybe El Fathi is just there as a spotter here today. And that's one thing that, Justin, the big teams have a little bit of an advantage on. The manpower, the engineering effort that goes on with strategy and building setups, etc., etc. Zach Campbell flew to Germany not to drive, but to be a strategist for Coanda and the Porsche Esports team. Smaller teams don't necessarily have that benefit. All of their guys want to drive and want to go fast.
Yeah, usually you don't see that too much for the smaller groups. Let's put it that way. You'll end up maybe having a meetup or whatnot at one point. Maybe you're from a near geographical location, can drive to one of those places, but you don't straight up say, okay, we're going to fly you out to another country for this, to be the strategist. It's a few years ago, that would have been insane to think about. But with the big teams now, that shouldn't be a surprise because, well, a lot of real-world teams function in that type of manpower situation where you have layers upon layers upon layers upon layers of talent. And there's a saying, the big teams stay big, and it's hard to be able to break through into that grouping, to be able to join that club when you have that repetition and reputation along with that rapport. So it takes a lot of work, Arjuna, to be able to become that next Coanda, or the next Apex, or the next Williams Esports, or the next Redline. It takes a lot of talent and resources, to say the very least, and that is very difficult to try and build on, pull forward, to try and then retain said talent, Arjuna.
I think we're probably at the point where to build an outfit from scratch without having the backing of a big name, whether it be a blue chip sponsor or a major manufacturer, is going to get increasingly difficult. But if you partner up with the right people, you might end up in a good situation. For example, Maniti and T3 Motorsports. Time continues to tick on by. We are officially now 10 hours done with the Daytona 24, the iRacing Daytona 24 in 2022. Live and uninterrupted so far here on RaceSpotTV, where my name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside by DJ Clark, as well as Justin Prince. Question I've seen in the YouTube chat, does iRacing have BTCC cars or even World Touring cars? We have TCR cars, so yeah, we're close. We don't have BTCC, even though that was rumored once upon a time. TCR recently got a bit of an uptick in terms of intrigue because the Hyundai Veloster, Hyundai Elantra, as well as the Honda Civic Type R, both joined the Audi RS3 LMS in the party. You and I, DJ, we'd mentioned that we were not maybe the biggest fans of front-wheel drive in terms of driving mechanics, but what they do produce, no matter where you throw them, is just some incredible racing. And our own Sommel Aurora has coined a term which I love. They are not TCR cars, touring cars. They are totally chaotic racing machines.
Oh, indeed. You get those touring cars out on track, and they're going to be banging doors no matter what they do. They may not be to our driving tastes, Arjuna, but really and truly, I have yet to watch or be a part of a TCR race that doesn't put a huge smile on my face. And it's been a real blessing to have that Honda and the Hyundai come on in, add a little bit new fresh blood to it. Absolutely incredible.
I have to correct you here. How do you just pronounce that name?
Hyundai. I'm an American. I know.
Yes. No.
It's Hyundai.
Yes. No. This is the thing. I mentioned him before. Tyler Maxon is one of our producers here at RaceSpot. One of our crack producers at RaceSpot. Is also a Hyundai factory driver. There's actually been, indoctrinated into the tribe. Is officially now part of the crew as well with Brian Herter Autosport. He was quite frustrated with the World Touring Car Series coverage that we had this past Thursday as they kicked off a new season and a new series there as part of World Sim Racing festivities. Pretty frustrated with the commentators. So frustrated that from Daytona was watching the race and had to comment and say, guys, look, pronounce it correctly. I want to make sure you do it right.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time that I was taught to pronounce something wrong being a product of the Indiana public school system, so yeah.
Well, I tell you what, opportunity for another interview here, and let's bring in Syandra of Satellite Racing and the number 64 car. Sai, you've just jumped out of your car. Alex Gall has taken over for you. You chatted with Will Vincent earlier today. How has the race gone since then? And still in 11th, still in a fight for a good top 10 finish. How are the hopes going for you guys?
It's been fairly stagnant in terms of the way the strategies are working. I think everybody's kind of figured out what they want to do during the night, and now it's kind of just letting it all play out. I've been in a battle with the Pure Sims car, the Kova car. Yes, he's now entering the fold, and the Vendaval car. We've all been duking it out in the past 5 stints, and the way it's cycling out is going to be really interesting towards the end of the race.
How much fun is it, being able, 10 odd hours into this race to still have wheel-to-wheel fights with the rest of your competitors?
Well, to be frank, it's not surprising considering the way the IMSA races we practiced for turned out. It's always going to come down to the very last lap of the stint or the very last lap of the race in most cases. Everybody's just pushing for that last little bit while saving fuel, while managing traffic. It's crazy, but that we all end up on the same piece of track, but it happens, and when it does, it makes for some great racing. And right now, I'm looking at the Delta, and we got the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th car, I think, all within 4 seconds. So, still a lot to play for here.
Still everything to play for. I guess you've done enough driving today so far. Going to get a bit of shut-eye before you jump back in the middle of the night to take this through to the checkered flag?
Absolutely. So Dallas is going to hop in the car after Alex finishes his stints here, so that'll be his first time. So then we're going to alternate to the end of the race.
In terms of tires, how are you guys approaching this? You mentioned to Will and company that you would put a little bit of extra downforce onto this car to help preserve the tires a little bit, but we're seeing, Apex and Koana doing, it looks as though 6 stints on the front or rears and then 3 stints on the other pair. Are you doing the same thing?
We're doing something really similar right now. Our left front tire is hurting a little bit through the bus stop on that 6th stint, but we are getting there. And we're deciding whether it's worth it or not because we're breaking even just about. So whether it's going to be 5 and 3 or 6 and 3, it's really up to the driver to preserve that left front.
And I think it's fair to say that the one race that I've commentated on Satellite Racing so far in 2022 didn't go your way. We're talking, of course, of the Sports Car Open, 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring, where you're coming out of, I'm still going to call it turn 2 because it is turn 2. there was chaos. Other than that, though, what have you been doing so far this year? What's the plan for the rest of the year with 3 more SEO races to go? I know you're involved in Ivra stuff as well, but then there's a lot of questions about the rest of the year for you guys.
Well, same old, same old. We are doing a lot of real-world stuff as usual. Some karting, some SCCA, F600 races, stuff like that. Bigger and better things, as always. We always say bigger, better things are coming. But obviously, we have a new title sponsor for this race, Sim Inc. Definite big shout-out to them for these beautiful paints. And this isn't the only one. I think our 5 other LMP2s that we entered for this race have all amazing looking paints. I recommend you go to our socials to check it out, Satellite Racing on Twitter. But again, another great year of racing, and hopefully we swing on back into SEO, I believe it's Spa, in a couple of weeks, and make it past the first stint.
Make it past the first lap, how about that? That will be 1,000 miles of Spa-Francorchamps. I do want to ask, how do you compare a time-limited race like this versus a distance-limited race? How does that affect how you think about the strategy, how you plan out the races?
Well, for one, lap times don't matter as much with a laps race, but at least there's a lot less unknowns in terms of a laps race versus a timed race. You know exactly how many laps you have. You know how many laps you can do on a stint. It simplifies things down quite a bit, and then it comes down to the driver to execute. Versus a timed race is a little bit of uncertainty as to how many laps is the last stint going to be, or how fast are we going to be in the middle of the race. How is that going to affect the total number of laps we do? We have a big spreadsheet in the background of the race right now that we're keeping updated, and I would show it to you, but I don't think there's a way to share my screen just yet. But it is loaded, and we know exactly how long that last stint's going to be, and it changes every stint based on how the traffic is, what our lap times are, who's around us, and stuff like that. So,
I tell you what, how about I'm going to hold you to this. End of the race, 6 hours. That last 6 hours. Join. You have the Zoom details because you're in some of the series where we give out the Zoom details. Join the Zoom. You can share the screen. You can show the strategy workbook because I'm sure Will Vincent would love to take a look at that one, and maybe your competitors as well.
Yeah, I'll probably have to censor a few things on there, but
that's why I say the end of the race, so it's less bad.
Perfect. I'll keep that promise.
Good. I'm gonna complain to you if you don't. But good luck. So it's been a good race so far, Si. Good luck for the rest of the race. +4 in the battle for 9th. Plenty of racing still to battle for 8th, I should say. Plenty of racing still to go.
Thanks, Regina.
That was Syandra of the Simic Satellite Racing number 64. New title sponsor, but same exciting team. Do really like the paints that they've got on offer for us here today. Onto pit lane comes Arthur LeHook in the Mahler Racing team and number 10. As we get our way into the last hour and 50 minutes of this second stint of the race. In fact, I say second stint of the race, but the three of us here in the comms booth will be out of your ears in 90 minutes time, so if you're irritated with our voices, don't worry, it's not long and you'll get a new set of voices to be listening to as well. DJ, how many endurance races have you really done? Because I think, there's endurance races that are 4 hours in length, there are endurance races that are 24 hours in length. There's a big difference as how the teams approach them and how we approach them as commentators as well.
I have done quite a few. I've been lucky enough to do a number of endurance races over the years, and it is kind of nice to be in on a 6-hour stint like this. A lot of times you come in and you're doing a 3 or a 4-hour stint, and there are storylines that you want to see play out a little bit more, and so having the full quarter of the race like this really lets you see the full thing come into the fore, and it's really quite lovely.
So interesting, you like the 6-hour stints. I was having a conversation with a certain Lewis McLeod, 2020 VCO Simi winner, who Justin said he doesn't like the 6-hour stints. He thinks they're quite long and you can get quite tired during them. The thing that he likes is bouncing back, 2 hours here, someone else comes in for another 2 hours, and then you'll get 2 hours off, jump back in, and so on and so forth. How do you go with this? Because at RaceSpot, we've just got this tradition of, mostly doing these 6-hour blocks.
Well, that's...
Sorry, JP, go ahead.
I think DJ could also answer from his perspective, because in my experience, that's kind of been the structure is. Usually you have those 6-hour blocks, or in some cases the 4-hour blocks, depending on the race length, and that's kind of been the standard on the sim side. But I can see where Lewis is coming from, Arjuna, because, correct me if I'm wrong, that's similar to what they do in real-world broadcasts.
Yes.
In terms of the endurance side, is the 2-hour blocks and rotate them in and out with several different groupings. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, they do. There's a few different ways that you do it. For example, last week Lewis did that big 24-hour race in the French countryside, the virtual version of it. They did 4-hour blocks, but it was always offset. So all 4 commentators did the first 30 minutes, then 2 of them went away. 2-hour block from then for the first pairing, then one of the commentators would come aside and a second would step in. Let's say it was a color commentator, then the same thing happens 2 hours later. The lead commentator steps aside and they follow for 2 hours with that same color commentator, and so on and so forth. It's always interesting the ways that you can break this up. I'm going to go and tell Lewis that DJ likes 6 hours, and he'll get very angry with me for saying that. By the way, big thing about to happen, DJ. We'll get your answer in a couple of moments' time, but I want your answer about something else. Govan Keeney due for a pit stop in about 2 laps time. Indication is he might be stepping out of the car. I don't know if he wants to, though. He's been going fantastically in this race so far.
He has indeed, and has been able to hold off absolute amazing pressure from RAG Esports behind him. I'm not sure that he wants to. It looks like he's going to let him go. No, he's going to fight that. He is still rearing and fighting with about 11 hours down.
Imagine the mental tiredness, but still being able to wheel it out, juke it out, wheel to wheel. Govan Keeney in the 114. Matched lap times last time by 1:43.466. I think they did that last time by as well, so they really are going very, very close. King Govan will take a bit of a break is the indication that we're getting, so Pablo will get a couple of hours in there, and we'll see what happens there. DJ, let's get your answer though. We were talking about, monster stints, not just for drivers but commentators. You say you like the 6 hours, but have you ever done the slightly shorter ones?
I have indeed. I've done 4-hour stints. I've done the 2-hour pop-ins and pop-outs. The 4 hours are good. You get a good sense of it, but the 2-hour pop-in and pop-outs, I find it distracting because I want to keep an eye on what's going on, but I also want to make sure my brain is fresh and I'm not sitting in the same place, and so I inevitably lose something over the course of the pop-out phase of it.
See, that's why you have to stand up for endurance commentary. I found that's a great way to, especially in these long 6-hour blocks, so just keep yourself somewhat fresh.
Oh, I do. I very much do. I sit and stand and move around a whole bunch when it's going on. The joys of being able to do this all from home is here comes that PGZ car down into pit lane. Is there a driver change?
There he goes. Finally out of the car. Pablo Arujo will take over in the 114. The question will be, does he have the pace to match the RAG drivers who are much fresher in terms of comparisons to Govan, but also really keeping up a rather relentless pace in the early portions of this race. There goes Govan, a bit of respite after 10 plus hours in the car. Suspicion is that maybe he'll do another 8 at the end, so 6 for Pablo, and then get Govan back into that car. We'll wait and see. Gap for the race lead, by the way, 32 seconds. I'm knocking on the wood because I don't want to be a Lorenzo Bonder here, Justin, and curse the run of the Apex Racing team, but it is looking as though this might be only the second time since 2015 that Coanda does not win this race, given the pace that Apex seems to have.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing, because remember, we talked about this earlier. It looked like it could be a Coanda domination early on. Then everybody started to have a wrestling match, and the commentator's curse also struck with a mixture of nobody apparently wanted to lead, and the Turtles also decided to start biting everyone's fenders off. In our words, Apex has just become the last man standing almost, with how this pace is going. They're running about a 10th plus quicker at minimum than the VRS Coanda SimSport number yes machine. In fact, Ambiasgard, over the past 5 laps, has lost on average about 2/10 minimum. And over the past 10, at least another 2/10 plus 4/10 over the past 20 laps. It's just legit fallen into Apex Racing Team's lap. But keep in mind, they put themselves into the great position in the first place by being able to reel in the Coanda cars to be in that lead grouping after the first couple hours. If they didn't have that hard work put in early, who knows what happens from here, and who knows who's the leading group of this mark.
Still not even halfway into this race, though. Both the top two have had their own share of misfortune. Don't get ahead of yourself. Plenty of action to come. RAG in the 88 car from the race lead into pit lane. Mandanok hands over the car to Florian Labigra. The 88, will they come out in front of Pablo Arujo? We'll get a good indication of the relative pace of the two competitors. BS Competition cycles to the lead. Lasse back in the Fire SimSport number 9 car is now second spot. There he is, 20 seconds back from Reino Talvar. Gaps really are starting to open up as Labigra rolls himself off of the lane. Where is Pablo Arujo? He is coming already to the start-finish line. Remember as well, that's where the limiter line used to be, but now you wait and wait and wait. There comes the yellow and red Lamborghini. The RAG car still in pit lane in the limiter zone. There he will finally release himself off of the lane. PGZ Motorsports holds on to the race lead but not by much. I'm sure we will see plenty of fighting now. Indication from our YouTube chat, which I believe is coming from the Twitch chat as well, is that, or the Twitch chat of Pablo and the PGZ team. Pablo will do 6 hours in that car, hand it back over to Govan to the end of this race. 18 out of 24 hours, DJ.
That is just mind-blowing. It is beyond belief that Govan would be able to do that much time, but as we saw right at the end of that stint, clearly still had the mental fortitude after really putting in all of that time to be fighting. Not only leading, not only driving that car around, but be fighting for the race lead. So clearly King Govan just putting in a superhuman effort here. I keep saying that, but it's true.
Govan's got a bit of a colourful reputation, given some of the things that he's done, but you then get these races where you get that indication that he's talented, and when he wants to put his mind to something, can make sure he delivers the goods. Did look as though a bit of a bobble for RAG out of the bus stop chicane. Comment in the YouTube chat, it all depends on how long Govan is asleep. He better have his alarm set properly here, because if they really want to still be in with a chance of winning, and the pace that they think Pablo has is probably not as good, then they do need to be careful. And Justin has gone to the Twitter machine to try and check out who Pablo is. Are you not familiar with the sensation that is Pablo on Twitch?
No. Should I?
Yes, you really should. He's got a Twitch channel. That's one way of putting it. Pablo GZ205 is the Twitch for him. He's always entertaining, no matter whether he's racing or whether he's doing other things as well. He is a Spaniard who now lives in England, and because of work stuff, and initially started streaming, from what I understand, because he wanted to get more comfortable with English, and then from there he's just become a meme sensation. Some of the best clips that you'll find, and some of the best moments that you will find. Now we'll actually get to see where his pace is. It's not that he's slow by any means, but we've seen him in Sports Car Open before. We saw him at the Suzuka 10 Hours, from what I remember as well. But now, in that 114, has the might of Florian Lebigra, closing bit by bit as through the banking they come. And if you're Lebigra and you're getting these indications from other people that maybe Pablo's not comfortable, don't bump draft. You need to try and make the move here, DJ. Try and run away from this 114 before Govan gets back into the car.
Indeed, this is now or never time here. You have got to try to push as hard as you can. This is a new driver getting up to speed here. Florian, I think, needs to apply the pressure as much as possible. This is a bit of an unknown entity. We haven't seen Pablo in the car. Where could be the mistake areas that he is not as strong into? This is the time to find it out.
Pablo's looking focused. I can't share his look, but I'm grabbing a look on one of my other monitors as to how focused he is. Heart rate is 155 beats a minute. That's pretty high, JP.
Yeah, and that again comes down to the amount of pressure that comes into this type of situation, because it's sim racing. Yes, but it's racing. And the intensity level and the adrenaline to pump that you get from these types of battles can absolutely cause your heart rate to rise up. One of the best examples, Sebastian Job, who's also had that same thing, I believe, in terms of showing that heart monitor and heart rate in terms of battles such as this one in these moments. And several times during Peskin 2021, during the race, he usually keeps into his own rooming groupings, keeps the mic open. He's usually having a lot of deep breathing in those moments. I wouldn't be surprised to have that same situation popping up now, knowing what's at stake, knowing if he's able to hold on for the next few hours or so, his team's in for what could be their biggest win in organization history.
There was a bump from R8G coming into the bus stop chicane. Will there be another bump heading down into turn one? Yes, there is. Lebigra looks to the outside, but covered off by Pablo Arujo. Apex Racing Team out of pit lane, 57 seconds. The Frenchman Johan Hart takes back over from Michele Costantini. Action at the front of both of our categories right now. Going to be close between Johan Hart to try and split the difference there. Look at him try and just find a way past the two Lamborghinis. That's the traffic management that comes into play. And oh, Pablo is going to get pushed off into the grass. Great car control to hold on to that one. That was a little bit rude from the T3 Motorsports car, DJ.
Yeah, not exactly the way you want to be doing that. Trying to force a GTD off through the kink is not exactly the best decision. But as you said, Arjuna, great job for Pablo to be able to hold on to the car and some good car control. Didn't really lose all that much time back to R8G.
Pablo's heart rate is starting to come down, by the way. It is now at 136. We're going to take a look at a replay for AJ Lawal in the Team RSO number 97. What happens to him here? Coming onto the banking, he's got the Team 75 burnout car in. Oh, I have never seen something like that before.
That looks like more something you would expect from the stock cars than you would from an LMP2 here.
Watch on board and see here. In second, he's already loose coming off the corner. He has lit up the rear tires there and spun that around in dramatic fashion.
Indeed, Arjuna, I think that is just a combination, a case of maybe getting onto the throttle a little bit too early and a little bit of wheel spin.
There goes Labigra looking to the outside. Pablo slams the door closed on the exit of the corner. Remember, there are still 13 hours and 35 minutes left to go. Now, these two are fighting for the race lead and potential track position. BS Turner a second in front of them, yet to pit. Nathan Lewis has been behind the wheel of that car for almost 130 plus laps. Lasse back has come down to pit on older tires now. He's emerged about 12 seconds back from these leaders, net leaders in class. Tommy Osgaard is coming down to pit lane in the Coanda prototype machine, trundling down at a pedestrian 90-odd kilometers an hour. Will we see a driver change here as well to match the swap around for Johan Harth? Doesn't look as though we will see the driver change, at least for this time. Will it be a slightly shorter stop, trying to elongate the stint, get some track position, and try to go from there? 22 seconds and counting as the fuel continues to go into that car. R8G getting a good run off the bus stop chicane, in the momentum, in the draft as well. 30 seconds plus. It is a short stop, but given the gulf in speed in the last 2 hours or so, Justin, Apex Racing Team still in the net race lead for prototypes.
By a sizable margin too, but look at this. The GTD lead back up for grabs. Can Pablo hold on to the inside? They do have the overall leader in the class still in front. Is a bit of a hit behind him.
That was Delta Sport that has gone flying off the track. Not sure if that was a hit or just completely missing the braking zone. We'll get a look at that when we can. They're still side by side through the horseshoe. Labigra trying to get the up and under, but parked on the apex is the 114. At least for now, the move's going to have to wait until they get back onto the banking one more time. Let's go ahead and take a look at what happened to that Delta Sport car coming in towards turn number 1. Can see the core sim racing car just pops out way too much speed, goes flying through the cones. At least he doesn't go flying back onto the banking on the other side of the infield exit there.
Yeah, indeed, very, very lucky, and that was really all precipitated by those battling BMWs right ahead of them. As we check back on that battle, R8G gonna try to cake a good toe here and see if they're gonna be able to get by Pablo. Florian doing a good job to be able to hold behind. Doesn't look like he's gonna make a move going down into the bus stop.
On board with Labigra coming through the bus stop. Watch the line, watch as Pablo compromise the entry very slightly to maximize the exit as much as possible, but this time it's 3 car lengths between the two cars as they work their way onto the banking here at Daytona Beach, Florida. Can also see that PGZ Motorsport are getting the draft from BS Turner, but Nathan Lewis pulls that onto pit lane, and guess what? Pablo almost follows him through. I think scares very slightly Labigra out of fighting for that one. Williams will look to try and get on past. To the inside, Labigra manages to get underneath the race leader, and new race leader Florian Labigra gets the move done.
Wow. Solid move from Florian there. But can the PG's Zen Motorsport machine bounce back here? Try to go for a little bit of the switchback off the corner. Just couldn't get to the inside, Arjuna. That heart rate, keep in mind, for that driver in the 160s prior to that move.
He's just got to relax and calm down here, because if he can stay in the tow, he's looking good to ride out these 6 hours to hand the car back to Govan Keeney, as the 13 car will come down the inside, compromise the run from Libigra, who does a good job to actually get back down to the apex and roll himself onto the power very, very nicely. That heart rate is spiking, and at one point it was down to 130s, 120s, back up above 150, now above 160 as onto the banking they go. GG, this is where you're meant to calm down. The banking's meant to be easy.
Well, it's clearly not here for Pablo, as this is the part he's got to try to calm himself down, though. You do not want to be running with that much adrenaline. You do not want to be running with that much excitement. You need to keep yourself calm, cool, and collected. You cannot try to push here at this moment. You said it, Arjuna. It's all about just keeping yourself in contention, keeping up close behind Florian in that number 88 machine, not trying to go for a crazy maneuver.
And the update from the Twitch chat, Justin, is Govan Keeney is still not asleep just yet.
He's actually cheering on his driver right now, knowing the circumstances here and the importance of how this is faring out at the moment. It's to the point where, for context right now on the current driver's Twitch side, half the viewers on that side of things are saying go to sleep. The other are saying don't go to sleep in case something happens here. So you basically have to try and half sleep?
It's also stressful knowing that if anything does happen, DJ, to Pablo's internet connection, because there's only 2 drivers, it's not like they can really do a swap around here. It would be Pablo's, fish out of water.
Yeah, indeed. It's not really like they've got any fallbacks to go on to, and that's going to really put a lot of pressure on that team. I would not be surprised if Gorvan just maybe, takes a little bit of a nap in the sim, but keeps his ears on to make sure nothing crazy happens.
I'm getting word that apparently Pablo has drunk an entire 6-pack of Red Bull before his stint here.
Oh, that may explain part of the heart rate.
Yeah, no, exactly. Other energy drinks are available, don't get me wrong. But, yeah, he's going to be hyped. And he has fallen now 7/10 back. Traffic splitting, the 2 leaders coming through the bus stop chicane. But in the draft, he might get a bit of a push from the Urano Mercedes as well. There actually will be a potential swap around. Might now rely on Alexei Nesov to try and pull him forward. The battle for 1st and 2nd is going to get mixed up with the battle for 11th and 12th. Mercedes, AMG, Team Urano, and Core Sim Racing, 11th and 12th, they're squabbling over. Oscari Rene's now behind Pablo on the track. Next in line for Alexei Nesov is the race leader, Florian Libigra. Indication, JP, that no matter, even if you struggled earlier in the race, there's clearly pace for Alexei Nesov as he hunts down the race leader.
Yeah, I think so at this rate right now and how this is playing on out, as this is getting dangerous though for these cars. Look at how they're having to slice and dice here. And for Nesov, keep in mind, was among some of the drivers with the early on troubles at organization. They actually have 2 cars, exact same name. The 91 had the more bigger of the hits, 7-lap difference in terms of their cycles. For Nesov, he's had a very solid and quiet run, maybe able to sneak that team potentially in towards the top half of the top 10, maybe towards the top 5 rather, as it's actually called in that regard. There's a decent chance for a good finish there. And could be a factor in this.
Yeah, I think it will be. Here's the grunt of the Mercedes down the straight. See how he's just towing up to the rear diffuser of that Lamborghini. Nesov gets a great run off the corner. Remember, I said this earlier, Nesov has real-world experience both in GT cars but also in Formula Ford. We've seen him with other sim racing teams in the past. Now he's part of Urano, about, well, what's he, 20, might be even 19 years of age. He's going to go low. He's coming to pit lane. That's going to help the stress, potentially, of Florian Libigra. Oscari Rene is now going to really put the pressure, though, on to Pablo, who's going to go deep into the braking zone. That gap, well, at on point it was 7/10. Now it's 4/10 once more. This is what Pablo really needs. Just hold on and stay strong even while, all the while, his heart rate's still above 150.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing Pablo a little bit irked by that Urano car, feeling like he may have been held up a little bit, but a lot of tension starting to come in. Now he's just got to try to keep that gap as low as possible. I'm going to be very interested, Arjuna, if he tries to push himself on here. We keep talking about that heart rate. He's clearly amped up. Or if he just decides to maybe stick behind and play this out.
Pablo's language is getting fruity, I'm being told, on his stream right now. He wasn't too happy with Alexei Nesov. And I was right. Alexei Nesov has driven the Mercedes AMG GT3 car in real world. It would be interesting to get his thoughts as to how real compares to virtual in that regard. Of course, the Mercedes that we have is not even the version that was raced in the initial homologation. We have the version that was scanned after some test outings in the VLN Championship, as it was called back then, in the SPX category. The category for cars not yet homologated, going through the development phase, and really still getting to customer, the next step of customer sales. The finished version, not that different, pretty similar, but slightly different. And of course now there's that Mercedes AMG Evo that looks very aggressive. Pablo needs to be calm here. Save the fuel, hang back. I know Ascari Rines in the mirrors, looming menacingly with that front grille of the BMW M4 GT3 car, but Florian Lebigra can tow you along, dictate the pace for you as well. Because crucially, Justin, even though these two cars are going pretty close to one another, they are amongst the fastest GT3 cars on the track right now.
And you have to remember, one of the ways that the red and yellow machine kept up and got themselves in the conversation for the race league grouping, being able to save fuel and stretch the furthest out of most teams, if not all teams, in this entire GTD field for today. And that seems to be the indication again of trying to take that page back out, keep it a little bit more patient, knowing it's the main thing right now is keep up. Keep up with R8G. Keep within drafting range. Keep yourself with arm's distance. Don't back off in the pressure. It's just a matter of hoping you can keep up and hope that the traffic plays nice with you. That was a little bit sketchy, for example, with the LMP2, where he actually went under the yellow line to let him on go. You need to be careful on those marks.
Rene in the BMW didn't get the best run, but he's got the double draft coming out of the bus stop. Fastest lap, by the way, in the GT3s. I believe it's a 1:42.085. Chris Lullum put that benchmark down. Not far, I think, before they retired that car. Looking for some other fast lap times. Fastest lap time for R8G, 42.942. PGZ, 42.926. Fyra with a 42.668. They're one of the fastest in terms of raw speed in the front. But of course at Daytona, it's hard to really understand what the fastest lap is, because you've got so much draft that can play a major factor in how things are really going to go. We'll take a look, by the way, on the left-hand side as to the manufacturers, as how the balance of performance has really played out here. Porsche is in third. Two Lamborghinis lead the way. BMW fourth. You got a McLaren in sixth. The Mercedes are all out of the top 10. We did have a Ferrari that started the race. They didn't get very far, but at least they did start. All five of those manufacturers were indeed represented in this top split special event. I'm trying to just recall. I think that was all of the entered or eligible GT3 cars that were actually entered. Of course, we're not including the fake Ford GT3 car that is available in iRacing. Still has a bit of a cult following, that's for sure. We've had some Audis as well. Yes, sorry, I forgot the Audis, but the main contending Audis crashed out in the early stages. Both the West Cooking Racing Adventures and the Apex Racing Team. People always like to complain about balance of performance, DJ, but this is one where, Justin mentioned it earlier, Christian Chandler fairly happy with how the balance of performance has played out here.
Indeed, you're seeing good parity among these cars, and obviously the two Lamborghinis leading the way, but with just as many makes and models as we're seeing up in that top 6. I would say, as Challoner said, it's the BOP doing its job. And it really comes down to just sort of what you prefer in terms of driving style, what works to how you drive the car a little bit better, making the difference in these different marks.
Scary Rene doesn't want to force the issue here. He's 12 and a bit seconds back from the BS Turner car, well, where Jarl Tyen has taken over. One of the OGs of sim racing as well is Jarl. He's competed in all sorts of world championships over the years. Now is, though, officially part of the BS competition Zebra machines. And the Norwegian driver has jumped in for, I believe, his first stint of the race. A couple of battles going on up and down through the order. We're sticking, of course, with this GT3 fight. The battle for 8th position in the LMP2 class heating up too. We talked to Syandra not long ago. Hopefully he's getting some rest, but at least for the time being, his teammate Alex Gall behind the wheel there, as in front of him is Pure Sims Esports, as well as that Inertia Vendaval sim racing car that's had some interesting moments here. I think that puts it mildly, Justin.
Yes, a couple different major incidents, a couple excursions with GTD machines. They're still in contention for a solid finish here. It's been fairly impressive with Dakota Fripp behind the wheel, absolutely, right now, but the Pure Sims machine with the driver that's been all over the world in terms of team positioning is right on behind. Still give credit to Alex Go and Sim Inc. Satellite Racing. That car's been punted off a couple different times and is still trying to find a way to get in the top 8.
Oh, that 12 car really forced the issue there down into the second of the hairpins. Don't know if Pablo necessarily appreciated that one. I'm sure there's some more choice words from that driver on his Twitch stream. At least for now, though, the gap doesn't really build on up, as through the left hand they come onto the banking once more. Remember as well, if you're a GT car, you need to try and stay down low. You force the prototypes when they're passing you to take the longer line. Don't compromise your own race to be unpredictable. And overall, the traffic management hasn't been so much of a big factor. Yes, there's been plenty of issues, don't get me wrong, but at a track like this, you tend to see a bit more carnage and a bit more chaos. Marcus Hamilton will come down onto pit lane in the SRC Movano Rosso #1. Might see a driver change going on there. 39 cars out of the 40 still up here and running. One thing that, Justin, you've just noticed when it comes to the way that these cars fuel save is the fact that you get on the clutch to try and minimize the amount that you slow down with the lift and coast. A lot of the drivers might have a button map so that they can get on a button on the steering wheel to make it a little bit easier to try and save the fuel, but it's something that you don't really see in the real world.
Yeah, there's a phrase that I've heard be used before as, by the way, they passed by a car that managed to go into Narnia. Wave Italy Racing Team Red, by the way, in that regard, is how some people describe it as you end up braking into the corner, but you also, before that mark, about 100 meters or so, end up clutch and coasting. The turtle biting somebody right there, by the way, and then...
Is that the fifth time?
At least in this part.
Yes,
but
okay, good.
I think you need to keep on watching from even that spin, because he went even further off the track than what we just seen there. How far? How about 3/4 of the way to the infield wall in terms of, yeah, there we go.
There we go. I want to know who that other car was. Who was it? Can we try and pick them up potentially? Is it? Oh, it's the race clutch car. It's the race clutch car. They had a close view. We'll get it on board with them. We enjoy some of these replays. Let's watch from their vantage point. Not much time for Peter Zuba, the Hungarian, to really react to what was going on. You can see in the air, and oh, he's just lucky that they didn't rejoin back into his path. On and on. Sorry, JP, go back to what you were saying with the this particular phrase.
Yeah, the way I was trying to explain it is, and I've heard this term a couple times, is how drivers sometimes on the iRacing service will do this and will be trying to, in terms of the saving, they'll try and start clutching in towards the entry. About 100 meters plus out from your normal braking mark, some as far back as 200 meters. For reference, the LMP2s in that grouping we're watching for 7th on back, Alex Gall was clutching coach at the start and finish line. And then you go into your normal braking method. In that way, it's a method to be able to save that little extra bit each corner. How is it a feasible strategy? We've seen it come into play several times in official races such as this, but in stock cars too, I've seen drivers in official races where it's a near no stop, where you do have to save, say that's got to be the method you have to do to make sure you get to the end on gas for at least the first 10 laps. So it's something that many drivers have been essentially ingrained into doing here on the service.
Gotcha. And like I said, there are different ways to do it. You're not always using the left foot on the clutch. Some have paddles on their wheel. Some might just map a button as well to make it a little bit easier, but there's different ways to affect it. One of those unique things that you learn about here in iRacing. Top again, still the battle for the lead. Pablo doing a great job to keep it close. That battle for 7th opening up somewhat. Vendaval has built up a 1.3 second advantage through the lap traffic. Caden Bean quite patient with his teammate there in the Pure Sims 116. Daniel Ferguson behind the wheel there as slowly but surely. Alex Gall in the Simic Satellite Racing number 64 is closing in. Is he going to give a shot to the rear end once more? This is a bit of a love tap, and then as they cross the line, there's the clutch and coast, there's the fuel saving going on. And through turn 1, work themselves with no major drama. Well, we are 5 hours into our stint here in the commentary booth. In about 1 hour's time or so, we will get David Haynes, Ewan O'Leary, and Andrew Kinsella into the RaceSpotTV commentary booth to lead you through the third of the 6 hours of this race before we end things off with Will Vincent, Connery Maddock, and Lewis McLeod, and that is Peter Zuber. We saw his close call just a moment ago. This is a little bit less close because he's gone and spun himself off the track. Question is, was this through the kink, DJ, or was this through the second of the hairpins?
Well, we're going to have to watch it right here. Looks like it was through the kink, was just a little bit over-aggressive with those leaders in GTD. They didn't want to give him an inch of room.
Let's ride on board if we can from up above the P2. There's a hole that was always closing. Justin, little is your reaction there.
Yeah, I need to take a look at this one more time because this was going to be a close call regardless here at this end. It was going to be very difficult to back off, but there's giving space to the GTD, and then there's saying, you know what, I'll just take the off track and hope I stick the landing. And guess what? He overran the runway.
Talking of runways, there was a great... Things on Reddit, especially when it comes to sim racing, are either terrible or they're fascinating in the best way possible, like Reddit best of worthy. There was a thread on the iRacing subreddit, I think yesterday, about how the plane that is here at Daytona, because yes, there is actually planes modeled around the circuit, the runway is just off to the side of the track here in Daytona Beach, Florida. But that was a thread that analyzed the speed of the plane, analyzed what model the plane was, and analyzed how not only was the speed absolutely impossible to approach a runway at 400 miles an hour is about 3 or 4 times too fast. They also said the approach plate that was used in effect, the line that the airplane draws on the descent down into the runway was absolutely unfeasible. That is just total Reddit, DJ.
100%. That is somebody having way too much fun with math. And I do give them credit for that because I could not do those calculations whatsoever. There's a reason why I have fine arts degrees.
What was your degree in?
Screenwriting and theater, so the opposite of math.
Oh, wow, okay, yeah. No. So don't trust you on strategy is what we're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Don't come to me for the numbers. I do words.
Yeah, we say don't trust the commentator's math. We'll take that to the extremes with you. 7/10 between the leaders as Ascari Rene continues to push. I believe the writer of that Reddit thread has jumped into our YouTube chat. So hello, if that really was you, 10 out of 10, gold star handed down to you. You really kept things interesting in as I read that post last night. Really well done, and those are the little things that we love to see. That's what makes sim racing so good, is that everyone has some fun, just like we're doing here. As looks as though the gap for the prototype lead, while these cars close on up, Tommy Osgaard 21 seconds back. And I tell you what, Justin, given that Osgaard owes us a full service, I think that gap is closer to 40 seconds for Johan Hart and the Apex Racing team.
Yeah, right now it's just making sure they don't get into more trouble, because that was what really changed the complexion a few hours ago, right? So in our words, Apex Racing team's got the pace. You heard from the discussions, they got the confidence. Can they get the luck their direction, though? The traffic management has been much more stable this run. Johan Harf has helped stabilize things as well. Remember, he was the one who started this race in the car. He jumped in on lap 390. And he's been very consistent on his marks, within 4/10 of the team's best lap over the past few hours alone, for reference. 132.5 on average the past 5. Compare that to his competitors like this one on the bottom of your screen. It could be worse. You could be the cars hitting the turtles.
That's another moment, though, where Car did a good job to avoid really causing havoc. That was the initial pass from Alex Gall in the Satellite Racing car, and then just blinded on the turn-in point. Just really didn't know how to, where to get that car pointed in for the Pure Sims number 16 car. Ended quite poorly. At least, though, they have not lost too much time. They're still about 1.5 back from the Satellite Racing car. So, in effect, the gap for the lead is 40 seconds, give or take, maybe even a little bit bigger than that. And to give a Pablo PGZ update, he's still mad, Justin.
Apparently, the last things I believe he just said was he was mad that you don't let me go under braking. So there is something involving the traffic around them. I think that's the main thought process, but also these LMP2s that is starting to frustrate things because of the timing of things. And it seems to be hurting him to keep up his ability to keep up with the back end of the class leader right now. It's cost him a little bit of time. He did get a faster lap last time, but the average has been swinging more so towards RHG Esports in that direction for the past 5 laps of 10th lap.
They're still pulling away very slightly from the Fire Simsport green car, which still questions remain as to was there a failure of some kind for Mikkelgaard, whether it be technical or schedule related. That forced, I believe it was Lassie, back to jump in on worn tires to do a stint to carry the strategy forward. Back is back in the car. That's the hit song coming to you here on RaceSpot FM. Back is back. Yes, he is. Look who's back. Back is back. Pablo's heart rate has not calmed down very much either. It is still 150. Those Red Bulls clearly are not making his life easy, but I think this... DJ, we were told that he wasn't sure about the pace, and Pablo maybe wasn't on the pace. I hate to disagree with whoever said that, but I disagree.
Yeah, as do I. Pablo's been able to do a very, very good job of keeping that PGZ machine close up and behind, exactly in striking distance. He may be driving mad right now, but he's driving smart. He's been able to have a little bit of overspeed coming through NASCAR 3 and 4. We haven't seen him go for a dive bomb to try to get back into the lead. I'm getting the sense that he's just saving a little bit of fuel, gets a better run there out of the infield, and just watch him here. He's content to stay behind. He is content to just save a little bit of that fuel.
We haven't really mentioned it, but two of us are saying PGZ, one of us is saying PGZ.
What do they prefer?
Yeah, we should probably find out. That's American versus English.
Very true. Very true indeed.
Americans still speak English, though.
You know what I mean. Okay, American versus British. How about that? British / Canadian, because yeah, you Justin.
Yeah. Okay. Either way, it's. I have to say for the 114, it's been an interesting run. But I think they found some help. I don't know if that's too much help. Core Sim Racing just shoved them 4 car lengths up the track into them.
That was fun. That was scary as well. Did look as though a little bit loose was Pablo Arujo in the 114, but he held onto the car, at least for now, getting a helping hand from behind. Word from the Fire Simsport camp is that Lasse Sorensen was having technical issues, FPS drops, which made them do an unscheduled swap. So compromising the strategy, they're working around that now. Those are the things that happen in sim racing. Your engine may not go boom, your gearbox may not fail on you and drop a gear. There's still plenty of things that can go awry. Just ask Max Verstappen. We refer to this all the time. A couple of years ago in the 24 Hours of Spa, Max Verstappen in the lead for Team Redline. His brake pedal fails. He has to stop himself with the assistance of the wall because they were 2 laps in the lead. Still managed to take the checkered flag along with the likes of Max Benecke and Lando Norris. 5 minutes away from the top of the hour, and the person that was feeding us the info that Pablo was concerned about the paces has admitted he's got giga pace right now, and I would agree. He's looking comfortable, heart rate coming down very slightly. He's being told to relax by his community. He's got an incredible number of people watching and cheering him on right now. The only thing that is concerning, and it is something to be concerned about given that we're not even halfway into this race, DJ, there is a incident limit, 100 incidents. You stray above that, 101, you get a drive-through penalty. Pablo is already at 55 and counting.
Yeah, that is not what you want to be seeing, because as a driver, even though you still have plenty of incidents to give, that number, as it continues to accrue, you want to give yourself that safety blanket. You want to give yourself that comfort level. And the more that the numbers get closer to that 100, the more nervous you're going to get, the more conscious you're going to be of running wide, making contact, anything like that. And that's going to cause you to make more of those incidents. So that is going to be a storyline that we may not be able to follow here, Arjuna, as our time is starting to get closer to coming to an end. But certainly as this race continues to go along, it is going to be a massive storyline as the sun starts to come up.
Yeah, and the thing you have to remember is you need that buffer. We've seen contact at the end of these races before. You think back to back when it was the old Chevy Daytona prototype, Vendaval, and I forget the other team that they made contact with in the last couple of laps of this race. You need that buffer. You want to make sure you don't have the drive-through penalty to serve right at the end of this race. So Pablo's got to focus maybe on that as well at this point in the race. Give Govan a little bit of leeway, given that he's going potentially to be doing 18 hours in a 24-hour race. The other thing of note is, as Pablo's heart rate skyrockets once more, JP, I think Govan's still awake.
I believe so. He apparently, Pablo has somebody with him in a Discord, keep in mind, that's supposed to help him keep calm. And the one trend that some people have noticed, I think some of our viewers may have noticed as well, is something I noticed. His heart rate drops when he gets mad, apparently. I don't know how. Usually it's the opposite. And on top of things, he's got the most stressful spotter pack I've ever heard in my life.
Oh no, it's the best spotter pack. It's the Samir spotter pack, isn't it? I believe
is that an official one or an unofficial one?
Have you not seen this classic clip, which was definitely edited and taken out of context, of the Indian rally driver who's just being shouted at by his co-driver?
Oh yeah, that video that circulated around.
Isn't that the spotter pack that he's got?
Oh yeah. It seemed like the driver at the time was absolutely scared because of the person yelling at him the whole time.
Yeah, the poor co-driver came out then after the fact and said that video was taken out of context and was not happy with some of the abuse that he got. But it's entertaining, and as a spotter pack,
you're not wrong.
It's even more entertaining.
Still, though, that would cause my heart rate to go up alone just hearing every single spotter call me with it screaming at the top of the lungs.
It's not also the most descriptive of spotters, is it? It's really not a spotter where you get told when you're 2-3 wide. It's more shouting at you saying, oh, there's cars around you, kind of thing. But at least for now, they're holding steady.
And there are spotter packs out there that can bring that description side of things. And the best one I can think about is the Chad Knaus one, where it has the descriptors for quarter panel, door, bumper,
Right.
etc.
Yep.
that give those measures. And now Pablo's nearly turning around the leader.
Yeah, they're flirting with disaster. Every time they do this little bump dancing draft game, I start to get a little bit scared. But I tell you what, they're holding it steady, at least for the time being. We'll see exactly how it's going to shake out. Adi Koba-Lopez, a name that if you tune in to Friday Night Primetime on RaceSpotTV, you will recognize from a number of different series. First Formula V and now the Touring Car Challenge. He's jumped into the Obsidian Racing 11 car. Alexander Spetz back behind the wheel of the Williams Esports BenQ number 15. Looks like Koba-Lopez might have lost a little bit of ground through the infield. He's now 1.1 seconds back, but these two have been going at it hammer and tong since basically the start of our commentary stint here about 6 hours ago, as Johan Harth comes down to pit lane, works himself into the box. Should be fuel only, as the Frenchman finds that spot. Started in second, so they have the second box on the pit lane. One thing to note as well, as I'm going to have to break out the yellow pen tool for the very first time today. You see over here, oh, that's not the yellow pen, that's just a cursor. And that's the wrong camera angle. We'll see if we can get the right camera angle. Here we go, this will work. You see this area here. Usually you'd see drivers duck below that white line and shortcut the distance to try and minimize the time they spend on pit lane. You can't do that anymore. You'll get a slowdown penalty. So you can see Harth is 2 wheels across the line, but that's as close as he wants to cut it. These are little things, DJ, that the top teams are always testing to understand where they find speed.
Exactly. It is really and truly just the absolute infinitesimal details like that that separate the good teams from the best teams, and the best teams able to find those cut courses. iRacing on the latest scan of Daytona, taking out that little area where you can gain. It was literally, I think I clocked it out at one point, it may be a 1/10.5 coming through the pits, but that is where these teams are able to make up speed, and rest assured, if they can find that area, they're going to go for it.
There's drama in the PGZ camp because apparently Pablo is screaming at Govan, telling him to go get some sleep because he wants to be left alone. But Govan's not asleep, and he may have chugged his own Red Bull. I've stayed up for a 24-hour race before where I did about 12 of the hours of driving in a 3-man team. That wouldn't be fun. Oh, Moritz Lohner giving us the insight from within the Coanda camp that you can go over that little thing there. The slowdown actually clears itself instantly. Interesting.
iRacing takes a note of that.
Yeah, iRacing's going to fix that loophole for the next one. You better be sure.
Yeah, probably.
I'm going to blame my source of information. I'm going to throw William Chadwick firmly under the bus because our newest member of the RaceSpot team is the one that threw me that bit of info. Oscari Rene's down onto the pits. It is going to mean that finally Pablo Arujo has a little bit of clean air behind and a little bit less pressure. As into turn 1, the leaders come once more. They are 15 seconds in front of Lasse back in that Fire Sim Sport number 9 machine. Slowly but surely they are pulling away. Remember, they are on opposite tire strategies. Lasse back is on a double stint of his tires from what we understand. Florin Labigra, Pablo Arujo, after just getting into the car, they are on the same tires, fresh tires, 27 laps into the run. Update as well for the Max Verstappen and Romain Grosjean fans that we see in our chat. Romain Grosjean Esports is in this race and leading, but it's not the team where Romain Grosjean is racing. Romain is partnered up with Jimmy Broadbent, Martin van Lozenoord, and a whole bunch of other RHG superstars. They find themselves down in split 4. Well, Max Verstappen in that 69 Redline orange car didn't even do a lap. Chris Lullum retired that car about 60 laps ago. And for Redline, a day of disappointment as they look to build off a dominant showing in the iRacing special events in 2021. They won multiple times in some of these IMSA special events, all 3 classes of competition. Incredible when you think about it that way, as Tommy Osgaard finds himself in pit lane for the number 2 VRS Coanda car. No driver change forthcoming there, so it'll be Osgaard versus Hart. Looks like Tommy Osgaard doing the heavy lifting during the night in Gronau at the Coanda team house, where maybe Josh Rogers is getting a bit of a nap along with Mitchell de Jong. Of course, Hypermac Backham was meant to be behind the wheel of that car, but illness dropped him out of the lineup at the very last moment. I think we'll go ahead and turn our attention to social media once more and celebrate what's going on, because races are in the books. The first time slot has been completed, and MJR Esports has finished split 5 in P3. Congratulations to them. They'll be breaking out the champagne and getting ready for a couple of weeks from now, when we'll go to Mount Panorama for the second of these iRacing special events. Here's Cameron Rich. 7 hours into his race, they've had nothing close to a clean race, but they're still managing to hover around P2 to P4. The car has speed, but it is tough to handle. Bit by bit, hopefully that car gets back to factory fresh conditions. Then we've got our friends BC Gaming. They're close to 12 hours in. Again, another car battling between P2 and 4, but only a couple of seconds behind the leader in class. It's the best iRacing Daytona 24 that they've ever had as a team. Congratulations in order as well for Western Pennsylvania iRacing. They finished 3rd in their split. Great job by their drivers. Live broadcasting is hard. Please excuse me, guys. To finish this race, they had a 5-car lineup. And again, like I mentioned, up next will be the 12 hours of Bathurst. More updates from around the iRacing community. Arrow, hour 10 update. They're a lap in front. Oh, that's an impressive one. The driver change hands it back to the other Clayton, and they are full control of their fate, so plenty of racing to go. Apologies for the language. I didn't notice that until it was too late. This team finished 21st, 56 laps down in their first 24-hour race, but they endured and they persevered. That is true endurance racing spirit, especially racing with COVID-19. Congratulations to Dean Clavitt. And I tell you what, we're going to do it one more time, because the crotch belt gave us a 2 out of 10 for our previous readings of this one. I'm going to throw DJ to the wolves first. DJ, please read this out for us.
She sells seashells down by the seashore.
JP?
She sells seashells by the sea, ba-ba-ba.
Whoa, I like that little twist that you had. She sells seashells by the seashore. I think that was a little better, Mr. Crotchbelt, but maybe give us a 6 out of 10?
I think I got a 0 out of 25.
Oh, wow. You're really not being nice to yourself.
What can I say? Oh, by the way, results are fully coming on in, indeed, from those 7 p.m. Eastern Time Friday splits. Can tell you top split winners. Private label Team Hype came away with their victory with the backing of a lot of the people from Lionheart Competition and the Team Talent drivers. Connor Harrington, Joshua Chin, and Phil Krautz built a house in Victory Lane. And then we were talking about Vicente Salas earlier, Arjuna. They, along with ESC, remember, there's still the friendship there on that side with Garrett Maines as well. Worked together for their own road run today. And in turn, they won in their respective class as well. The SOFs in those in the 3,500, 3,600 or so range.
Results coming in from the rest of the community, as it looks like Pit stops underway for Martin Kroenke in the VRS Coanda number 18. As well, onto pit lane, Drive Data Racing in the number 12 LMP2 car. Bram Van Putten has just gone into the car for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. As we work our way towards the commentary switchover. Of course, Vicente Salas, Williams esports driver in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series for 2022. Again, we're not far away from the World Championship action kicking off in earnest for the year. The Coca-Cola iRacing Series, NASCAR iRacing Series, will start with an exhibition race at the Coliseum for the Clash, much like they will do in the real world with the new next-gen machinery. And then they will head into the swing of full-time competitions. Still a rumored team, or a team that hasn't officially announced what their name is or anything like that, so it will be interesting to see exactly who is that 20th and final team for 2022. Meanwhile, for the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, February 5th will be the first race from the Hockenheim Ring. Oh, that's going to be fun. Of course, Hockenheim Ring, home to the Porsche Experience Center, where recently released on iRacing, you've got some interesting layouts that you can twist and turn your way around and really get to grips with the car. Pit stops, by the way, for the GTDs going to be imminent. Pablo Arujo, 32 laps into his run, might be in next time around. Could conceivably be in this time, but might be just a little bit earlier than expected. So as we wind down, let's get some forward thoughts about how this race is going to play out. We'll start with you, DJ. We'll talk first about this GTD battle, because this is fun, this is fascinating. Right now it's looking like R8G versus PGZ. Fira is now 16 seconds back, with BS Competition 6 seconds further. Altus is then 48 seconds back. So really, if there's going to be a winner and there's not going to be drama, it has to come from the top 4. But I think the reality is, if these top 2 cars, as they both come down to pit road in unison, can hold steady. Pablo really sent it deep there. Hopefully no speeding penalty. As, RHG has to back up in the box. That's going to cost them a second or two. If these cars can avoid mistakes like that one, they're looking in a comfortable spot.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought, that it's going to be a battle between the 88 and the 114. We've seen good speed coming out of that Fira SimSport Green machine, but they just haven't been close here in the closing stages, so I'm not sure what's going to close them down and what's going to be able to get them in there, but that's really what it is. Lassie Beck just doesn't look like he's got quite the pace here at this point. I think it's a coin flip between PGZ and R8G.
And then what about you, Justin, in terms of the prototypes? Let's talk a little bit about that, as R8G is going to lose a bit of ground here in this cycle. I think Apex is in control of their destiny as well right now. They clearly have the pace. They've clearly got the gap on track right now. It's all going to be about strategy, keeping them in front and making sure they stay out of trouble.
Exactly, you said right out of my brain there, because that was the trend we've seen before. We've talked about said trend. And that essentially put them in the spot where they can't afford any mistakes. I think they've already used their mulligans. Several of their mulligans, as well as a couple other people's mulligans, to be still in the lead after, what was it, 2-3 major incidents.
Yeah,
usually you're catching up for 6 hours from that.
Yeah,
not in this case.
They've been minor incidents, though, for Apex in comparison, though. I mean, you had the moment, of course, down at the International Horseshoe where RSO sent it 3 wide with the Redline BMW. That caused a bit of contact with between Redline and Apex in opposite classes. They probably only lost about 10 seconds there. Could have been a lot worse. Then in comparison, Rogers had his own little moment through the bus stop. They lost maybe 6-7 seconds there. Oscar lost a little bit more because he had to turn it around. We'll wait and see. By the way, because of that small mistake, it's all it was. 1.6 seconds slower in pit lane for Florian Lebigra. He is just on the edge of drafting range. About 1.1 seconds is where the meat of the benefit really comes in. Florian Lebigra, 1.2 seconds back. So he's going to have to close now and really focus in on trying to get back into the draft. And I don't think Pablo is going to mind too much if the RAG number 88 cycles back in front and cycles into the position to help them save some fuel. Well, as 12 hours and 46-ish minutes left to go in this race. Again, in a couple of, probably 20 minutes time, we'll be switching over to part 3, so keep your eye out on the YouTube feed. And remember, of course, if you're not already subscribed to us on YouTube, hit that red button, the bell next to it as well, to get notified every single time we go live with whatever sim racing series that we get to cover, special events, all disciplines of racing as well. And follow us on social media, because Justin Prince, you've been doing a great job on our social medias of really doing race updates and keeping those who aren't necessarily watching but can follow on social media just a little bit closer to everything that's going on.
Yes, indeed, and it's definitely a busy task, and it definitely helps with a lot of the stuff going on in 2022 in Ontario currently for the next couple weeks specifically. But I think for a lot of people, being able to keep up with the action is very important, to know the context, to be able to draw people in that regard. And in turn, it's been an intriguing battle, I think, that has drawn in people in that regard, because there's a reason so many people are keeping an eye on this fight. It's been intriguing to see this cat and mouse back and forth, knowing Govan stretching it out as long as he did in the car, Govan in turn refusing to sleep. And Pablo's response was trying to come away and put his team in a great situation. As we mentioned, PGZ Motorsport, this would be their biggest day and biggest 24 hours in their team's history if they can pull this off.
Yeah,
they're in the great position to do this.
They had a great podium in their debut in Sports Car Open competition at the 12 Hours of Sebring earlier in, I say earlier in the year, it was 2022. It was late October 2021, the first race in the 5th edition of the Sports Car Open season. Not for this team, not the one that Pablo was actually driving for, but the aptly named PGZ Assistance. No assistance was needed. They drove a great race. Didn't qualify inside the top 20, but did finish inside the top 3. From strength to strength, the team built from initial memes. Quick drivers, that's for sure. They're all here having some fun. And a heart rate update, it is 136 beats a minute. As here comes, bit by bit, Florian Lebigra closing, as there goes the 81 car. David Williams behind the wheel of the VRS Coanda prototype that is now 3 laps down. Only 5 cars still on the lead lap in the prototype field. As looks like Shane van Gisbergen. So no Max Verstappen, but we do have the Giz in the 72 car. Of course, your 2021 V8 Supercars champion. Had an astonishing run of victories. And without being too harsh, I mean, partly aided by the fact that Scott McLaughlin left for the US and IndyCar action, but Van Gisbergen versus McLaughlin, always fun to watch them duke it out amongst the two of them. Van Gisbergen definitely now one of the stars and dominant drivers now that McLaughlin has waved goodbye to supercars, at least for the time being. Hopefully we'll see McLaughlin maybe back into a supercar for Bathurst 1000 appearance, and maybe, never say never, maybe Van Gisbergen and McLaughlin can team up, because boy, that would be a dominant pairing. That would be fascinating to say the very least. In terms of prototypes, as we continue to watch the GT battles, this has been fun between these two cars. It's also fun between the IRS Infinite Racing Services and Team Redline Purple. Alexander Theba has pulled a little bit of a gap now on Juan Blainat in that red and green BMW is into the bus stop chicane they come. And meanwhile, Lasse back is back down onto pit lane for Fire Simsport. Will hand the lead back over to the 114. Question will be, is there going to be a driver change, or is this going to be a fuel/tire only stop? Doesn't look like he's going up on the jacks, DJ.
No, it doesn't. So they're going to stretch out another stint on that set of rubber. Doesn't look like they're going to do a driver change either. It looks like Back is just going to stay in that car and keep pushing ahead for the number 9.
Porsche looking pretty clean, all things considered. About halfway into this race, you've seen cars being a lot worse, considering what's going on. Here is R8G giving that push to the 114. Will there be a swap around here, or are they just locking bumper to bumper here? Pablo almost runs into the path of the Undercut Racing Team machine as around the outside the P2 laps these cars once more. There's that speed differential into turn 1, about 40 plus kilometers an hour. 280 for a GT3, give or take, 320 for a prototype car, and that's before you factor in the draft. Working their way out of the International Horseshoe. Again, reminder, we'll be switching over very shortly, so do make sure you're ready to go over to part 3 of this iRacing Daytona 24-hour race. Been fun so far. My name is Arjuna Kankipati alongside DJ Clark as well as Justin Prince. And Justin, I mean, usually every hour or so we take a break, we go for a RaceSpot fan immersion. We've just been having too much fun, too much action, too much fun.
Just when things start slowing down, things get crazy again. It's just been that type of a 24 Hours of Daytona this year, because it almost felt like it had a different vibe when the normal tropes of, okay, X team pulls away by 20 seconds in 2 hours, broke in the first 90 minutes. When X manufacturer dominates the top 10, broke within 30 minutes. Every single usual trend in the past we've seen, Arjuna, for this event just hasn't come true. It's been a different year. It's even to where, keep in mind, both of these teams that are in contention right now did not start in the top 5, and we talked about the importance of track position. Part of the reasoning they're here is the strategy placement that got them in the window to close on up and be in the lead pack and take advantage once everything started to fall apart for literally everybody else, once the attrition came in. It's been a different kind of race, Arjuna, this year, where you can't necessarily point to last year even and say, this happened at this time, and this will be exactly what happened. No, it's been a completely different type of year, especially with the BOP.
It's been fun. Kudos to Christian Challoner for what he's done with the BOP. Kudos to iRacing as well. And a new track scan, yes, you can talk about the bus stop chicane maybe not being ideal, and the anti-cut curve that they've got there, but really nice little preview of what we will be in for in a week's time for the Rolex 24. Battle for 10th, by the way. Oskari Rene still behind the wheel of the Core Sim Racing number 80 car. Alexei Nesov in that Mercedes AMG Urano Esports number 90. Slowly but surely gaining in that Mercedes. One thing that we haven't talked about, DJ, when it comes to these representations, the manufacturer, links with teams, for example, BMW, BS Competition, Mercedes, Urano, is it means you're locked in to the car that, even if you may not want to drive that car, you have to drive that car. It's something we saw with, in particular, Gianni Vecchio last year when Redline had a deal with Porsche 24, as they called it back then. It was the Porsche 24 driven by Redline. So guess what? They had to drive a Porsche even when the speed maybe didn't favor them. Here comes the move, though. Pablo Arujo not going to fight this one too hard, and back to the race lead, R8G, where they've controlled much of the last couple of hours. But again, DJ, it's one of those things where even when the BOP is great, you might not always be comfortable with a car. It doesn't matter. You got to drive it.
Exactly, and it's one of the things that iRacing has done such a good job of modeling about these different GT3s is just the different ways that they drive. Obviously, the Porsche and the Mercedes, two ones to really look at. The Mercedes known as being a little bit more understeery on the whole. The Porsche tends to be a little bit twitchier with that rear-engine, rear-wheel drive setup, and so some drivers like that, some drivers don't. And if you are in one of those manufacturer deals, you've just got to learn to drive with it. And all the cars are obviously very, very drivable, able to get out, and you just kind of have to finagle your own driving style to make it work. Whoa, that got a little bit close there with the LMP2 and the R8G GT3 leader.
That was the Marla Racing car. Arthur LeHook behind the wheel. 6th in class. 1 lap down from the race leader. Working our way into the closing stages of Stint 2. I'll remind you once more, if you're not already subscribed, hit that red button, the bell next to it as well. Plenty more sim racing to come. Of course, the likes of the Sports Car Open Endurance Series returning at the start of February. BMW Sim GT Cup action, including the new pre-show for BMW Sim GT Cup, where we had Josh Rogers and Kevin Bobbitt join our host, Matthew Trivett-Sadakis, for a 35-minute preview of what's going to go on. There will be plenty of exciting things going through Ignition over the course of the season. 9 more races left in this BMW Sim GT Cup for 2022. Might even talk to some of the BMW partners outside of sim racing, because BMW is very, very passionate about esports now, not just sim racing. Partnered up with teams in Valorant, for example, Counter-Strike and whatnot. Also partnered up with some Rocket League teams as well. I do believe you can actually drive a BMW. Or do you drive do you drive in Rocket League, or do you fly in Rocket League? That's probably the question as well. I tell you what, guess who's claimed another victim? It is that curb through the bus stop chicane, and this time it's caught out the Williams Esports Ben Q car. We saw this car fighting with Obsidian Racing, but Adi Copa Lopez will cycle in front as a result of this. And watching here, again, it's just on the curb, and another one where locking it down, but burning up those tires, JP.
Yeah, and that's going to hurt them a little bit for the rest of this run until they can change the full set, probably. But again, Turtle, don't touch it, or else you go slidey. And it seems everyone keeps on forgetting that lesson the further we go.
Bila Racing Euronics had to go a little bit wide to avoid coming into contact with that rejoining BenQ car. Arthur LeHook in that Marla car is on pit lane, so the prototype pit window has opened up, at least for the time being. Energy SimSport as well are on pit lane, 22nd for them. They're 7 laps down. I wonder if they've had a moment, because they've continued to drop time and maybe some damage on that machine. BS Turner, they've come down into pits this most recent time by. They're still in 9th, up there in contention. Here's the battle once more with the PGZ and R8G cars. They'll put 1 lap down on the BS Turner machine, so makes life difficult for Jarl Tyne and company. And over the course of this year, DJ, we're going to have some fun. So many big events, not just these special events, of course, but new TCR cars came to iRacing. With that is coming a new series as well that we'll have more information to share very shortly. I'm hearing talks about other series in the works as well. It's just, you get this sense that with all the things going on in sim racing, this is going to be bigger and better, and hopefully that's the trend. Bigger and better for years and years to come.
Indeed, Arjuna, and you know, we obviously have seen the growth of sim racing as a result of the pandemic and everything that has entailed to bring along with it. But iRacing has done just such a great job of every time you think that they've found a new way to do it, they come up with something new. Nobody really expected those TCR cars to come out and change the face of TCR. So that coming into it, rumors circulating about so many different cars and tracks that can get scanned. It's a very, very exciting time to be in sim racing.
We are rejoined from the Apex Racing facility by our weatherman, Kevin Ellis Jr. Kevin, first off, Alejandro Sanchez has rolled that car back out onto track. Are you just there to have some fun, get some laps under your belt?
Yeah, Alex has gone back out and trying a few spots and just kind of see what's going on. I think you know, we put a lot of work into the race, so we might as well go and have a bit of fun. I don't think Jamie and I will be getting in the car. We're on just chilling and dealing with the strategy for our LMP2. But yeah, I think Alex is going to run just a few stints, just stay out of trouble, and then box before he goes to bed.
So take full advantage of this new studio you've got behind us, behind you. Give us the weather update and how things are looking here in the Sunshine State.
So I think that means rain, and it's moving away from the track, so I think we're okay for the foreseeable anyway. Obviously I heard some reports about possible rain around 2 a.m. That seems to have cleared up, so I think we're good. Should be good to stick with dry tyres for the foreseeable.
So iRacing did enable it, it's just the weather has moved away for us, is what you're saying here.
Absolutely, yeah.
Perfect. I do have to ask, how much fun is it having all of this? You've got the team there and you're being able to do fun things like this. Are we going to see more of this in 2022 where you'll do things like this and you'll just have some fun with all the new facilities that you've got?
I hope so. Yeah, I mean, we've got this, it'd be a shame to waste it. You know, we thought it'd be quite funny to have a quick look at the weather and you know, have a bit of fun with it. Yeah, obviously we still get everyone next door. We're still working away on the strategy side of things. Things seem to be going really well with the LMP2 squad, so we're pretty happy with the progress there. Yeah, I mean, hopefully throughout 2022 we can do more of this. Obviously, you know, after the Porsche races, you know, we can come and have a chat with you guys, providing things go well. More endurance races in the future, we can do stuff like this. You know, the possibilities are really endless for us, and you know, hopefully bring a kind of a more personal side, I guess, to our team. Because I think some races are definitely quite. We're quite recluse a lot of the time. You know, we hold the cards close to our chest a lot. So you know, being out here and doing stuff like this is a pretty good way to get people to know us.
I'm just looking forward to finally having a few more webcams from the Apex Racing facility. That's for sure. Before we let you go, I want to ask about your LMP2 car. Now almost 40 seconds clear of Tommy Osgaard, who still does owe us a driver change at some point. So that gap might even be up, you know, about a minute or so. How's it looking? I mean, strategy-wise, what's the thoughts from your camp?
Obviously, without giving away too much, it looks pretty good. We're pretty content with how things are looking. Michele and Johan are doing a really good job at the minute. The last few stints they've put in have been really, really solid. It's kind of that stage of the race where it's quite hard to know where everyone sort of will shake out in the end. You know, we're aware that it's two Coanda cards that we're up against. Those guys are, you know, if they can pull something out of the bag, they likely will. So we'll be on our toes for the next 12 hours or so, keeping a close eye on what they're doing. But at the minute, everything seems to be going to plan. Everything's going well. We just need to stay out of trouble. Obviously, the driving standards have been a bit, you know, here and there. But you know, the less said about that, the better. We're just focused on keeping it clean and hopefully keeping Coanda behind us.
Well, thanks for joining us again, Kevin. We won't see you for the rest of the race, but you're always welcome to come and chat with the rest of the team over the course of the day. So please, do, if you're up for a chat, just let Dane know and he'll let us know.
Absolutely, I'd love to be back. So thanks, guys.
Kevin Ellis Jr., now RaceSpotTV weatherman, and with the rain and with the weather, DJ, we've been told that it's not just about the effect on the track, but now we'll get those tools to be able to see what's going on with the weather in a very similar way to what we just saw there. Yes, that was a little bit of fun, but that could be a reality 6 months from now.
Yeah, it could indeed. In addition to the strategists and the spotters that these teams have, they may need to start employing virtual meteorologists as well to be able to track it, because part of racing in the rain is being able to time exactly when that moment is that you need to make the switch from dries to intermediates or from intermediates to wets. So yeah, we had a little bit of fun, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that that could be the next addition to the Apex Racing suite.
Yep, no, that's going to be fun. And we're a couple of minutes away from handing on over to the next team of commentators. Remember as well, we'll be on a new stream for part 3, so make sure you click on that link on our YouTube channel get ready to be walked through the next 6 hours by David Haynes, Ewan O'Leary, and Andrew Kinsella. Let's get some closing thoughts from all of us. We'll give you a rundown of how things are looking as well before we say goodbye, as Obsidian Racing is down on pit lane. But JP, I mean, for years this race has been dominated by Coanda. The only time it wasn't won by Coanda was when some eNASCAR drivers showed up and decided to show Coanda what to do on this Daytona Roval. Today, though, it's not been like that. Today it's been close at the start, but now in these middle hours, even though we thought potentially that Coanda had a better car at the night, Johan Harth, Michele Costantini are proving that the Apex Racing team haven't just come to play, they have come to win.
The car's been blistering quick throughout the entire race. It started off strong. It led laps in the daytime even, keep in mind. That 99 machine, it's been up on the pace since the very get-go, it seems. They mentioned a bit of the struggles in qualifying, but they made up for those fairly quickly to be able to close up the gap to the top two VRS machines and take advantage of some of the split strategies that started popping up within the first couple hours, with the difference in the teams between when to take X amount of tires at what amount of time. And that really opened up the door, I think, for Apex Racing Team to waltz on in, be able to try and take advantage of the differences there, and showcase they can beat Coanda at this racetrack. They've been strong from the get-go here.
And DJ, from your perspective, what is the storyline that you're going to be following most closely? Which class do you think is going to provide the closest entertainment to the end, given what we've seen over these last 6 hours?
I think it's got to be the battle that we're continuing to watch. This battle between the 88 and the 114 in the GTD class. These two just running each other absolutely ragged halfway through the race. This is the one to keep your eye on.
It's been so much fun here, but we're going to quickly run down how things are looking here at Daytona Beach, Florida. About 2 hours and 26 minutes still to run. We'll start with the LMP2s. Let's quickly run through them. We are in the middle of a cycle, so it is going to change slightly, but it is still Apex Racing Team that leads the way. Johan Harth, 40 seconds clear of Tommy Osgaard, and in fact, the number 2 car, Josh Rogers, Mitchell de Jong in that one as well. Might have to watch more in their rear view mirrors. Martin Kroenke, 3rd position on track, closing in bit by bit in this battle for podium honors. Williams Esports and Alexander Spetz had a bit of a moment a couple of laps ago, but they're just coming down onto pit road now. They're in front of Obsidian Racing. It's a close fight between those cars. Dakota Fripp is in 6th for the Vendaval Inertia Combo outfit, while Arthur LaHook slid backwards due to the pit stop cycle. He should be in front of a number of these cars coming very shortly. Kova, after not setting the qualifying time, they're now up 17 positions to 8th, while SRC Movano Corsa Rosso and Marcus Hamilton is in 9th spot. Satellite Racing round out the top 10, the first car 2 laps down. Caden Bean in the Pure Sims 16 car is 11th. Yes, he raced clutch. The last car is 2 laps down. T3 Motorsport by Maniti, Drive Dead Racing LMP2, the third of the Coanda cars, they're all 3 laps down, while 4 laps down is Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing, Delta Sport, and Undercut Racing Team. Team RSO completes the top 20 in class, AJ Lawal behind the wheel, while Wave Italy and Energy Synsport, the final car still out there and circulating. Ori's Racing, German Sim Racing by Hetner, and SRC Movano Corsa Viola all retired in the first 70-odd laps of this race. Then in your GTD class, R8G and PGZ Motorsport, you could throw a blanket over the two of them. Half a second separates Labigra from Arujo. Lasse back for Fire Simsport sits in 3rd. Some technical issues change the strategy there for the Danish team, but they're still in the mix, still in the hunt. BS Competition makes it a BMW in the top 4. They're still looking comfortable. Might be the last car in contention for a potential victory here. Bila Racing Euronics on a slightly different strategy to everyone else, but they're in 5th position after working their way through some difficulties early in the race. Altus Esports in their McLaren, they run in 6th. Redline Purple, after this race started so promisingly for Redline, it has started to slip away from them. Only one Redline car in the top 10, and that's the purple car, while Juan Blant has the IRS Infinite Racing Services team sitting up there in a final car 1 lap down. BS Turner, Core Sim Racing, they complete the top 10, while Pure Sims Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, Team Redline Blue, which has Shane Van Gisbergen behind the wheel there, all 1 lap down, along with Alexei Nesov in the Mercedes AMG Team Urano esports car. Sotomuto, the new recruit for Williams Esports, he's running 2 laps down by himself. Dylan Becky Shrivens, the last car circulating on the track. 25 cars whittled down to 16 in this GTD class. Chris Lullen, Patrick Holtzman. The day was disappointing for Redline, 17 and 18 for them. That will be the highest that they get, while BMW Bank in the second of the hairpins had a moment with some P2 traffic. They're going to finish this one in 19th. The second of the RAG cars down in 20th position. MSI Esports is in 21st, but Apex Racing Team in their Audi is back on track. Alejandro Sanchez out there having some fun. Should be retiring that car, though, shortly through the night. Williams Esports Fnatic, Arnage Competition, Was Cooking, Racing Adventures complete the 25 cars in this class. And with that said, there is plenty more action still to come. Remember as well, Part 3 is ready to go. Don't take your eyes off your 2022 iRacing Daytona 24 hours as we reach the halfway point of this race. On behalf of the entire team at RaceSpotTV, we thank you for joining us these last 6 hours. For Dougie Beard providing all of our cameras for today's event. For DJ Clark, for not Lorenzo Bonder but Justin Prince instead, my name is Arjuna Kankipati. Enjoy the rest of this 24 hours of Daytona on the iRacing service, and we'll see you in part number 3 coming up now.